think we got a show.
Oh, yeah, we got a show.
We definitely got a show.
Oh, yeah, there's a show.
Larry Bird.
Nicotina's mom! Oh, yeah! Dawson! Why did you say that name?
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on, and I'm glad you're that for me.
Guess who's back? Back again. Can't use the real music because we get a copyright strike. But Enosh is back. Text a friend. Guess who's back? 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 Nah. That's right. It's me, ladies and gentlemen, Enosh, and I am here with you. Welcome once again, my nerd family, to the Poindexter Lounge. It is great to have you all with me here in the lounge once again. It feels like an eternity. 1 week away from you just feels like an absolute eternity. It just feels like forever. And but we all need a vacation every once in a while. Like the song said, vacation's all I ever wanted. Vacation's all I ever needed. And I needed one. And so I had one with the family. But hey, tonight we're here. You're here. Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. This is the place for nerds, by nerds, and with nerds. And so if you are looking for a place where you can feel welcome, no matter if you like Star Wars, don't like Star Wars, like Star Trek, don't like Star Trek, like DC, don't like DC, like Marvel, don't like Marvel, whatever, we don't care. You know what? We will razz each other. We will give each other a hard time. And at the end of the day, we'll give each other a great big old hug, a big old fist bump, and we'll say, hey, I'll see you here at the lounge next time. That's what the Poindexter Lounge is about. So if you've been looking for a place where you can be in a chat and talk and feel a sense of community and feel a sense of warmth, even if people are talking about stuff that's opposite of your thoughts, you have found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell so that you know when we do stuff like this, when we put out videos. We are so glad to have you here, and we want you to be here for the long haul because we are growing a group of nerds. We are growing a family. When I say that, I absolutely mean it. And so, hey, welcome. It is time once again for the lounge. Now, that being said, I just want to say, so me and my family this last week, I got a lot of editing to do. That's all I got to say about that. I took so much video, so much stuff, and I promise I'm going to get this one done. We went to Vegas last year and the city of Metropolis down in Illinois, And I still haven't gotten all that stuff put together. But you know what? I'm going to get on this one because I got a whole series of stuff to do now from this trip. It's amazing. We visited so many comic book stores, toy stores, met so many people, met up with so many people. We actually met up with some of you. We met up with Nightstar, who was absolutely fantastic. I want to say a special shout out to Jerry, if you're watching, because he's not here that I know of. So Jerry, if you're watching, Nightstar Productions, guys, go show Nightstar Productions some love. He took us on a personal, yes, Dawson, eat your heart out. If you want to see something really funny, tune in to the Sunday podcast tomorrow with me and Dawson on Nerdy in Many Ways. Oh, because Enosh will be rubbing in the Batman love. I don't know. That sounds weird. But anyways, I will still be rubbing it in because Dawson is a huge Batman fan. And I got to see some cool stuff. Nightstar took us on a personal tour of the city of Chicago to all of the filming spots for The Dark Knight. I mean, mind blown, including even going under the city. You know, we got to be on the street and actually look up and see Wayne Tower and see where the semi flips, where the Joker flips the semi. We got to see all that. We got to go underneath the city, you know, where it goes down and the Batmobile crashes and, you know, the Bat Cycle comes out and all that stuff. I mean, we got to see all of that, folks. And I filmed it all. We had so much fun. And then, like I said, we went, I spent way too much money. I bought a ton of stuff. And I forgot to bring in one thing. You'll be seeing it. I still have to even like compile together all the stuff that we got. And thank you for helping make some of that possible through your generous donations. And I think that's a good time and a good way to bring up and just say, hey, we really appreciate everyone who is either a member of the channel. Thank you to all of our members. And thank you, of course, also to all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. I'm so thankful to all of you. I can't put it into words. And I'm thankful to just everybody who watches, you know, but you all who go above and beyond a little bit. And I'm just blown away by the way your generosity and the way that you support this channel. And so I'm thankful to you, including especially all of those also who give super chats throughout the week. And, you know, look, we never expect anybody to give. But when you guys do, it blows me away that you guys support the channel in the way that you do. So I'm very, very thankful. I want to say thank you because you help. Every bit helps. You help keep the lights on here, you know, and then also you helped make our trip a wonderful blessing and a great time away. And I got stories to tell and fun things to talk about. And we met new people, new subscribers. We met new people who we're gonna actually stream with. That's the cool thing too. It's like, look, when you see Enosh here on your computer or you got us up on your TV or whatever, and you go, you know what, that's fine. But I watch a lot of other YouTubers. I watch a lot of other people on the internet, and they're, you know, a lot of those guys are jerks in real life or whatever. I want you to know something. This is me. Right? So this is you get what you see right here. This is Enosh. This is who I am. And so yes, I will talk your ear off, no matter if it's here online or if we see each other in person. So I met so many great people, some new people that we're going to stream with, made some great new relationships and friendships, got some really great deals. For those of you who don't know, we went to Chicago. We went to a Cubs game. That was like, I got to go to Wrigley Field, and I will just tell you this. That has been a lifelong dream. I remember being a kid, even though I grew up in Michigan, you know, I was born in Las Vegas. I rooted for the Dodgers most of my young life. Then I moved to Michigan, rooted for the Tigers. Tigers won the World Series in '84, and that totally, you know, got me. And of course, I memorized every batting average, every stance of every player. And the thing was I never got to see the Dodgers because Dodgers were in the National League and Tigers were in the American League, and that was just it. You know, but we did have two other stations. We had TBS that showed the Braves down in Atlanta, and I was never really a Braves fan. No offense to anybody who's a Braves fan, but I was never a Braves fan. But we also got WGN, who carried the Cubs, and the Cubs were on all the time. And I always felt like the Cubs, like rooting for the Cubs was like rooting for the underdog. You know, I was so glad when they won the World Series a couple years ago. That was awesome. And so I've always wanted to go to Wrigley Field. It's one of the last really two stadiums that are like classic old stadiums, and I was amazed how small it was, but it was awesome. It was so fantastic being there. and just experiencing that in one of these, old, original, amazing stadiums that's like right there in this neighborhood. It's like when we go to Detroit, when we go to Comerica Park, it's in downtown and it's surrounded by all this stuff. But Wrigley Field is right there, and it was just so fantastic. And they won. They won in like this epic style in 11 innings. It was fantastic. They were down most of the game, 3-0 to the Pirates. Shout out to Max. I know Max is a Pirate fan, and I got some other friends in Pennsylvania, and actually Ill Life's here, so I know he's from Pennsylvania. So, but you know what? The Pirates were winning 3-0. Cubbies came back, took it over 5-3. Pirates came back. It was 5-5 in the 11th inning. It dropped a foul ball, and I got it all recorded on my phone, and they won. And it was just a fun time, man. It was just a good time. And just so much joy with the family. Tiffany found a bunch of stuff. I want to say a shout out to Chicago, because you know what? The people that we met in Chicago were so super nice everywhere we went. One guy, even, he couldn't open up his store when we got there earlier in the day, but he literally came and opened up his store later that day at about 5:00 just for us. Did not open the store, but there was a phone number, and I called the phone number, and I got his business partner. His business partner said, "Hey, I'm out of town. I'm up in Wisconsin. I'm sorry, I can't come down, but here's a phone number to my business partner." I called that guy, and that guy said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm at work, but if you come back at 5, I will open up the store just for you." And he did. And that was super cool. And so you're going to see videos about all that. I'm not going to take up all the night with all that stuff, but I just want you to know that we appreciate each and every one of you, because we missed you, even though we were here doing this, we missed you. And so I promise you, I know I said it. You know what? We might have to do some other cool stuff this week, but so I got this Superman Blu-ray, which I feel like I've been trying to give away for like 3 weeks now or something. 4 weeks. I don't even know. We're going to give this away tomorrow on 2 cents on nonsense. Okay. So we'll give this away tomorrow. And even if we don't do 2 cents on nonsense, if for some reason Johnny can't, I'm still going to go live, and I'll still give this away. And then little something coming up next. We'll be giving away this Watchman right here. So hey, stay tuned. We got lots of fun stuff for you guys. That being said, we got to get into tonight's show. I want to get in and I want to first I'm going to bring in my guest, and then we'll go through and say hi to everybody in the chat. How's that sound? So everybody can say hi at once, and we'll just feel like a big old family back together. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I love this guy. I miss talking to this guy this week. Actually, I didn't miss talking to this guy this week, because like literally we were live chatting while the game was going on, man. And like we were just talking baseball. And I'll tell you what this made me wish for. This made me, going to Chicago, made me wish for when, I swear to God, we're going to do it in the next couple of years, at least maybe next year. I don't know. We're going to meet in Vegas. We're going to all meet at the Sci-Fi Center with William. And we got to do it. We got to do it. So, we'll have a Poindexter Fest, whatever we want to call it. I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, on the panel tonight, you love him. I love him. I've missed him. Mr. Brian, Master of None. What's up, Brian?
Cubs win. Cubby.
Holy cow. Cubbies win. Steve, what did you think of that? I'm a Cub fan. I was blood man.
I was watching along on the app. Like, you know how they do like it's really interesting. It's like video game graphics, and they show where the pitches are and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And then I was kind of keeping everybody in the chat informed it was what's going on, because I was like, whatever, I'll check it out. I love baseball. I miss baseball. It's been since 2014 since I went to a Giants game in person. And that was,
that's downright goofy.
Yeah, that was the World Series year. But I will say, the last 3 times I went to the Giants, they won the World Series that year. So it's like, maybe I should go.
Well, your Giants beat my Tigers in like 4. You totally like annihilated us a few years ago.
2012 was good.
But I will say this. It's only because we swept our series going into the World Series, and we had way too much rest, and we didn't take y'all serious.
I've got a little salt. Hang on a second here. I know it's.
But while you're doing that, I want to say thank you to Red Comet Man with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Red Comet Man. Red Comet Man says go White Sox.
Oh,
you know what? I wanted to go to a White Sox game. We weren't able to go to a White Sox game. You know, like I just love baseball. I love baseball. I'm already talking to my son. I want to take him to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Oh, get out of here with that.
That is the World Series DVD for the 2012 San Francisco Giants. Yeah. 4-game sweep of the Tigers. Giants win.
It hurts. It hurts, man. It hurts. It hurts almost as bad as this. Almost. But Red Comet Man with the $10 super chat says, "Go White Sox! I'm ready for AEW All Out." And I was at United Center. I was at United Center when Punk was there. Holy crap, dude! How cool was that? We were live streaming. That was amazing. Man, I'll tell you what, the fact that CM Punk is back, wrestling is back, baby. So here's a little fact before I bring the rest of my crew in. I have a friend that I worked with for several years, moved back to Chicago. He came from Chicago, moved here to Michigan, and I worked with this guy for quite a while. He went back. He married a girl. He married this girl who actually had a show on the Food Network. And she used to date CM Punk. I kid you not. And they're all friends. They're all friends. And you know, I should have known because like he's straight edge, like he's like in that culture and everything. And so he married CM Punk's ex-girlfriend, like from a long time ago. Nice. And so here's the thing. We were watching a wrestling pay-per-view. I put it on Facebook one night and all of a sudden it popped up and I was like, hey, I put it out there that we were watching it, and he pops up and he goes, yeah, he's like, you know, I got a connection to WWE. He's like, and I don't even like wrestling. So it's just kind of funny that it's like, I know one famous person and I don't even care. And I was like, I messaged him privately and I said, dude, are you friends with CM Punk? And he's like, oh yeah. He's like, my son thinks it's funny that he's got, action figures of Uncle Phil. I'm like, what?
That's awesome.
What?
Hell
no!
Yeah.
I was like, dude, and man. I was this close. And this was like right before he left WWE. It's maybe a year or so before he left. Yeah. So he was at the height of his career. I tried to get him on my old radio show, and we almost did. Been cool. He was trying for sure. But yeah. Anyways, we gotta get the rest of everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We got a couple first timers tonight, folks. So I'm looking forward to it. But this guy's not a first timer. I hope he's had his first time, but who knows?
What's up?
What's up, man? How you doing?
It's
RJ,
good.
Resident Justice. Yeah. Thank you again, Red Comet Man. Appreciate you, Red Comet Man. For sure. All right. So what's up, RJ? Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, no, glad to be here in the lounge. Hang out, talking about some stacked show tonight, full of topics.
I know, it sure is. Were you excited when Punk came back?
Oh yeah, totally, dude. No, I've been catching up. I mean, tomorrow's the pay-per-view. I'm already buying it. I'm watching it. I'm gonna do a barbecue cookout, man. I'm ready for it,
Heck yeah, we are. Heck yeah. Now, so you're getting the pay-per-view. Everybody's happy. Mm-hmm. Everybody's looking forward to it. Now, here's a man. This is his first time on the show. He's from my hometown, ladies and gentlemen. I've been on his show. This is the first time that he's been here in the Poindexter Lounge. Love the guy. I just saw him stealing something out of my book here. Eating a banana. I see he put the banana down. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome Austin from Pop Culture Corner. What's up, Austin?
What's up, man? What's up?
Welcome to the lounge. First
timer.
Thank you.
Hey.
First timers club.
What's up? I know, right? Okay, it's thank you so much. I'm so excited. I watch the show all the time. I've been watching for like a year, and like I'm here. I made it. I'm excited.
He's here.
The big sound.
Dude, are you so excited that you're going to ship your pants?
I think I already did. I think
shit my pants right here,
right now. He's gonna ship his pants. All right, we got to get our other two guys here. Another first timer, long time watcher. I love this guy, man. Very, very talented guy. I'm glad to have him on the show. I don't know why. I don't know why he hasn't been on the show before. To be quite honest with you, I really don't know why. I have no good answer for that. All I know is the guy's great. He's got his own YouTube channel now, and he's doing stuff, and he's coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome another first timer. I've already mentioned him once in the show here, Mr. Ill Life. What's up, Ill?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. I gotta set the record straight. I am a Phillies fan.
Okay.
Well, because here's the thing: it's my one nitpick with the movie Shazam is that like when he has the scene in the orphanage, she makes it seem like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are like Gotham and like we're across the harbor from each other. But it's really 6 hours away. I went to college there. It's like next to Ohio at the other end.
No, you're right.
State,
you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right.
So
You're
us and Pirates fans don't really cross paths. We're more enemies, if anything.
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. And then rounding out the panel, it's gonna be fire tonight, folks. I mean, absolute fire as we delve into these issues tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Longtime guy, you love him, I love him. William the Wise, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
We got the Vegas connection over here, man. We got the Nevada connection, man. Look at us. Look at the four of us here.
Connection. He ain't gonna show nothing. So
you know what? Hold on a second. I just realized something.
William's very upset that I stood him up for a date a couple weeks ago and stuff.
Left me out in the middle of AFC.
He's very upset, and I tried to apologize. I'm gonna make it up.
What's RJ doing here? No, I'm just kidding. What's up?
So what you're saying is miss the mark. But no, seriously. So I'm originally from Vegas. RJ is from Vegas.
Yep.
And so William obviously is from Vegas. Austin is from Vegas. Now, Ill Life, do you have any Vegas connections?
Nah, definitely not. No.
Well, then it's all right. It's all good. It's all good.
I got drunk. I got drunk one time at the Excalibur. Does that count?
Yes, it does.
It's close enough,
my friend.
Awesome.
I have Atlantic City connections, but not Vegas.
I'm more of a Reno guy.
Out here.
I hear you. H Barts with a $2 super chat. I'm sorry, $2 super chat from H Barts says, "Hey Enosh, have you seen Shang-Chi? It was amazing." So I'll be honest with you, I have not seen Shang-Chi yet. I plan on seeing it probably tomorrow. My son Isaac saw it. He went by himself last night. I drove the whole way back from Chicago, and actually we hit horrible traffic. It should be like a 4-hour drive. It was literally like a 7 to almost 8 hour drive. It was insane. Yeah, it was bad. So
you guys you're probably just like, I'm burned out, I'm tired.
Dude, I was gonna stream last night. Like I was all set and ready, and then all of a sudden, like midnight came, and I was like, no, I'm good. I'll see all my friends tomorrow night. I'm not gonna push myself. No, because you guys don't know how dead I was last Saturday. So real quick before I do this. So yes, H Barts, I'm getting to it, man. I promise you, I'm getting to it. Sid Affinity and Beyond. What's up, Sid Affinity and Beyond with a Canadian $6.99 super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Says, "Hey Nosh, what's your all-time favorite wrestling moment?" I have to go with Sting beating Hollywood Hogan at Starrcade 97. Those promos were legendary. Look, Sin Affinity, I'm going to tell you this. That buildup was probably the greatest buildup for me in wrestling history. That Sting coming from the rafters, like still to this day, I go to events and I'm like, is that Sting? Is he up there? Is he coming down? Like, I still do that. So, but man, the greatest moment for me in wrestling history, probably, and here's the thing, it's not even for the guy that I was rooting for. I'll be honest with you, because I was a big Hulk Hogan guy growing up. WrestleMania 6, Hogan versus Warrior, for me, still one of the best matches. I don't care, like hands down. Like, I know it's not the most technical match. I know that it's got a lot of, issues to it, but for me as a 12, 13-year-old kid, watching the build up for that match, title for title, Hogan versus Warrior, and then seeing it was my first WrestleMania. It was my first WrestleMania ever to watch. That excited me so much, and I was so involved. And it was the first WrestleMania. It was the first thing that me and my friends were allowed. My grandma let me and my friends all come together and like piece our money together and get WrestleMania. So that match, and I was a Hogan guy and Warrior won, but it turned me into a Warrior guy. Anybody else got a favorite?
I got this too.
Oh, shut up!
Wow.
You know what I got too. You know what I got too. I got one of your teachers.
That's a pretty good moment.
I got one of your teachers here. We have actual footage of Brian in high school.
Hey, teacher, when are we actually going to use any of this?
You? Never.
He looks more like the teacher.
Savage. Oh,
savage.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you made him go.
Oh,
See what you did.
Go
See what
away.
you did.
We made it go away. Oh my God. Anybody else got a favorite one, real quick?
I got a lot. I think the Steamboat Flair final match at Wrestle War 89. We beat him back for the title. The build up to that was great. The build up to the Undertaker Michaels match was great up until they ruined it with the stupid ass finish that they did. But the entire build up to it, the overall build up was up there, and that was the last time WWE built up an angle that actually took time and effort to do instead of what they do now, unfortunately. But those two for WWE, it would be the Undertaker Michaels feud, and then NWA or WCW would be the Steamboat Flair feud.
What about you, RJ? You got a favorite?
It's hard to say. I'm trying to think of stuff. I think Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels, that build up obviously was amazing. That stuff was really good. Hogan's heel turn, you know.
Oh yeah.
The formation of the NWO. I mean that was big too. A lot of Stone Cold Steve Austin moments. Like it's hard to pick just one, but most of them, you know. Probably the return of Sting too in AEW. That was a big one for me, you know.
I know we got Brian's favorite moment right here. Favorite WWE moment.
I'm gonna come on you like nobody's ever come on you before. Just you and I getting it on like two men should do.
And another one is everybody knows who Teddy Long is, right?
Yeah.
Teddy
Oh
Long,
yeah. Heck yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
So there was a match where he turned heel, and it was the first time he went bad. It was the Road Warriors versus Mike Rotunda and Dr. Death Steve Williams. It was that Clash of the Champions too, and he was just a normal ref. There was no suspecting him anything, and he did a fast recount and it caused the Road Warriors to lose their titles while they were on their way to WWE or WWF at the time, and that's when he first turned heel. And then the next time you see him, he's managing bad guys, and he managed a team like Doom, which is Ron Simmons and Butch Reed.
There you go.
Now that's where the Teddy Long that you kind of see today kind of came from, because he was a heel manager, and then he became like an executive as he got into the 70s. But yeah, that's another moment that was a lot of people won't remember. But that
now,
was
Austin, Ill Life. Are you guys wrestling fans at all?
I mean, I'm like as a kid, I really was, and then I kind of grew out of it, and then I was like in the ECW for a while, you know, because we like here we have ECW, like the ring's actually right by where I live now.
2300.
But and I was really like into like Sabu, like because he was always doing like crazy flips off the top of the shit and everything, you know, and like
heck yeah.
And a friend of mine's older sister was actually Val. That like she was the chick Val that was in.
Oh
there.
yeah.
I don't know if anybody remembers her, but like she was from like down the street from me and stuff. And but I never like really like I had friends that were really into it, and I'd like drink on the nights it came on and watch it with them. But I never latched onto it enough to really like have a defining moment like that. Like I remember the days of like Vince McMahon being the bad guy and everything. Like all that was good, you know, and like but never any like specific moments that I could say. Stuck with me that much, you know. Like,
what about you, Austin?
Yeah, I never really watched it too much growing up, but you know, I've seen a lot of highlights, seen a lot of clips, so like I've seen a lot of stuff. But yeah, I never really got too into it. I do watch UFC. I watch that, but yeah, not WWE. Oh God.
Oh
wow.
But I have a favorite moment.
All right.
WrestleMania 30, April 6, 2014, the culmination of the Yes Movement, where Daniel Bryan took the championship.
Oh yeah,
and held both aloft.
Mm-hmm.
Patriot dust.
All right, now this is getting creepy.
Yeah,
Master.
What
are the dreams that I've been after? Metallica, Master of Puppets, 1986.
Oh man!
Take me down to the Paradise City, where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Paradise City, Guns N' Roses, 1987.
Oh god! This feels like it should be like a Will Ferrell monologue on Saturday Night Live.
Take me down where the girls are
Patriot dust.
You don't think I'm big enough, then you grab a hold of me, and you'll know that I'm growing, my man. Within your hands, I will get as big as I need to be to do the job on you.
Oh man, the headphones flipping off.
Poor William. William is just like I'm surrounded by idiots.
That does raise a good point, though.
This is a teaser for the smokeout stream.
Oh,
jeez, I guess so.
It raises a good point, though. Has there been like any modern great WWE moment or like modern wrestling moment that like you think is encapsulate wrestling history like 20 years from now?
No.
Like nothing from WWE. I mean, the only thing I can think
not.
of was like the Seth Rollins heel turn with the Shield. You know, the chair to the back of Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns, maybe. But
Okay, depending on where you're coming from as far as watching wrestling goes, old timers could see that coming from a mile away, and that's the thing. If it happens, is you've either watched so much that you know it's coming, or they do it so poorly that you're like, okay, he's a heel, he's turning. They set it up. It's like in the movies, like when you see like somebody says, "You're my best friend, buddy," you know one of them is going to die. You know, and that's what it's become. It's become a little bit unpredictable. There's really nothing in the last, I would say, 25 years that's like something I would be like, well, damn. Other than, unfortunately, deaths. The deaths of some of these guys that have not lived, like Eddie Guerrero dying at 38. Chris Benoit, what he did. Those have been, unfortunately, the most memorable things. And, you know, guys who I grew up in my childhood not even making it to 60. Both British Bulldogs are dead. Both Road Warriors are dead.
Yeah.
Bobby Eaton is dead at 62. So it's unfortunately those are the things that over the last 25 years that
Boy, William really knows how to cheer everybody up, huh?
Yeah.
Your childhood heroes are dead.
Everything is cool when your team is all dead. Everything
Right?
is awesome. Yeah, that's what
Your
I
heroes
said.
are dead.
But that's what I remember, unfortunately.
It's really turned into a King Diamond song real quick.
Right. H Barts for the $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. You're awesome. You rock, H Barts. And I've missed you, buddy. And I thought of you as we were driving back by your house, buddy. We should have stopped it, but we didn't have time because I was absolutely exhausted. H Barts for the $5 super chat says RJ is the Nick Fury of the Movie Talk cinematic universe. He's putting together a team of panelists.
She had an eye patch. Let's wear an eye patch one of these days.
There you go.
I'm here to talk to you about the YouTube initiative.
Now, as long as everybody doesn't die, like in What If.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about
Since you're
that.
going to have coffee with me, I just pass out.
It's been a week. We can talk about it.
With like everybody, yeah, it's been a week. It's been only a couple hours for me.
Fury.
Right. Yeah. Nice. And Hugo Allen Stevens, what's up, Hugo? With a £5 super chat says Enosh, I have not seen you in the toy aisle like you said I would. Unsubscribing. Kidding. Love you, really. Hugo, I love you too. He's referring to my toy videos. I always say I'll see you in the toy aisle. But you know what? I got some cool toy stuff brewing. Not only am I going to show you guys all the stuff that I got in Chicago, but I have a new show planned with some great people who you're going to love. You're going to dig this. It's going to be really cool. And I think I'm going to write a new theme song for it. I'm going to go all out on this thing. It's going to be really cool. And so stay tuned for that. Now, that being said, I almost died, guys, on the way to Chicago because I was so dead. You don't even know. Like I got up, so I got 2 hours sleep Thursday going into Friday. Friday we streamed and did a 2 cents on nonsense, and then afterwards I had to pack up my van. I had a ton of stuff to do Friday, didn't get it all done even, but I packed up the van with all my sound equipment. Saturday morning, my band plays at this road race called the Crim. We've been playing there for this is our 10th year this year, and I live streamed it. A lot of you guys saw it.
That was cool. I like that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Cool, man. I'm glad you guys did. I'm going to do some more of that stuff as we play out some more. But so we played out, and there's the first show back that my band's been able to do since COVID. So we're a little rusty, you know. Plus, I'm like trying to run a million things at the same time, trying to run sound and do a bunch of stuff all at the same time and remember what the heck I'm doing. But so we got out there. We had to be out there at 6 a.m., which I always think is hilarious because we set up at 6 a.m. and it's in a neighborhood, right? So we were like right across the street from some guy's house with a sound system and a rock band at 6 a.m. But, you know, hey, when you're on the route of, you know, the Crim, that's to be expected. And so we got out there, we played our hearts out, but man, I was so exhausted and you know, into the sun and everything. And my back, you know, guys, a lot of you know, my shoulder's been killing me. And it was ironic because like I messaged out on Friday last week, like, oh, it's so great. I had this new procedure done. Like at my chiropractor's, he used the Y strap on me and just like yanks my head, man. And it was like awesome. And all the pain was gone. And then I loaded all that stuff into my car out and in twice, actually 3 times. And man, my shoulder was killing me so bad. My back was killing me so bad. I literally had to get out of the car.
Those speakers aren't light.
Oh my gosh. I had to get out of the car. We stopped about halfway to Chicago. I had to get out of the car. Like my wife was like stretching my neck and doing all this stuff, trying to get it go. I stole a huge rock to put like right behind my back to be able to like press up against to like hit that spot, you know, while we were driving. And then I had to have Tiffany drive the rest of the way. So I actually got some sleep. But man, when we got to the hotel, I crashed. I fell asleep in my clothes.
Yeah.
And I like slept for like 13 hours. Damn. Got up the next day and you know what? I felt better and I felt better as the week went on. But yeah, guys, I'll say more about the Chicago trip and then we'll get into our topics. But look, we went to the Science Museum there. They had a huge Marvel exhibit.
I'm so jealous of Enosh, man. It looks so cool.
Oh man.
Well, it sounds like he had a weekend at Bernie's moment. The way his body reacted. Damn.
Right? Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I every single year, like I take my kids. You know, I usually take the family down the shore, like the Jersey Shore. That's where we all go here for our summer vacations. And every year, it's like a 5-day week we go down for. And the first night we get there, I'm like, let's just chill at the hotel and watch a movie. And I'm like, done. Like as soon as we get to the hotel, I'm out. And that first night I sleep like more hours than I sleep any night the entire rest of the year. And then I wake up the next day, like, let's start vacation. Let's go.
It was crazy. We got there and the hotel that we stayed at didn't have all the amenities that we needed. And so there were two hotels on the property. And so they were like in an L shape. And so like, we're over here and they're like, no, sorry. You know, like our jacuzzi's not working and stuff. And it's like, we systematically look, we're old. We want a jacuzzi. Like, that's what I want to do. I want to like, when I come back from like walking around a museum all day or shopping all day, I want to get in that hot water and I want to just soak and let it soak all my problems away for a couple hours. And when they're like, no, sorry, our jacuzzi's broken, but the owner owns the Holiday Inn Express, the brand new hotel right next, and they got a brand new jacuzzi, brand new pool, and we'll put you up there. So stay here the first night, and we'll put you up there the next night, right, for the rest of your trip. And I was like, all right, cool. So we get over there the next day about noon, and we get up there. We were at the place, and there the lady's like, oh, sorry, we don't have any rooms available for you right now, so it's going to be a little while. It could be a couple of hours. So we're like, well, okay. So they put all of our stuff up and we went and we got Denny's and then while we were out, we're like, you know, hey, we're going to hit some stores. And we just hit like the normal stores, right? So we hit a couple Targets and a GameStop or two, you know, and stuff. Come back around 4 p.m. And I'm for the bill and I walk over by the pool and guess what? Oh, there's a pool. Ain't no jacuzzi. Ain't no jacuzzi. And I'm just going to tell you this. This is where being 45-year-old, being a 45-year-old comes out, because you're gonna tell me I spent all this money and time and I don't get a jacuzzi?
I mean, I guess it's better than like they have one, but it's all roped off, like with an out of order sign on it. He froze up.
It froze right on the perfect moment, too.
That's a perfect freeze frame.
That's a thumbnail right there.
About ready to give him hell.
I didn't even see it.
Been better.
But so I come back out and I'm like, Tiffany, they don't have a jacuzzi, just as she signed the thing.
Oh.
I went, Tiff, they don't have a jacuzzi. And Tiffany's like, what? And so I look at the lady, I'm like, hey, we need to reverse the charges right now. We're going to find a different hotel. I am not going to stay here for a week and stuff. And they're like, oh, well, we're very, very sorry. And the lady was doing everything she could. And I was just like, look, I understand I even told her, I said, you're doing a great job. You're doing everything you're supposed to do as customer service, and it's not your fault. And I totally get that. And I'm not upset at you. I am a little upset about the people in the other hotel, because the other people in the other hotel told us you had a jacuzzi and it's the same owner and everything. And the owner's standing right there. And I'm like, look, I'm not upset at you, but you just need to give me this moment to be pissed off.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm surprised somebody didn't be like, happy. Well, our bathtubs are really big.
So
yeah, you at least gotta have a small tub. You know,
I spent 2 hours. I spent 2 hours, and my son is like sitting there. Landon's like looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, what are you doing, Dad? Why are you making us sit down here in this lobby for 2 hours? Right? And the lady even comes over. She goes, we'll give you $10 off per night. And I'm like, I get that, but see, you need to understand, it ain't even about that now. It's about the fact that I will not go the rest of my vacation without a jacuzzi. There's like just no way.
They didn't even have like a suite with a spot tub they could upgrade you or anything?
Clark Griswold at freaking
they had nothing, man. You know, they had nothing. And so it really, really frustrated me. But I'm like on hotels.com. I'm on, Expedia. I finally find this thing on hotels.com. And I get a hold of this guy, and this guy named Brett answers. And Brett, if you're watching, you are fantastic. Brett answers the phone. Actually, it kind of reminded me of RJ a little bit. Actually, everybody was like, I was like, yeah, he's got that RJ vibe to him. And super nice guy. He answers the phone. He's like, hello. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, I'm looking at you right now on hotels.com. You got the right price. I just want to make sure you have a jacuzzi and it's working. And he's like, yes, sir. We have a jacuzzi. It's up and working. It's great. Like, blah, 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 blah. We have free breakfast bar.
Sitting in right now.
we have free breakfast buffet every morning. And I was like, say what? They gave me a muffin over at this other place, and you're going to give me a full breakfast bar to choose from? Heck yeah. So we packed up the family.
Vegas for vacation. That's what happened.
Oh, I know. We went there last year. So this year we were doing this and trying to do all these things over there. So we packed everything up. We went up to that place, the Embassy Suites, Hilton there in Chicago, Deerfield. And oh my God, Brett was there. Brett took care of us. Brett was amazing. We told him everything that we had gone through. And you know what? That dude, I swear to God, we get all settled in. About 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, there's a knock on our door. What's that?
Was he in the hot tub with you? This is what
No. No, but he did knock on our door 15 minutes after we got in our room. And we're like, I went to the door and he's sitting there with
what?
He's sitting there with what, Enosh? What is it?
Come on. What? Was he wearing a sock? What's going on?
He came up to the room. He's like, here's your dinner.
Oh, no.
He showed up with a tray of goodies and stuff like cans of pop and candy bars and chips and all this stuff. And he says, look, I know that you guys had a rough day today. He says, you are the guest of the day. And he gave all this stuff to us. And he was there all week long. Every time we'd come back from our long haul, he subscribed to the channel. We talked about nerd stuff. He was telling us different places to go and everything. It was awesome. And so Brett, dude, if you're watching tonight,
shout out Brett.
Thank you, bro. Shout out to Brett. You were amazing. And thank you. I told him a couple of times, and I know I sounded like a broken record, but dude, thank you, because you brought a positivity to an otherwise stressful situation that honestly, you helped bring our vacation back to a positive. So thank you.
Going above and beyond for the customer. The Embassy
Heck yeah.
different.
You do suck. Absolutely. I need that jacuzzi, bro. I need that jacuzzi in my life, man. I tell you what, the older I get, man, the more I need that jacuzzi in my life.
Man.
Hugo
Extra
here.
points if it's in your room.
Exactly. Actually, Hugo here with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Hugo. Says I'm gonna go get ready for bed. Till next time, guys. Enosh, say hi to Tiff and the family for me if you want to. I will definitely tell them, Hugo, for sure. And bro, I'm glad you're here, man. Thank you so much for being here and being part of the lounge. All right. Now, here's what we got to do. We got to get to, you guys are like, no, what did he have?
Tell me. Music, man. I dig it.
Yeah.
It's the hand.
Where do you want? Yeah, where do you even want to start?
The hand, once your camera has to pick up the more pixelations of the hands moving, I feel like, because Austin, you do it all the time when you stream too, and as soon as you start talking with your hands and waving your hands in the camera, it like makes the camera freeze up, you know, like
it freaks him out.
Somebody who's like just looking at the thumbnail walking by, and we all got our hands like going, like, what the heck is this
still like a news anchor?
What the heck is this stream all about? Somebody
tonight at 5. Breaking news. Tonight at 5. We are the 1-year anniversary of the Walter Hamada Ray Fisher incident.
That's a good place to start.
So I didn't even do that one. Holy cow! But like it actually, this first deal actually deals with that, and so I'm going to let's see here. Hold on a second. I actually have to bring up this picture because while we were on our way, my son made me aware of two things, and I gotta send them over here. I gotta airdrop.
Yeah, because I remember I think it was the day you guys left for your vacation that story broke about the Fortnite thing, right? Because I know Landon plays a lot of Fortnite.
Yeah. Now,
what's up with that?
Okay, so for anybody who plays Fortnite, I don't play Fortnite, but my kids play Fortnite a lot, and I'm waiting now for the stupid thing to send to my there we go. It's going now. Okay. So my son tells me on the way over, he's like, so Dad, he's like, on Fortnite, we've gotten like all these DC characters, right? And I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they just added Superman and Wonder Woman this season.
Superman, Black Suit Superman, yep.
Yeah, so he's like, yeah, Dad. He's like, so we've had regular Superman, Black Suit Superman. We've had different incarnations of Batman.
They just added Wonder Woman, Shang-Chi, Marvel characters too.
Well, but they've got all these other DC characters that are coming. They have Harley,
Flash on there, Joker, Harley,
Bloodsport,
and it's all from the movies.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Landon starts telling me, and Dad, we're gonna get, he was so excited, because he's like, Dad, we're gonna get Ray Fisher Cyborg. And I was like, that's awesome, man. And like, my son was super excited. Actually, all of my boys were excited that like they were going to get a playable character like that, hey, they've talked to the guy, you know what I mean? Like they were like super excited about that. And so then all of a sudden, there was this talk about how it got put on hold, right? And actually, I'm gonna bring that up first because that's the story, and then we'll get into this tweet stuff because there was some tweets that went around, and it was kind of weird and strange. And I'll let you all figure out what you believe about this because it's just kind of weird, to be quite honest with you. Okay, so this is what came out. Said report Cyborg Fortnite skin postponed indefinitely. According to an inside sources, Epic Games reportedly cancels the development of a Cyborg skin, which would have been available on Fortnite. There's a great picture of Ray Fisher there. Cyborg will not be available on Fortnite anytime soon. Fortnite insider Sheena?
Yeah, I think it's Sheena.
On Twitter, leaked the information that Epic Games reportedly canceled the development of a Cyborg skin. Sheena, citing inside sources, said on Twitter, the development of a Cyborg outfit has been postponed indefinitely. There is currently no reason as to why, and Epic Games has not officially confirmed or denied the claim at the time of writing. So there was, So there was just this. This Sheena said, Sources: the development of Cyborg outfit has been postponed indefinitely. Based on the image shared with the leak, the skin would have been designed after the Cyborg that appears in the DC Extended Universe films, who was portrayed by Ray Fisher in both 2017 Justice League by Joss Whedon, boo, and Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is soon to come out on Blu-ray and DVD, folks, and 4K, which released in March 2021. So that was the story. It says, while Cyborg will likely not be getting his own Fortnite skin, several of his fellow Justice League members have already been made available in the game. Princess Diana of Themyscira, aka Wonder Woman, was the most recent addition on August 17th when her bundle hit the item shop as purchasable in-game content. Her bundle includes the Golden Eagle Wings glider, Athena's battle axe, DC Trinity loading screen, and Diana's mantle back bling, which comes in 2 variants. Wonder Woman was the latest in several DC Fortnite collaborations, including Bloodsport from the Suicide Squad, Batman Zero from the Fortnite Batman 0 Point comic book collaboration, and Superman, who was added as part of the game's Battle Pass. Fortnite is available, blah, blah, blah. You can play it everywhere. You know, everybody's addicted to it. You know,
and this is funny too, because they just announced the DC fandom lineup, and they just announced, we're doing a collaboration with the upcoming Matt Reeves, the Batman movie in Fortnite. So they're going to announce that fandom.
Yeah, and I was about to say, we could probably easily solve this with a Google search and see if Epic Games is some kind of subsidiary of Warner Brothers in some way, which they probably are, I would guess, by this happening. Like,
well, there's one question: did he sign the release? Because if he's not under contract with Warner Brothers, in order to use his likenesses, he would have to sign a release.
Well,
those other people are under contract.
I agree. And that's what makes this interesting. First of all, H Bards with the $5 super chat, and H Bards is absolutely right. H Bards, the hero of my video watching excitement.
Epic Games is CCP, brother.
Oh, okay.
It's Tencent. It's China.
But that doesn't mean they didn't get a phone call.
Right. So H Bart's here with the $5 super chat says, Enosh, me and you got an early Zack Snyder's Justice League 4K via the UK. LOL. H Bart's ordered me a Zack Snyder's Justice League 4K, and I have it right now in the other room. And yes, it works, buddy. And I forgot to tell you about that. It works. It's great. It's awesome. And thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. So here's the interesting thing. So there's that, right? But then my son starts bringing this stuff up, and he's like, hey, Dad, but there's some weird stuff going on. Because here's Sheena again. It says, Epic tried to get the DCEU design of Cyborg, which didn't work out due to current conflicts between Warner Brothers and the actor. Same happened with Wonder Woman. I already knew about the legal issues for a bit, but the mods of Reddit Fortnite leaks have now posted this deeper explanation. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because sometimes Fortnite likes to do skins that are based on actors. You know, they just had Will Smith in the game about 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? Sometimes they do based on the actors. Sometimes they do like original Fortnite designs or a mixture of like the different comics or animation styles. That's what they do with Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
Yeah, you have like Christian Bale's Batman in there, and you have like I wouldn't be surprised if. And somebody kind of mentioned that I wouldn't be surprised if, because William said it's probably a release that he has to sign. That
sure,
probably doesn't want to be part of it. Be honest with you,
yeah, it's a likeness thing.
Well, I'm sure they'll just move on to the Doom Patrol Cyborg. Or
I was gonna say, why don't they just use the Doom
or the comics version? They might do a comic like their own original design of Cyborg.
So I thought this was interesting though, because it actually cites. And as RJ said, today is the 1 year anniversary of the issue between our good friend Ray Fisher, who we support all the way.
Hamada Day,
and Walter Hamada. So you know what? And I still say screw all that. I'm sorry, not sorry. Look, and I still hold. Also, you can be a DC fan, and look, you have to do what. I'm not going to tell anybody what you should watch, what you shouldn't watch, what you can and can't be a part of, what all that stuff. Look, these are movies, and this is something that I'm just coming to the point. Like, these are movies, okay? At the end of the day, these are films. These are comic book things. And I'm going to fight this stuff in real life. And here's Landon. See, Landon's in on all this stuff. See, I should bring Landon in as a guest because he says originally Wonder Woman's skin was supposed to be Gal Gadot, and it got announced. It got announced with Cyborg. So they were announced together that it was supposed to be Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
But apparently there were legal issues with both Gal Gadot and now.
Yeah, all that stuff has to be negotiated. All that stuff. That's whenever you lose somebody's life.
Not true. That's not true, William. That is not true. Look, I'll tell you why. And I want to cut you off, but I don't know if you know this, but like there is legal precedent. When they sign off their likeness for all that stuff. And here's
not necessarily. I'm going to give you an example.
I'll give you an example too. You give me your example, and I'll give you my example because I just learned this a couple weeks ago.
How many times have you seen a toy that's based on a character that looks nothing like the character, even though they could have done it like that? A lot of that is negotiated, and as you get new contracts and you extend contracts and contracts change and things that you renegotiated, people want more for certain things.
Oh, I know they want more, but they don't get more. They don't get more because you signed it off.
Has McFarlane seen Henry Cavill's face? Like,
I don't think so. I don't think he saw Jason Momoa's either. But I have my own theories on why the McFarlane toys don't really look like that because I feel that they were rushed into production. You can tell with some of the quality that went into them because I've done now a lot of I've done them all as far as reviews on all those toys. And some of those toys, like the Superman one, is fine as far as quality goes, right? But the dark side arms, the armored dark side arms, are all falling off. They're all breaking. All right. There's people. I know his face. But you know what? I've seen people literally put a wash on his face, and he looks just like Henry Cavill. The thing is, And so I think some of that's the paint job, Brian. But then,
you know what? I think you're right.
Is that they put like a dusting wash on his face and he looks just like there. But what I'm seeing is that like the quality is shoddy. Like they got these little panties now on that area instead of it being a solid piece of the action figure. It's like just like a little loose, little piece of plastic. So the Cyborg thing, you can literally look down into him. And the same thing is with Steppenwolf. You can look down into the figure because this piece of rubber just sticks out. It looks weird. What was the movie Office Space? So I want to bring this up because I learned this while I was over on Ambassadors.
show. The other day we were talking about Office Space.
When we were talking about that because the guy, you remember the guy who was in the movie who had the pieces of flair?
Oh yeah. Brian.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm pulling this up right now because I believe just like you did, William. Like if this had been a couple of weeks ago, I'd have been like, yeah. But this is an interesting development.
Fortnite is like, I could see like what William's saying because in a case of like with Fortnite, it's not just like an animated movie or something like that. It's an ongoing thing that's going to be there and exist and continue to make money. That if it's his likeness, he'd probably want a little back end off of or something.
And not just him. Not just the individual.
Yeah, anybody.
The unions are going to want that negotiated too.
That's why musicians are in it. They have avatars in it and stuff like that. There's like Marshmallow, and it's like there's like other celebrities besides
Travis Scott's in there.
Yeah, Travis Scott.
Yeah, they said Ariana Grande too. It's like
so. Here's an interesting thing though, and then we'll bring up the stuff that my son shared with me, the additional tweets. But it says, can an actor lose rights over his own face? Well, it just happened on Thursday. Joe Duffy, who portrayed the minor character of Tchotchke's waiter in Office Space, sued 20th Century Fox Film over a licensing deal that ushered in an odd piece of merchandise, a box set called the Office Space a Box of Flair, which included a 32-page book and 15 Flair buttons. The merchandise references a scene in the Mike Judge film where Jennifer Aniston's character is told by her boss at a restaurant that she is required to wear at least 15 pieces of Flair. Duffy was upset that the company, in an attempt to leverage this joke, had used his face on both the book's cover and one of the buttons. He claimed a false endorsement violation under the Lanham Law. It says, when agreeing to be in the movie, the actor signed a day player agreement with Cubicle Inc., the film's production company. The contract granted Cubicle's all rights throughout the universe to Duffy's performance, including the right to use pictures from his performance for commercial purposes in connection with the film. I would be very, very, and that's exactly what it says, all rights throughout the universe. I would be very, very interested to see what Ray Fisher
that actually entitles.
Yeah,
negotiated
what
that
Ray,
contract. That's him though.
but I would be
Every
interested though in
star's gonna be
seeing
different.
what Ray Fisher's deal, because I just found it was interesting because look, the U.S. District Judge focused on the contract rather than a SAG collective bargaining agreement after determining that Cubicle was not a party to the SAG agreement. Cubicle, though, did assign its rights to Fox. Duffy's main line of defense was that although he granted Cubicle the right to his image, that this didn't include consumer merchandise. The actor argues that an industry custom requires specific merchandising provisions to convey merchandising rights, but he fails to plead facts in support of any such custom, writes the judge in the ruling dismissing the lawsuit. The judge isn't impressed with evidence of the supposed custom. Saying a case from the 1950s concerning James Dean and a couple of others isn't sufficient. Does that mean that all actors are going to lose right to their face as part of what they agree to when appearing in the film? Probably not, but some A-list actors have better bargaining power. That's why I'm interested. I'm not saying that it's like all the time, but I am saying there is precedent for that. It may not just be because, I'm not saying you're wrong, William. I'm just saying like it would be interesting to see what Ray Fisher's deal was. Right? Like what his deal was going forward, because this is precedent that it's like, here's a guy who was in a movie a long time ago.
Agent too. I mean, it could be his agent's deal too, not him.
It could be. It absolutely could be.
I mean, like,
absolutely could be. It's just interesting because I would have never thought that somebody could go back on something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, say for instance, like, okay, so an upper tier star, usually when you do these things, you have articles of inclusion or exclusion. You specifically, because you have a seasoned agent or somebody that says, you can include this as long as I get this, or this is excluded unless I get this. It sounds like this guy just signed an open-ended contract that allowed them to basically use the basic language of that contract. Most people aren't going to do that. And as movies get made throughout that time, from when that movie was made up till now, so many more toys are out there, so many more things are out there that use your face as an intellectual property that you have to work those things into a modern day contract. You wouldn't even a low rate actor right now is going to have those basic things worked into their contract because all these things are reality now. Video games are a reality right now.
Yeah.
Your face and likenesses. So somebody who signed a contract in the 90s or the early 2000s is not going to be under the same protection as somebody who signs one in the 2000s and 2010s and everything else. And as your bigger name stars, we're never going to fall for that, because like a Tom Cruise is going to work. If I'm going to get a Top Gun Maverick figure, guess what? Tom Cruise is going to have 90% of the power of how that looks, or he's not going to sign off on it. And that's just the way that goes. And a lot of it is the guilds, the Screen Actors Guilds and all these guys, they have these collective bargaining, and then the individual bases it on that. So if you're a bigger A-list star like a Nicole Kidman or Tom Cruise, you're going to have bargaining power beyond just the basic protections that the guild offers you. But yeah, you have to approve of it though. So I'm thinking Ray Fisher has to sign off at this level, and this 2021 level contract. I'm guessing, like I said, you talk to the guy way more than
I don't know. I mean, like with all the other stuff that he's on though. I mean, I don't know. I found that it was interesting.
Yeah.
I did find it was interesting.
Point, like, I mean, even my music distributor in today's landscape, when you read the fine print of the contract, when you first go on board with them, it covers all future technologies that could happen during the span of the contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because in today's landscape, the next stream thing or whatever is getting invented every day. You know, it's like everything. It's a constantly evolving of how entertainment is making money now and bringing money in. And it's, I'm sure there's people that sign things before that want to renegotiate over things like that too, because of the fact that maybe older contracts didn't include it. But I feel like nowadays a lot of new contracts should include, like it is included now. That like
a new
it's
something that you got to take into more consideration.
Would make money off of or something like that. Yeah, so I could see it going either way in the situation, honestly.
Yeah. But then here was the interesting. That's why I said I'm just putting out this information. Everybody can do. I don't really have an opinion one way or another because I just don't know. But I'm
Yeah.
putting this out there, and then you guys can, decipher what you guys make of it. Because then it was interesting because my son then showed me this because then a couple of tweets came out, right? So there was the initial tweet that said, "Hey, there were conflicts between Warner Brothers and the actor," which I thought was interesting. Also, because it also says the same happened with Wonder Woman.
Right.
Yeah. What issues did Gal Gadot have with Warner Brothers?
She may have wanted more money for that.
She may have,
Makes sense.
or like, what else is going on here? I don't know. Also, real quick, H Barts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Says Austin's mentor is Johnny Lawrence of Eagle Fang Karate.
That's right. That's right.
You do kind of look like him, Austin.
Yeah. Right.
Wow.
They're all really in their 20s. That whole cast,
Yeah.
they're really teenagers. They're all in their 20s. They just look young. Like,
Right.
And then here's the next one that came out though, like just a little bit later, right? So you got this on the 30th, this on the 30th. This was like 247. So this is where Ill Life was saying earlier, like I wonder who got to him, like something like that. Like I wonder who said something to him. Look at this. So all of a sudden, then we get, I withdraw my claim about legal issues regarding a cyborg skin. I got more insight on this topic from some people. Some people, including
Love the specifics.
Yes, including FNBRU,
Unreleased.
FNBR unreleased, indicating that the claim wasn't 100% correct. Therefore, I deleted my tweet as I have no intention of spreading false information.
Sounds like he just didn't sign off on it, and there's no legality to it. It sounds like, and like I said, you could ask him directly. My guess is that he just wanted no part of it, and that he didn't sign whatever release that was necessary, and that ended. And whoever went forward with this assumed, just like a lot of people assume, that since he's already a party to it, that you can just collectively add him to whatever that you're doing. But there must have been something that they needed permission, and judging from the way he feels about certain things, he may have just said nah.
Yeah. Well, that was really my point of the whole thing is look, if he turned this down, right, after all that he's gone through, good for him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's sticking with his guns and good for him. If for some reason Warner Brothers had an issue with him being in this game because because Fortnite wanted to develop it, and they didn't want to get out, then screw them. Like, you know what I mean?
They probably assumed that he did, and that's where it got caught up. They went forward. Warner Brothers like, yeah, he'll do it, and then Fortnite, yeah, he'll do it, and then he's like, no, nobody asked me. And I told you.
And now they got to scrap the entire skin. Yeah.
Yeah, he pulled out of a movie because he's upset about all this. So I don't think it's that far off that he would pull out of a video game if he's still upset about everything that went on. If he doesn't, he's still angry.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I saw it.
Ray Fisher.
Yeah, Ray Fisher's going to be in Boston this weekend.
Is there like a Comic-Con or something?
Yeah, there's a Comic-Con.
Okay, so you're paying to meet Ray Fisher. Is that
I hope he has good security.
No, I'm so kidding.
Saggy to tie out for.
Hi, Saggy. Love you, Saggy. Sorry,
Saggy. I just messaged you something. I need to talk to you about something before you have that meeting, if you could, please. So I just messaged you. Anyway, so this was just something interesting. This was something interesting that I just thought was like, that's interesting, especially like as we're upon.
Yeah.
Robo Enoch just struck again.
It's not just me. Okay.
Again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Brian Master of None Lounge for the time being. While Enoch is frozen. Either that or he's just sitting there messing with us. He's like,
sometimes he probably does that.
I imagine so. Like, I would totally do that to mess with people. It'd be like,
there he is.
It's interesting.
No, he's not. Okay, stop.
Like I said, I thought it was something interesting given the fact of where we are at the 1 year anniversary of all this mess.
No, it's kind of convenient, I think, maybe.
And like I said, if for some reason, Ray Fisher said, I don't want any part of this until this is all worked out. I literally want nothing to do with this. good on Ray for sticking by his guns and doing what he knows is right. If for some reason that's not the situation and Warner Brothers is trying to throw a wrench into this because they're just bitter about it, screw that. That's stupid. So anyways, just that's all I had to say about that. But also wanted to talk a little bit about a movie that I haven't seen yet, but it's doing well at the box office. And I know that RJ will be very, very happy to talk about the box office for Shang-Chi. Superhero fatigues to Bafo. $30 million on Friday.
Yeah, this was very surprising. I remember like a week ago we were like, "Oh, it's gonna maybe get
by
to
another
40
fan
million."
by another fan of the Snyderverse there.
I
Scott
mean,
mentioned
you're
it,
talking
but still,
about you're talking about a pretty unknown character here too. This
Well,
is
that's
like
why it's even more
worse than
impressive, to be
Guardians
honest.
was. You know,
Yeah.
like I had no idea who
Well,
this was.
yeah,
And
it's
I
just
read
funny.
Marvel comics. Like,
Yeah, it was just funny because again, like everyone was saying, "Oh, it's gonna maybe make 40 million, maybe 50 tops for the weekend." Now they're saying it can go as high as 80 for the 3-day, 90 for the 4-day, which is crazy to think about because that's like
Ends up
matches Black Widow.
It's going to do well. I thought COVID would affect him. I was one of the ones that
I
thought
did
it would
too.
go low. Not because of the quality of the movie. I thought the circumstances surrounding its release, as far as when it's being released, a lot of these movies have taken hits because, to be quite honest with you, a lot of people just don't feel safe going to the movie theater. So
I know,
going Monday.
It's that Marvel brand, man. People are gonna want to go out and see these movies opening weekend.
It does feel like it's a Marvel. It does feel like it's a Marvel. This is special for Marvel because no other movies can do this, and this ended up
no other
breaking
movies.
Labor Day weekend records for some reason.
yeah,
I mean,
it also
other
shows
movies
Warner
were
Brothers
just
that you
holiday
can't just
weekends,
blame
so.
COVID.
Yeah, most of these other movies that they're comparing it to weren't released on 3-day weekends, if I can recall. I mean, some of them may have been, but I'm pretty sure this is the only one. So that has it behind it.
But Labor Day is a famously low box office weekend.
Well, here's another thing to consider though. Like we've all been talking about, like this is the first movie that is actually straight to theaters. Every movie leading up to this has been either day and date or release with premium release. So the thing about it is
access this one.
Well,
Like,
I mean, we're talking about like the comic book, as far as like the comic book movies. You know,
No, but I mean, Shang-Chi isn't on the premiere thing on Disney.
No,
Plus?
it's not. No, it's not. See, the thing about that, here's my theory on that. I think that hurts repeat watches. Okay, I can see the first time going and shelling out money and going to the theaters, but do you really have to do it if you could just go home and watch it the second time? I mean, because you've already gotten the theater experience. I feel like that's what hurt Black Widow, like big time.
Absolutely.
Because
I'll tell you what. To that
Black
point,
Widow was an unconnected movie too.
Well, that too.
To that point, though, with Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman, I had perfectly good, clear bootleg copies of both of them while I went to see them in the theaters 5 and 6 times. Like, but they were worth going back to the movies to me to see it in theaters.
Yeah, but
I suppose that has a lot to do with it as well. But like, I just think like in the current set of circumstances, you know, that hurts.
Well, I was going to mention real quick, like this is super good because again, every studio in Hollywood is hedging their bets on this movie to see how it was open. They were paying very close attention. Everyone was hoping it opened with a 5. Now we're talking about potentially opening with a 7 or an 8 in front of it, and that's like really, really good. Right. So that speaks well to the rest of the year. If they want to do more theatrical exclusive releases.
It all depends on how
Halloween.
Well, it all really depends on how the pandemic goes, because if we get back into lockdowns again and they shut down New York and Los Angeles, they ain't releasing movies for nothing.
No, that's true. I'm just saying it speaks to, at least it's a brighter sign. You know,
that's true. That's true.
It's all to do with the movie too. So this is great for Shang-Chi, but the circumstances that surround this movie aren't going to surround the type of investments that all these other movies have happened. So if you're Universal, what Shang-Chi did has no influence of what you're going to do with movies like No Time to Die or what Paramount's going to do with Top Gun, because those movies, the investment in those movies is a lot more. The money owed on those movies is a lot more.
What about Sony and Venom 2? Is this going to influence them in any way?
I think it should. I don't think they should release it right now. I don't think they should release it until this summer. That's me.
No. I was gonna have to say the complete
Really?
opposite. I think for them they should move it up sooner. They should have kept the September 24th release date.
Yeah.
Nah, here's why. Because once again, we're talking about. So say if I front your movie, and I'm charging you interest, right? So I need you to make a certain amount of money back in volume in order for me to pay off that loan and interest and all the first dollar contracts and make a profit. If I release it in a depressed market, I'm already losing on the interest alone that I have to pay whoever financed the movie. And I'm already losing on production costs and everything else. It sucks. I don't want to wait to see Top Gun for another fucking year.
Yeah,
but
dude.
I understand. With Shang-Chi, that's different. The investment is minimal. It's part of a franchise that already has you in trance no matter what. It could be Kermit the Frog. If it's Kermit the Frog attached to this overarching story that they're telling you, it's going to make money. So your risk is not as maximized if it's
Yeah,
Top
but I'll give all respect to this comment because I think you're going to risk people starting to lose interest.
Exactly. You can't delay it another 6 months.
And listen. I'll say this: look, Shang-Chi is already a hit. So the thing is like to release, even though it's not technically a MCU movie, you put this movie out in this kind of environment where you're coming off of an MCU movie, a movie about that, and you're on Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man comes out, the end of this year, and then you follow that up. Like I'm actually fine with it coming out in January, but man, we ain't gonna release this thing in the summer next year. No, we ain't. Dude, I don't. But it doesn't matter if it's my investment. I'm saying though, like.
Well, it matters to them.
Look, I've been with you on this for a little while, but I gotta say, like, it doesn't make any sense to keep sitting on it if things like this are now starting to open up.
Well, they've already done their marketing campaign. They can't push.
And Venom is semi. It's semi connected a little bit. And it's going to have that boost of being a Marvel movie that even though it's not an MCU movie, it's still a Marvel movie.
Plus, it's a sequel to a very successful movie.
Yeah, it's a sequel to a successful movie. And here's the thing, too, is that it doesn't have any kind of, like Brian said, pay day and release kind of situation. It's not going to be on another streaming service the day that it comes out. So you're going to have that world where you're going to have to go to the theaters to see Venom. So I think Venom January, I think, is the perfect spot because it's going to be right off the heels of a Spider-Man movie.
Far From Home, though? Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't want to put it too close. I mean, like, I'm almost afraid of October being too close to the December release. Like, come on.
I mean, depending on what happens with Andrew Garfield, it could make it do better, potentially, if Spider-Man came out first.
But yeah, like I said, the money that Shang-Chi made that's great for that movie. But can you apply that to every movie and every investment that every other studio has made?
But that actually brings up a good question. That brings up a good question too. Why do you guys think it opened this much? Like, why is it that these Marvel movies can open upwards of 70 to 80 million, but everyone else, Suicide Squad 26, Free Guy?
I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is right now. I mean, I think it's pretty simple to see. It's a thing of Marvel can basically print movie.
It's Marvel power,
money,
basically.
Print money. It's Marvel power. Look, because no other movies are doing this. Mm-hmm. No other movies are this comfortable with people where they feel like that you're going to go see something, RJ. And and I'll give you this, RJ, all day long, right? Because the thing is that Marvel has now spent 22 movies, is it? Like building
I think we're at like 24 now.
Is it 24? Like, okay, so whatever it is, 22, 24 movies building up an environment where people feel now, hey, if I go see this movie, more than likely it's going to be a good film. Sure, there's some crappy ones in there, but you know what? Even the crappy ones, there's still the people who deny the fact that they're crappy. They're still like, oh yeah, they were still a good movie. So it doesn't really matter. So people
time at the movies.
So people feel like if I'm going to go out to the theater, right? If I'm going to go out to the theater, it's going to be for something that I think is proven. And there's still that amount of, hey, I want to see the next chapter in this ongoing thing. And if I don't go see it, I'm going to miss out. Black Widow, not so much. Black Widow, we already know the character's dead. It was a thing of, hey, maybe I can wait on that, or maybe I'll watch it on Disney Plus. But I think it also goes to Brian.
Well, that's the funny thing, though.
But
Even though it had that
but
digital
also-
component, it's still open with 80. 80 is pretty good for the pandemic, I think. You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
For sure. What you just said is a problem. What you just said is a problem. It's good for the pandemic, but when these movies were made, they were made with the expectation of these things making a certain amount of money. And also you're looking at a drop off. So say, Shang-Chi makes good money this weekend. If you have anything over than a 50% drop off the second week after you haven't made a certain amount of money, once again, that interest, all these business aspects start eating into your momentum. Now,
but you know what? A lot of these places, though, look, they'll write it off. They'll figure out a way to still.
I was going to mention
that until they're able to get back to a situation where they make money. Real quick, H-Barts here, because I know Bradley said Kermit Cinematic Universe, because where was it earlier? Somebody said something about Kermit. I can't find it. I can't find it now.
I said something about Kermit.
Oh yeah, you said something about Kermit. So we had the Kermit Cinematic Universe, and then here comes H-Barts.
Is he frozen again?
He's frozen. He froze.
But yeah, here's the thing though. When it comes to each
I think I need to like re-hit my because I haven't been here in a week. I haven't been here, but I will give this drop though. You know, Kermit will not be in the MCU, and it's all
again.
So, Kermit, are you and Miss Piggy still an item?
Oh, yeah. She's the love of my life.
That's adorable. What the?
Ginger, no!
Rest in peace,
Kermit. Frog, man.
You won't be in there.
There's just, you can't apply the same circumstances from one movie to another.
Yeah, I was gonna mention real quick. I wanted to say when I went to go see it Friday night, I was shocked how many people were there, because again, I thought it, because of the Delta variant and everything else, it had pretty much 1-to-1, pretty much the exact same attendance that Black Widow had when I saw that opening weekend, right? And the word of mouth in this movie is so strong. Like, I know people talk up the Marvel movies, everyone's like, oh, it's good. Like, but this is, in my opinion, this is like a really, really good movie. I really liked it. I think the word of mouth on this is going to be very strong week to week.
You're talking about Shang-Chi?
Yeah, Shang-Chi. Yeah, I think it's going to be like really strong week to week buzz. And I think it's going to, again, have very strong holds. I'm not saying it's going to make like all the money in the world, but it's like there's really nothing else releasing in September. The next big movie is No Time to Die, October 8th. So that's basically the entire month of September to itself.
And that movie's going to crash and burn so hard,
but
though.
That's the thing, and I was.
I'm so scared
with
for
No Time
it.
to Die, they've kept pushing it back,
Well, that's the same thing with Black Widow.
When you
They
push
pushed
it
it
out
out for a year.
too far back, people lose interest.
But the problem is the flip side of that, RJ, is a depressed market means that you're losing money, and you're cutting into a margin that's already thin to begin with. Movie theaters so say for instance, all right, I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say Shang-Chi was under normal circumstances, which these movies were made without this pandemic in mind. Under normal circumstances, it's a $950 million movie, right?
Probably.
Okay, great. It made a lot of money this weekend. That's great. And I hear it's a great movie. But you budgeted and you built all these movies based on an expectation and a forecast of what you were going to bring in. If you come in so far below that, you're not just losing money and not making money yourself. You still have to pay these people back the same amount of money that you promised them to begin with. So if I'm Legendary or whatever, and I funded your movie with 15% interest, I don't give a damn about a pandemic. You're paying me my money back. Yeah. Now, we may negotiate something where we stretch it out. We don't have you under the gun, but you still have to pay that money back.
Well, I mean, that's why I think, in 45 days it'll have PVOD and it's got those Blu-ray numbers too. I think they're going to be high, and Disney Plus streaming too. So I mean, I at least in my opinion, I view this opening weekend as a huge win for the movie.
Yeah, but the drop off is what kills you. So every movie, listen, there's been some great movies that have made $1 billion that still have a 50% drop off, because that's just what happens a lot of time. At 30,
50 to 50, like 40, 45, 50, and even sometimes 60 is pretty normal for a blockbuster.
And that's okay if you've made your original non-pandemic type of money. unaffected money. That would be great. You can deal with a 50% drop off when you've made your normal 80 to 90 million or 125, whatever you were supposed to make, and you're going to have those legs and you don't have a pandemic. Once that affects that, though, that sounds good to us. But that drop off when you haven't made what you would have normally made is a significant steep cliff. And you add the interest, and you add the production costs, and you add legacy contracts and all kinds of stuff. That's why certain studios are moving their money, because like No Time to Die. That's horrific what's going to happen in that movie.
That movie was what? It literally needs to make it has to make $1 billion.
Well, I'm looking it up right now. Apparently the budget with marketing was around like 200 million, right. So
add another.
But that movie had doesn't that movie had like a lot of ads in the movie? A lot of people
ads all over Vegas. We've seen ads for Shang-Chi here in Vegas and places. I didn't see ads for Spider-Man.
Well, just a quick question: how many people here have watched it? I know Austin, you saw it, right?
I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Not yet. Monday.
Yeah,
Monday. After wrestling, I'm going to go see it tomorrow.
Cool.
But yeah, I see with Venom. Once again, it's from a fan's point of view. I don't want these movies to keep pushing. Dude, I've been waiting for Maverick for 2 years.
Dude, that would upset me.
Same with No Time to Die. We waited like what 2 years for No Time to Die?
But I understand why these movies were pushed, because of the investment was made. Now, going forward, when we start making pandemic reality movies, like so I say I make a superhero movie or whatever, now with the depressed box office and streaming as part of my budgeting, now that's different. Because you're budgeting for the pandemic or something else. Even if you're not budgeting for this pandemic, you know something that can happen and stop the world. So you're divvying things up, and you're making different decisions. But these decisions were already made. Venom's decisions were already made. No Time to Die was already made. That money was built on the fact that there was no pandemic. So even though they do great on these first weekends, that percentage still hurts them because it's not as much as they projected to begin with. And the reason why No Time to Die is being released just to basically break even is so that Universal doesn't owe a crap load of money to their investors.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, like, do you think that they're going to view this opening weekend as a success or a failure then?
I bounced myself out by accident.
It would be okay.
Just put my avatar up so I could go get soda, and it like exit me out.
It will be considered a statistical success given the circumstances. This is great numbers. If it would have reached 40, that was great numbers, considering a guy like me who goes to the movies all the time. Yeah. When Dune comes out, if this is still going on, I'm going to see Dune one time, and that's on our promo screening. And Austin, you better be there.
Yes,
of course. Our promo screening, but I will not see it in the movie theater again. Now, any other Denis Villeneuve movie, I would see several times in the movie theater. But I'm going to see Dune one time in the theater, and then I'm going back to my house to watch it a bunch of other times, because I cannot risk with family members and stuff that are susceptible, and a lot of us, I cannot play that Russian roulette with people's health, even though I've been vaccinated. It's just not worth the risk when I
totally understand that. That's why I'm going to be curious to see the week to week hold for this movie, because again, the word of mouth is so strong, and some people might not have rushed out opening weekend. There might be some people who haven't, and are going to go back for like. We'll see what the repeat viewings are like again, and it'll be interesting. Because, again, there's nothing really else coming out for the rest of the month, except for someone brought up in the chat the Sopranos prequel movie at the end of the month, right? So that's going to be day and date HBO Max.
Yeah, it's like October 12th.
But here's the thing, though.
Can't wait.
If it holds, the percentage of the normal box office is what you're still talking about a depressed percentage. So say it doesn't drop 50%, which a lot of these movies do. You're talking about 50% of a pandemic reality, not what they plan to make when they first produced.
It's already like a 1-to-10 ratio of what they would have made without COVID.
Taking it in the balls, and you can only do that with some of these studios are pushing these movies up and releasing them now, and they're making decisions on other ones differently because they can only lose so much money. Your margin for money, even under the best circumstances, is not the greatest anyway. When you're giving up first dollar contracts. With distributors, your movie theaters get almost half. You're up against the gun in a depressed reality. I understand. I want to see all these movies, but the smart decision in most of these cases is to move them.
No, I agree. I agree with this. I agree with this comment from Danielle. And look, I said this about streaming back in January when everyone was screaming at me, telling me I was absolutely crazy, and I was telling everybody back in January, look, if you go more to streaming. You can't make $200 million movies.
Exactly.
Right? If you go to just simply streaming, you cannot make $200 million movies because they won't make their money back. Okay. And it is the same thing too, and I do agree with William to a point here. Like I see it both ways. I see it that like not every movie is going to be able to be successful in this current climate. If any movies are going to do it, I think it will be the Marvel movies. I mean, because Spider-Man, everybo's going to go see freaking Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's gonna be huge. I think that
The
could be
problem
huge.
is
Probably
the movie
potentially
like
the
Dune,
biggest.
a movie like Dune, that was a hard sell
It's
anyways.
such a
That the
niche
die
thing, though,
hard,
like,
I know
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. The die-hard fans were there, right? The die-hard fans are like, yeah, me who's on the outside who never saw the original Dune, I never read it. I was like, you know what? I'll probably go see it, and I'll probably see it anyways. But the thing is that the average person is going to look at it and go, okay, this kind of looks weird to me. It ain't me worth going out to a theater and risking my life and doing all this. Because look, where I'm at right now, there's no mask mandates. Everybody is like doing pretty well. Everything's great. I was just in Chicago, man, and my family kept teasing me because every time I stepped foot outside of my freaking hotel room, it was, Enosh, you got your mask? Dang it, I forgot, right? Like because the thing is that
like optional
we've
here.
been
It's like
on a no mask.
So I get shut down. I somebody snitches on me. And
I swear to God, I'm pissed off at Comcast right now. Okay, so but no, what I'm saying is like every time I'd walk out of the hotel room, it would be like, Enosh, you got your mask. Enosh, you got your mask, and I had to keep reminding myself to get my mask because I've gone now 2 months without a mask.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm fully vaccinated. My family's fully vaccinated. You know what I mean? Like we've done our thing. I get all the new stuff and I understand all that. Like, and I'm totally whatever. Okay. But the point I'm making is that it's just a weird time. So I agree with what Danielle says here. Like not only the pandemic, but this, kind of experiment with streaming that HBO did. You cannot continue to make $200 million movies that are so CGI heavy. They're going to have to figure out if they're going to make big blockbuster style movies, they're going to have to do it in a cheaper way.
Or
they're going to look worse.
I mean,
honestly, they're going to look
ideally,
worse.
the whole industry would lower the cap across the board to make everything.
Well, that's
more
why I looked at
accessible,
Shang-Chi, and that was so interesting. It's like because I looked again, and like the budget was lower than most Marvel movies, only like 150. Probably add like what 50 for marketing. I know 150 is a lot, but like my Marvel standards usually go.
No,
like
you usually
200,
double it
250.
for marketing. You usually double it.
Yeah,
for
you
marketing.
double it. So there you go. Here's the
Really?
thing.
Okay.
Another thing,
Oh
though,
yeah,
another
yeah.
thing-
You usually double it. You usually double it for marketing because there's usually about $150 million that goes into
Suicide
it.
Squad already they said had 100 million, and that was 100.
I think I got 100 of it.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, don't get
Well,
it
and they're
twisted.
in
These-
$100 million loss already. Over $100 million loss for
But I mean,
Suicide
it's also
Squad.
the fact that like these VFX companies, like they've become such a hot commodity nowadays with
And
what's
they
going
close
on
up
with
after they're
superhero
done.
movies and all that. You know that they're way overcharging what they need.
Yeah, and I think
to do
that's
this,
why the
like, I
volume-
feel like they could lower the cap some too, because because I'm sure it's going to hit their industry work wise.
Yeah.
So I'm sure them bringing their prices back a little to be able to make things happen would also.
No, Disney and the volume.
Yeah, that's the solution to all of this is Disney and the volume.
No, what's going to happen in the wave of the future,
volume,
and I hope
the volume,
everybody's
not
been
Disney.
paying attention. The last 3 Marvel TV shows, aside from What If, like WandaVision, all those are almost, I mean, aside from a little bit of hiccups here and there, practically cinematic quality television shows. Okay? As a fan, give me that.
That's what they're using for the Galactic Star Cruiser too. Basically, that technology, like the whole thing's going to be surrounded in a bubble screen of that. And when it's not like the windows are screens, you're going to look through the window and like space is going to be projected out there.
Stagecraft, yeah.
So it has a
Stagecraft,
depth to it, so that you feel like you're actually looking out into space. Like,
But that's going to be the wave of the future, and I would love to see that because think of all the stories you can get out of that,
Here's
all the
another thing
universes and the worlds they can build.
Yeah, it's like what they've done with the Mandalorian. Yeah.
Every stream I can say this on: stop with the $1 billion standard. Stop it with this nonsense. That is the dumbest thing that is driven up.
It's over.
the risk and liabilities
it's
of these
destroyed the
movies.
DC universe. That standard, basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. That
Stop
gold
it.
standard that they never reached.
Marvel wasn't even doing that for the first 6 or 7 years. and stop it. Because all you do is you drive up budgets in movies because you say, well, if I'm going to make 1.2 billion, I can spend 300 million. And even though 700 million is good money, and you fire people, you screw people because, oh, we didn't make $1 billion. We didn't make what that guy made. Stop it with the $1 billion standard. Stop it. And that should be the like I always say, when you open up the meeting, when I'm going to hire a producer or I'm going to hire upper echelon executives and if I'm running a company, what do you think this movie can make? Oh, I think we should make $1 billion. Well, it was thank you for coming in. And the security guard will show you out of the door.
No, I can tell you exactly how
this they had it with Zack Snyder's Justice League. If they would have just released it when they should have and made that Justice League, I think their upward progression, they were going to hit it.
No, this is the pitch meeting for Batman v Superman. Okay, so Batman automatically worth $1 billion. Okay, Superman already worth $1 billion. We put them together. $2 billion.
And I thank you for coming.
And Wonder Woman.
Thank you for coming.
$2.5 billion.
We'll call you. Don't call us.
Here's the door. Have a nice day.
Don't even take the elevator. Take the stairs for being that silly.
Right.
Stop it. That is ruined. That is ruined this landscape. That has put us where we are as far as DC, but that's also put all these other movies, because prior to pandemic, everybody was thinking $1 billion was success. So they spent 200, 300, 400 million. Whereas Zack Snyder's making Army of the Dead for 90 million. You know, and streaming is going to also drop down these budgets because your money is going into a pool that you can use to spend on certain things. Because your main thing about streaming is retention. And these old school guys, that's why when people complain about Hamada and Emmerich and all these guys, it's like literally knowing that the meteor is coming for the dinosaurs and complaining that the dinosaurs eating all your meat.
Here's another example. Okay, after the Flash and the Batman, what theatrical DC releases are we talking about? Everything else has been like HBO Max series, HBO Max limited series. You know what I mean? So it's like,
well, we know there's Aquaman too.
Well, I mean, okay, I could get the big tent poles as far as that goes. You know, your bigger characters and stuff. But like other than that, everything they've been announcing is going to that, and which I'm fine with because Titans is great. Like,
dude,
I love it.
Best season. This
is fantastic.
And it has its flaws. Listen, Titans has its flaws.
It's getting better.
But this season, the season with Jason talking to the psychiatrist, that season alone. That series, I loved it.
Dr. Crane, man, I love it.
I love Scarecrow, dude. The hippie.
Oh
thing.
I
Great,
you know what?
dude.
I really enjoyed how Scarecrow became that mentor figure, and that whole dance sequence that they had.
So are we moving on? Hold on. Wait. Okay, so let's because I want to get into Titans because we got the last three little things. Titans going to take a little bit longer than the other two, but. Final thought on Shang-Chi box office. Do you think that it's going to drop off next week? I will just end it with that. Do you think it's going to drop off majorly next week and it's still going to end up not really making its money back and that this is all just smoke and mirrors for the week one? Or do you think it's going to actually have some legs? Brian, go.
I can't wait to see it. I'm going to go see it Monday and I'll talk about it then. As far as box office, you know, I'm glad that they're making as much as they have. I know it's got to be hard considering. And it's really good to see a movie that's not going directly to some kind of streaming or having that kind of to weigh it down a little bit. So it's interesting to see the strength of a movie on its own without having some kind of streaming access at the same day. So like it's kind of new for us. So we've entered uncharted grounds before.
Yeah,
now.
Exactly. And Fine. Matt Jarbo, what's up? Matt Jarbo says Shang-Chi box office super. Yeah, we've talked about that, man. Says we'll drop off, but we'll do well overseas. Will that be enough though to make its money back and still make a profit? I think that remains to be seen. RJ, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, whenever you see Enosh, you probably talk about in your show, I'll talk about more of like my thoughts on the film as a whole. But I really enjoyed it. I think the word of mouth is going to be really strong. All movies do have drop offs in their second weekends. Again, the question is going to be how big. I think you're probably looking about 50 to 50. I'm probably going to guess 50-55% drop. But I think it's going to keep holding week to week. And like I said, the month of September is pretty open for it. I think it's going to do pretty well. Again, I think it's going to play very strong overseas. Plus, it's just a really good movie. Like, I think it's something that people are going to want to go back and rewatch. It has a very high rewatchability factor, in my opinion, at least. So I think it's going to do. I think it's going to do good.
Oh,
you know, but
right.
Does this change your mind in any way?
Well, no. It's not banned. It doesn't have a release
They
date
haven't
yet.
gotten a toy head yet.
Yes, but it's going to be playing overseas. It's not. They don't have a confirmed release date in China yet, but it's going to get one eventually. I imagine. The whole play for this movie was the Chinese release.
What was
date,
their
you
issue?
know?
What was China's issue with it? Didn't China have an issue with something?
No, there was rumors that they didn't like they thought that the main actor playing Shang-Chi, Simu Liu, was ugly, but that was mostly just social media posts on the Chinese equivalent of Twitter, you know. But I don't really know if that plays into anything because they've been promoting the film in Asia, you know.
Well,
so
I can,
but in China,
having seen it, and RJ, you might think a little bit. There's some things that I can think of as to why. Maybe, but that's again, that's once you've seen it.
That's a big caveat to your question, Enosh, because if it's slowed or for any way, shape, or form not released in China, that's a problem. Or if it's released in China and there's COVID variants there spreading amongst billions of people, then you might have a depressed market. But I think it's going to make its money back overall. I just don't know how much more because we're talking about a market in which this movie would have already been way more than it is.
I'll be honest though, I don't think Shang-Chi, even if it was released pre-pandemic, would have been $1 billion film. I think it would have been an $700 to $800 million film.
Dude, if it does 400 million to 500 million, that's
good. That's what I would think.
Yeah. Now, if this were another movie outside of the Marvel net, that would be horrible. It would be horrible for No Time to Die. But when you're talking about these Marvel movies, you're talking about a lexicon that includes more than the one movie. So you got it. Where you may take a hit now at Shang-Chi. If you take a hit, you're gonna get that back towards the end of the year.
They already again when you see the movie, it's like they're gonna make sequels. He's gonna be a part of the larger Marvel universe. They're happy with the film creatively. It's like it's whatever at this point. Like
now, No Time to Die or Top Gun.
And again, and the fans are really liking this movie, connecting with it. So they're gonna come back if they do a sequel. I think it's gonna be even bigger than this one was. So.
You just got to hope that things are going to get better. You just have to assume that things are going to get better. Still don't need to be spending $300-400 or $100 million on a movie to make it, but you got to assume that under normal circumstances, Shang-Chi was about an $800 million movie. So if you come close to that, and you got Eternals, you got all these other things coming out, you're good. These other movies that don't have that net are like Top Gun 2.
That's gonna be something interesting to watch too as the weeks go on. Like, is any other movie gonna open close to like 60 to 80 million like these Marvel movies have been doing? I don't think they are.
It'll be Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, like non-Marvel movies. Like that's the question. Is any non-Marvel movie gonna open big?
Right. I think everybody's probably gonna be looking at Dune, probably, but I don't think that's gonna be.
Dune, like I said, Dune was gonna eliminate the pandemic. Dune was gonna bomb anyway. I'm sorry. I think it's going to win Oscars. I think it's going to be a Denny. It's going to be a quality movie. I'm not knocking Dune.
Right.
What I think it'll be.
It's going to age well, but it's not going to open great.
Yeah, based on the reviews that came out too, like a lot of them were saying it ends in a way where it's like if they don't make a sequel, if they don't finish the story, everyone's going to be pissed because it's like they got to complete the story. That's the kind of movie it is. Right. And I'm like, please, Warner Brothers, please don't be stupid. Please,
Warner Brothers has a great track record.
They were already stupid. This is one thing I agree with Jarbo on is that they should have filmed them back to back.
They should have. I agree.
We would have never gotten Godzilla versus Kong if they hadn't already started filming and making Godzilla versus Kong with King of the Monsters, because King of the Monsters didn't do well enough to justify.
If they hadn't shot, they weren't already shooting it, they wouldn't have made it.
Yeah,
that's right.
So there you go. But who knows? We could all be surprised. Like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? I obviously, we all want to, but I think you're right. Looking at like how Blade Runner 2049 did and some of his other movies,
which is a shame because it's such a good movie.
All of his movies are phenomenal. All of Denis' movies are absolutely amazing. I want it.
It's great, man.
Yeah, I want. Yeah, definitely
better than the original, in my opinion. And I am a student and disciple of the original movie, and
I think it's just even the final cut, a tad better, just a tad better than the final cut. But yeah,
final cut is garbage. Go ahead.
Well, there you go. All right, so that's that. So now I am all caught up now, guys.
Now he'll freeze.
Shut up.
It's coming.
The freeze is coming.
Don't even bring that stuff towards me. Let me tell you, or I'll show you this. That's for you, William, for wishing the freeze on me.
I wish it had happened then, by the way.
Unfortunately, it doesn't freeze while the drops are playing.
Yeah.
No, so I can just keep giving William weird drop after weird drop.
That looks slightly painful.
Oh,
I think that was the point.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we lost Austin. I think Austin is traumatized. Look at him. You sure you made
We see you peeking, RJ.
What's up, Metaverse?
You should have done some research.
I love how Metaverse comes in during that moment. That's not when he pops in here.
The hell?
Why did you think it
Wait, what was that?
Oh,
did you miss it?
Sound effects are horrible. Oh my god!
The sound, it could be silent and it would still be horrible too.
It's like
I was at the proctologist last week.
Didn't they have beats?
It's Friday.
Well, he told me. No,
it's Friday. I don't know what else to say.
He went to the proctologist, thought it was the dentist, and got his mouth wet.
I see you sporting a new cap there, Enosh.
Yeah, man. I just got back from Chicago and I got me a Cubs hat, got me a Cubbies hat. So pretty
home
happy.
of a certain Second City. Is it Second City Saint?
Second City Saint, baby.
Second City Saint. Okay.
Yeah, heck yeah. I got my Chicago shirt on too, man. I got my Chicago shirt on too. And hey, also joining us on our back to it stream, DL.
Yeah.
What's up, DL?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Metaverse?
I was gonna say back when I was still in high school, my cousin, she lived up there, and it's a beautiful city. It is a beautiful city. You cannot drive there though. Like everyone just takes their own taxi.
You just take the train. The first time I ever went to Chicago, I just took the train, and you know what? It was better, and it was quick, and yeah.
Deep dish pizza there is insane. We
had, dude, we had deep dish pizza. We did everything, man. It was good stuff. So yeah, for sure. Okay, so moving right along. The next topic for tonight is Titans. And can I just say, I watched 2 episodes of Titans. I watched last week's episode 5 and episode 6 tonight. And can I just say, listen, I'm just going to tell you now, if you're not watching Titans, you are missing out on, honest to goodness, some of the best DC material, especially in live action, that has ever been produced. And I don't know if there's anybody on the panel. All respect if there's anybody on the panel who doesn't, but you're going to have to really, really sell that idea if you don't think the Titans is absolute fire right now, because the description of what happened. Look, I get it. It's supposed to be 8 years for Jason Todd before he comes back as Red Hood. I understand it. Okay. They did it in 3 months or something like that. Or whatever it was. It wasn't even that long. It was whatever. But the way they did it was fine for television. And I'm not mad at it. They explained it all. They got into it all. And it's fantastic. And I love it. And I'm sitting here. We're now halfway through the season almost. There's 13 episodes this season. We just had episode 6 this last Friday. And it's absolute fire. Guys.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Brian? Are you watching it?
Blackfire and Connor, man. You guys, I'm gonna start shipping those two.
Okay, if I have one little nitpick, it is
little
this right here.
Kryptonian action. Yeah,
it is one little nitpick. If I have one little nitpick, they need to utilize Connor and Beast Boy better.
Yes.
It's been
And
like
I've noticed they've been doing it better
It's
this
coming.
season.
There's going to be episodes
Better than the
that
last
I
couple
think-
seasons.
That's the thing. That's like my only complaint with the show is they need to utilize Connor and Beast Boy better.
Well,
That's it.
especially since they don't have Raven around right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's
They
such a
plan to
big
use him
pull
later on.
that like you can. This is the perfect time for them to kind of like start showing their stuff. That's kind of what Star Trek Lower Decks is doing with some of their other characters.
they did say
Just giving them
eventually
time to
Beast
shine.
Boy-
So it's like, all right.
I'm sorry, Ill Life.
Beast Boy's supposed to turn completely green eventually. Like that's already been said by the showrunners.
Okay.
And I'm thinking like maybe that'll happen towards the end of the season. We'll get like a solo concentrating on Beast Boy kind of episode or something, and maybe we'll get. We just saw the tease of it when he flipped out on Dick,
Yes.
So,
Yes.
It seems like they've been.
I mean, I agree. I love it. I think it's to me. I don't get all the people that hate it because it's like none of these characters have ever really been done in live action, short of Chris O'Donnell. And like, I think it's fucking amazing. Like, I think.
Can I just say? Can I just say? Look, I
Wow.
got some of the same complaints that people have with the guy who plays Batman. That it doesn't feel. But I'll tell you right now, episodes 5 and 6, episode 5, with him and Jason, that was amazing. That was the most heartfelt Batman stuff ever. Like he made me believe without seeing him in the suit that he was freaking Batman. I believed that for the first time. I believed that he was Bruce Wayne. I saw him as Bruce Wayne and not Alfred as Bruce. For the first time. For the first time, I saw him as a legitimate Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Because Caleb, I get it. Look, and I get it. We've talked about it, many times. But man, I saw him as an older Batman. Like taking Jason in and some of that stuff, man, just talking with Jason and communicating with him and trying to keep him from going to the dark side, but he goes anyways. And the way, what do you guys think real quick of the way that they explained that they turned Jason into Red Hood?
It's very different from what I'm used to, but it works perfectly with the show.
Episode
it's
5 told me like
for the amount of time you have, it's good.
Told me.
Yeah, I had Ill Life was the one that Ill Life was the one that put me onto the show and stuff, and that was like a big thing for me. Is like I really was like, all right, you can't really, because that's the whole thing, right? You mess with Jason Todd's backstory and you mess with everything because his whole motivations are Batman doesn't kill the Joker on episode 1. Batman kills the Joker, so all these things. But I went in kind of prepared to not like how they were going to do it, and I really, really, really liked how they did it. I think.
By the way, Joker's not
It's
dead.
it's kind of some of it's kind of taken from the Grant Morrison Batman and Robin run when he goes off again when Red Hood. I mean, not his creation, but the whole like him being as dark as he is right now, like that he's like that level of villain kind of.
Right. Yeah.
So I forget what villain it was. I got the issue sitting right here on the wall behind me. The first of that run.
The use of Jonathan Crane in that story.
I love it. Yeah, it's
so good.
Really makes
So
sense
good.
now that they've further fleshed it out. I feel like
Yes.
like
I will say,
and the guy that plays Jonathan Crane is great.
oh, dude, he's fantastic.
In episode 5, I totally could have saw him in the costume. Like when he does the dance with the Inagata Davida and everything, and the whole dialogue between him and Jason there, I felt like I could have saw the costume.
Even
like
this
it's coming,
in the most recent episode where he pulls Red Hood into that room and he's like, you're
with the,
expendable.
and then the chick kills all the people. Oh, dude, yeah, that was. It's just to show you what the deal is, like if you want out, there's the door.
Metaverse, did you have something there?
I was just gonna say I feel like me and DL are like just the two kids that don't know what's going on. It's like I haven't started Titans yet. I'm
just sitting back
still on the late train.
Listen,
This isn't spoiling anything, by the way. I don't feel like I'm being spoiled about anything. It's just
you'll forget everything we're said once you start from the beginning, the first season. By the time you get to where we're at now, you'll forget everything we said.
And look, it's really just some nods. It's really just some nods to stuff that is just part of Poloquan here says, the nods to Superman, to Connor, and then Lex Luthor, like that. Oh my gosh, that was so good. Also, I wonder where was it?
I really love Corey too. Like for me, she's been a highlight.
Yeah,
since
Starfire's been getting a lot better
beginning of
too,
the
which
show.
I appreciate.
Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to
she
explain my
nailed
comment here.
Corey from the comic.
Okay.
She really does. The
Yes.
So,
personality
right.
and everything.
Nightwing. Okay.
Nightwing's that boy.
So let me tell you, this guy he gets around
A little bit.
Yeah.
little bit.
Captain Kirk.
Mhm.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
okay,
just for the record, in the comics, Corey has nailed every Robin, basically. I don't know. If
well,
she hasn't
I
seen
kind
yet,
of knew
but
about the
Tim
Starfire.
Alrighty
thing.
then.
have
But
all been
Dawn,
with Corey at one time.
you
or
know,
another.
I'll take
The
things I
Hank
didn't
and
know for
Dawn.
800. Okay.
You know,
Hey, they're young. They're young people. Come on.
and now we got Barbara Gordon up in here. Like,
Oh, and I love
Everyone.
Barbara on the show, by the way.
Monogamies, though.
Okay,
dude.
so I have to ask this now because this has been brought up. As far as Nightwing goes in relationships, better relationship for him, Barbara or Corey?
Barbara.
I like
really? Okay.
It depends which
Have you read the
Corey,
Three Jokers? Because Barbara can lay it down too.
Listen,
what I'm
and that's why I
Not just
say it
that
is
Robin.
because like I
See,
think that
Corey's people
Starfire.
don't believe in monogamy either. That's something she has to learn with Dick. Is
Well-
like to be faithful, basically.
When
to
when
not
they
just, like,
said
sex is like a
something
hobby,
about
you know, like it's like
when they said it, I can't remember if it was episode 5 or 6 because I watched them both tonight. But when they said something about like you're gonna go out and like ride Dick or like do something like the Dick, oh my god.
oh man, they just
It's
laid
just
it
that,
out
like-
there, didn't they?
It's just that, like those are Nightwing's two most prolific relationships is with Batgirl and with Starfire, and like I just wanted to see how the fan base feels about which one is better in their opinion. Like,
It's tough. I like them. I like them. I like them in both those relationships. It's tough for me to
Donna,
pick.
I like the interaction with Donna too.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
kinda-
like either or.
I
Honestly,
think Corey's better for him because he can stay detached, kind of.
All I know is I get that old 50 Cent song stuck in my head.
because I'm probably in the minority here, but William mentioned Three Jokers, but there's a relationship that's kind of teased in the Three Jokers, and I was like, okay, I'd actually have to see where
it's
this
not teased.
goes.
It's not
What?
teased.
No,
Oh,
it's
no,
not
it ain't
teased,
teased.
but the way that it ends, William, irritated the shit out of me because I'm like, you
Yeah.
left me wanting more. You left me
Caleb,
wanting-
I like the dynamic. Three
Caleb,
Jokers is one of the
I'll
best
answer. I'll answer this question for you. So, if we do see Damian Wayne, it's not going to be anytime soon.
No.
It's going to be further down the line because look, they're just now teasing Tim Drake.
Mhm.
So
I mean,
Tim
he's gotta
Drake is already
fully
being
flesh
set.
out the Red Robin first, you know, like
Yeah.
even beyond regular Robin.
So I mean, but we saw in episode 6 the creation, basically the origins of some more of Tim Drake's story as far as his dad and
which
stuff.
is good, but it's like the choice they made with the dad character is a little iffy as a comic reader because well, it's hard. I don't want to give spoilers, but it's
See,
like
I got such
I
a
want to see how
problem.
they handle it, but it's like
what they do with
I
the dad?
got such a problem with the Tim Drake thing because, like,
Yeah.
I mean, not that big of a problem, but for me, it's like it's another one of these situations where Warner Brothers is trying so hard to not look racist by casting a black person in the role, but then at the same time, it's like they are kind of being racist because they're tokenizing the character of Tim Drake by giving him this like inner city. Like you know what I mean? Like Tim Drake was like wealthy, and then he built his own tech even before. Like he emulated Batman so much that like he trained himself kind of in the beginning and was a wealthy dude like Bruce Wayne. Like he was a lot more like.
Well, I was gonna
Bruce
mention
Wayne
too
as
a
young
great
person, you know? And I just feel like, so what if you cast a black character? Why can't he be accurate to the character? Like why?
Because his
do you
dad
have
has to
give him
sell noodles.
This hood background or something just because he's.
Well, I was
a
gonna
black
mention too
character,
something
you
I
know?
always loved
Like-
about something else I always loved about Tim Drake is that his parents
Like,
were
that's
still
Jason's
around.
background, you know? Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Yeah, like they're trying to give him Jason's background or something, you know?
Well,
almost,
they're
like-
catering to the demographic that's watching the show versus the one that reads the comics. Because be honest with you, and I see this because I literally set up an as seen on TV section to address these type of things in the store. Is the majority of the people that are watching this show are not reading comics.
No, they're not.
That's
true.
absolutely true.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. I'm just speaking as a comic fan. It's like they're having his parents there is like something that distincts him from other Robins. So, you know, some certain choices they could be making with this version of the characters, like it's a little weird as a comic fan, but like I want to see where it goes. Anyway, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because I already know they made changes before. It's worked out for the better. It's just, I don't know if I like that choice in episode 6, but I can get over it. You know.
Here's the thing about this show, and some of the things that I've heard brought up as far as Bruce Wayne goes. The reason I don't have a lot of problem with the way Bruce Wayne is portrayed or any other peripheral characters is that it's this. They make it so that he's there, but the show, whenever it's talking about him, the focus is always on Jason Todd and Dick. They are the show. Bruce Wayne is a peripheral character. The focus isn't him. And if you look at all these other characters, they're sidekicks for the most part. But if you look at, you don't hear about Aquaman, you don't see Superman, even though you know these people are sidekicks from these characters, they focus on the right area, which is the characters that you have on the screen. The only other thing that I've heard people say about it, and I understand what they have to do, they have to compress a lot of long-form storytelling into a short time because it is a streaming show. So I don't fault them for that. And since they know where their market is with this show, which is the majority of brand new people watching it, I think they're pretty safe there. The show is evolved. If you watch the first episode of the show, they're still good. But the evolution that this show has taken in this season is dramatic.
Yeah, it's
the quality.
I feel
shot
like they're being very shoot your shot with everything too, because with the current climate, who knows? Season
you're
going
to be around, yeah,
exactly.
Which we'll come back to this question right here.
We'll
come back to this question right here. I want to take care of two quick things before we come back to this question right here. First of all, John Lover One with a $2 super chat has asked. He always knows that RJ wears some really cool shirts, and so RJ, you want to show us?
Fantastic 14.
Hey.
That looks right out of my pajamas in the 80s.
Fantastic Four, baby.
Yeah,
very nice.
There's the thing.
Yeah,
I took a picture with the thing. Did you see the picture of the thing?
Where is this going? Oh my gosh!
No, I took. No, dude, you're in the chat.
This was in the museum, right?
This was at the museum. I took a picture with the thing. My whole family did.
Williams.
Who wants to see that thing? Who wants to see that thing?
William, no, I don't even understand what you're talking about, William. It's not like I was using that for anything else. I wasn't using it to like set up and like this clip or anything.
Like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
I
wasn't even using it for that.
I will say,
Deeds come out of the hole. What am I supposed to do?
I will say though, I do love the thing. I love Ben Grimm. He's a great character.
That's a clip. That's a clip. I'm gonna now use that. I love the thing mixed with I want to see his thing.
Walked right into that one.
Yes.
Well, I have to say my favorite.
Poor man.
Oh,
that didn't
pay me enough.
Okay. Anyways, but also, I got. Oh, I'm sorry. What, Brian?
No, I love Michael Chiklis is the thing.
It was okay.
Yeah, legitimately. Like,
the first film is just heavily underrated in my opinion.
I liked it,
but you know it's not okay. It's not overrated or underrated.
Okay.
Anthony Beltre, right here, baby, became a member of the channel.
Hey.
Anthony, what's up? You know what he made? Hold on a second. I could have swore
fireworks, my man. Fireworks.
I could have swore Anthony was a member. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Drop off and drop on. Sometimes.
Yes, sometimes it does. But you know what? Either way, if I wish that it told me whether or not they like upped it or like what they do. I don't know. But
sometimes
Anthony,
using notifications on upgrades too.
I know. So Anthony, so glad to have you here, man. So glad. I love you, bro, and thank you for being a part of the Poindexter Lounge. And then also H Parts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Parts. H Parts, the man says saw No Way Home home trailer, IMAX trailer that's not Charlie Cox in the trailer.
Yeah, because the IMAX version showed more of the top of the frame. There was speculation that one of the characters was Charlie Cox, but it wasn't. Someone took a picture of it. So,
but Marvel is known for doing this crap.
I still think he's in the movie.
Calm down.
Yeah.
No, listen. I'm not gonna say he's 100% in the movie, but I strongly believe that he's in this movie. I really do. There's too much smoke, and when there's smoke, there's fire. They're talking about him and She-Hulk and stuff. Daredevil's coming, no matter what. Daredevil's coming.
Tom Holland in this movie?
Jesus. Yes, of course.
I just say, y'all need to calm down a second. Y'all need to calm down.
There's rumors that the Fox X-Men is supposed to pop up in Doctor.
Oh wait, that's right. I forgot.
DL over there. What'd you say, DL?
I'm just saying, y'all need to calm down with these theories, man. Like I keep telling y'all.
I'm not even trying to sound
ruin the movie.
speculative. I'm just saying that Marvel has a history of editing their trailers or changing things in the trailer, and then when you see that scene in the movie, it's something different. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying it's something
That's
different.
true.
So maybe they might make you think it's that way, but we're really wrong.
Anyways, would you rather be smart and beautiful or dumb and ugly? Dumb and ugly. No, wait, smart and beautiful. Like, I didn't understand the question.
This is
That's a
perfect.
new
This
one.
is perfect. Okay, this is perfect. We're gonna take a little trip down memory lane here. When speculation killed movies, the year was 2017. Around December-ish.
Wait, what?
Huh?
There was a Star Wars movie that came out.
Oh, jeez.
It was called The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Where people
Wait. Get 'em, Brian.
speculated that movie forward, backwards, side to side. And when that movie came out, and it subverted all of those expectations.
It's still real to me, damn it!
Speculations. What happened? It spawned.
There's nothing wrong.
It spawned the Menace. Okay.
This is different though. This is more.
No, it's not different.
This is different.
We don't have to
Okay,
get into a
that-
time machine to go very far back. Does
I-
anybody remember WandaVision?
Brian,
I
I'm
know,
Yeah. Don't forget Far From Home.
Again, there's too much smoke, Brian. I've seen
Mysterio
things.
being a
Okay,
con, no
I have
multiverse.
seen things with my 2 eyes. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's what
Mephisto
everyone's
ringing
saying.
bells?
At that point.
Or did we all get the Ralph Boner?
There's another one that H Bar just mentioned. Another one. Hulk was in the
Yeah,
the Infinity
Hulk-
War trailer, but he
He
wasn't
was
in the
not
movie.
in the movie.
Yeah,
not in
not
the movie
at all.
whatsoever.
Same thing with
That's the end.
Thor's eye in Ragnarok. Like in Thor Ragnarok trailer, we
They
saw
love
his
doing
eyes.
stuff.
And H, look, H Parts is still mad about it. He sent me a video about
I
it.
cannot express my anger right now. It's through the roof. Through the roof, I'm telling you. It's through the roof. It's like long gone. But still, don't do that. Stop.
Actually, this is not a topic. It's something I just want to bring because I just remember this. There's now speculation that so Daredevil. There's the rumors that he's going to be in the She-Hulk show, right? They're saying that he's gonna suit up actually in that show, but it's going to be the yellow and red costume from the original comic.
Oh
So
my god,
That would be cool.
I got the yellow and red costume.
Okay, so I wanted to say this the last time that was shown.
I just want to point out for just a second before we go any further. That couldn't have been more perfect, ladies and gentlemen. That's the kind of stuff you cannot plan in your show prep right there.
Yellow
is for RJ to somehow talk about the yellow and red Hulk costume right when I just happened to go onto the level where all those just happened to be, and I was able to show you this.
Yellow and red Daredevil.
I'm just telling you, you can't plan that. I'm just.
That shit is
saying.
crazy how those face app things can do that now. It's like
No.
it's
It wasn't
disturbing in some way.
about Titans lasting more than 6 seasons. Was that up on the screens?
Oh, there you go. I think Titans will probably go on for maybe 5 seasons. 5 seasons
Yeah.
seems pretty good.
And there's going to be
You
a
think
Red Hood and
Brian-
the Outlaw spinoff too. Watch, I'm telling you.
Oh, I guarantee. Well, because look, they got to figure out something. Because because I'll be honest with you, and this goes back to Anthony's question: do you think Titans could go past 5 seasons or 6? So I think it can. Do you guys think that this character, Red Hood, this version of Red Hood, can be part of the Bat family again after Hawk died?
I think that was the point of the last scene of episode 6, where he has to do the inhaler hit to kill his emotions because he's starting to feel bad about what's happening to Tim's.
But that's
I
pretty
don't
huge.
know. I don't
felt like
know.
that was the whole point.
Yeah,
of that scene, like.
but no, it's I get that. Like, is it a question of not even that? Can he even be an anti-hero at this point? Has
Well,
he
see,
got- I
that's
think he's got-
my whole prediction is that because back when season 1 came out, they said the showrunners were talking about doing the Red Hood and the Outlaw spinoff down the line. So I really think he's.
What if it's
gonna-
not him though? What if it's not him that did it?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's
Yeah.
going to turn out that the Scarecrow shit is like doing something to him, and he's going to come back from it. But they're still not going to accept him. And I think at the same time, Corey is going to have some kind of fallout with the team because of her sister, something's going to happen that she has to like take her side or some shit, and her and Jason are going to end up leaving together at the end and bumping in the Arsenal or something along the way, and that's going to turn into the Red Hood and the Outlaw spin-off show for a while. And then maybe Corey will end up hopping back over, and then Artemis will replace her, or Bizarre, because the Outlaws are interchangeable.
Well, that's a good question. Like,
started with those three. Like,
it's like, where do you go from here? Because we've done Trigon, we've done Deathstroke, we're doing Red Hood and Blackfire. Like, what other villains and what other threats? Like, what other stories can they possibly do? Because I feel like Trigon and Deathstroke are the biggest ones.
Can I also say that I'm actually quite impressed with how the season has actually been about Red Hood, because a lot of people were starting to think that they're just because of the way that Red Hood was brought in so quickly. Now they're going back, and telling, like giving us the flashback now, right? Because it's like first episode, Red Hood. Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a good
way,
right?
Like how they, like at first, a lot of people were complaining though and saying, "Oh, see, they're just going to rush right past the Red Hood stuff. They're not going to give it all to us, and then they're just going to get right to Blackfire or something like that. Blackfire is going to be the villain." So really, do you not even have Blackfire? Really, I mean, maybe I feel like almost like Blackfire is going to be kind of there, but maybe set her up for season 4. Where
so you're saying like Red Hood, majority of the season, but they set up the storyline for season 4.
Yeah, because you only got 6 more episodes left, and you've been doing the Scarecrow and Red Hood thing, right? For 6 episodes.
Scarecrow is going to be the main villain, kind of. It looks like now, like is going to be the main person to beat by the end of the season, kind of like.
We still got to get back to Raven.
It's the real villain. It was Matt Jarbo all along. No,
I think they could do that again, but with the Vince McMahon voice.
Oh, Lord. What's that?
You said it was Matt Jarbo all along. You should have done that how Vince McMahon did that.
It was me. It was Matt Jarbo all along.
And JR chimed in. Oh, son of a bitch.
I think this show could last.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Yeah.
That commercial was the biggest joke back in school. Remember that?
Right?
It's still a joke. It's still part of internet culture.
Lord Slug brings up a good point.
I said it to my dad one time and got a good backhand. Like,
I think Hive, Brother Blood, that kind of stuff could be really cool for Titans.
Well, you got other things too, because each of these guys have main enemies via their surrogates, their people that they're under. So I don't think Joker's dead. I think Scarecrow put him in the Lazarus pit. He was killed at Arkham. I think he's alive. I don't think he's dead.
That's
the thing though. I think not only you're going to get more seasons of Titans and spinoff for the same reason I think you're going to see JL2 and all that other stuff is because in this streaming era and you're being taken over by a CEO who's leaning the company towards streaming, you need content. There is not enough content on HBO Max. They need 3 times as much as they have now. That's why a lot of stuff that people are saying, oh, they'll never do that. In the box office mentality, maybe, but in the streaming mentality, you need way more than HBO Max.
Is that why you think they're doing like all these movies for HBO Max, like Batgirl and Blue Beetle, because they want that content?
You need content. You need legacy content, and you're going to need series. And you're going to need reasons. You have to have at least 6 or 7 reasons immediately once you click enter on a streaming app to keep you going for that month or to remember not to turn off your auto renew. So that's why when Zaslav and all these guys take over, you're going to all this stuff that's been caught in a quagmire. It's been caught in quagmires because the people currently running the company are box office people. Their wins and losses are defined by box office. Whereas going forward, that's not going to be the case. Dune under Warner Brothers Discovery isn't going to be the failure that it will seem like it's being under the box office rules, because as far as they're concerned, that's one more item to keep you in. And that 150 to 200 million it costs, guess what? At $15 a head, if you reach 45 to 50 million subscribers, do your multiplication there. You're going to have a pool of money to justify just more and more content. You're going to see, you may even see Blue Beetle.
That is true. And it's like, I feel like that climate is still being felt out by Hollywood too. But the money is, like we were saying earlier about the money not being there without the movies. If you're taking away the cut the theaters are taking, the streaming might actually be more, you know, in the long run, be more what's fruitful for them money wise.
You're talking about $600-700 million a month just from subscribers. Now, tie that into your legacy deals, because guess what? Warner Brothers owns TNT. So you put these things on. Titans is running every Monday on TNT. Guess what that does? It opens up your ad revenue. So you got outside money coming in for a show that you've already got paid for via subscribers. So you're making money on top of money. So they're going to want to create volume and volume and volume. That's why when people tell me, "Oh, Zack Snyder's Justice League is never going to happen, or the Snyderverse will never continue," yeah, under the current dinosaurs, it's not going to, because it doesn't. They don't understand that language. But streaming, you're going to see good stuff get greenlit, and you're going to see some dumb stuff get greenlit simply because they need the volume. That's why Netflix has so many shows that 90% of people don't even know about, but that Netflix subscriber knows about them because he's in the app. He's seeing all this stuff. And you stay on for these things. There's so much stuff.
Is that why you think Disney Plus has been so successful? Is because they had the money and the resources to make as much content as they have? Or do you think it was just because they had one big thing, Mandalorian, to keep it going for so long? Until they could get more content out.
Both, because remember, they stagnated once Mandalorian for season 1 was over. It wasn't until they started bridging the gap with WandaVisions and everything else. And now you have an expectation of they've laid out all their shows, so where even if you have a gap in between a show, one's coming. You're not going to unsubscribe. And where HBO,
because it's like there's always something on Disney Plus. Like one show ends and the next show starts like 3 weeks later. It's like I have to stay subscribed.
I usually shut off and on, and I've only had like 1 month where I could keep it off lately, like because they keep knocking another show down. Like,
and see where WB and HBO Max and all these other guys mismanage things is not having content ready. I don't care what you thought about Snyder or anything else. His content was there, and you need content. You should be greenlighting when they go up to DC Fandom. There should be announcements. DC Fandom's announcements should be like 3 hours long as far as what they're releasing. There should be all kinds of stuff that's being released. They should have 6 to 12 shows that are going to be released over the next 36 months that they let you know about on DC Fandom that are already in the works and already done. They're not going to have that.
Okay, couple things. Real quick, because I know we're about to hit a whole new level of this conversation. So I just want to hit a couple of things real quick before I bring my next guest in, because I know we're going to go round and round about this topic especially. So a couple things. One, you guys think that we'll get Superman and Titans eventually?
I think we'll get Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We'll probably get Clark Kent. I do want that, because they keep name dropping Lex and
Superboy.
You got to do it for Superboy.
You
because eventually you're going to have to flesh out that character, and you're going to have to deal with both sides of that character and the pull of both of those characters on Superboy. Otherwise, at
the least, Superboy has to go to him and come back and talk about secondhand his experience with meeting Clark or something. If they're not going to cast something,
well, and the topic came up, said from the Shrink said next time maybe I'll tell you a story about Superman, right? So to Jason, right? So could very well. I think that there's a good chance, Zentek. Also, do you think they'll introduce Speedy or Wally West in the future of the show? I think maybe Wally.
I think Wally we'll get Wally.
I think we might get Wally, and I think that would be I
think we're gonna get Caldor too. I think that's why what's his name was killed off. The first Aqualad got killed off in season 2, because I feel like they're gonna bring Caldor in eventually, like take from Young Justice.
Yeah. And then look, this is what I will say about this. Monkey Jeebus, I really like that idea. Okay, I don't think it'll happen, but if we were in a whole other existence, Monkey Jeebus, I really like the idea of Dean Cain coming back for this. I just want to address something else, because Jacob is a good friend of the show and everything. So Jacob, I will just say this: people have different political views. Okay, people have some whacked out political views. I have family who has whacked out political views, but I still love them, and I'd never call them a bum. I can only tell you this: my personal experience with Dean Cain. He's one of the nicest guys I have ever met. He was nice to me. He was nice to my wife. He was excellent to my sons. where he didn't have to be. We were at the Motor City Comic Con. I've told this story a few times. We were at the Motor City Comic Con when we went to go meet him. They had a sign up that said if you had more than 3 people in your group to take just a picture with your own phone, that it was going to cost you double. So it was like $45 or whatever, to get a photo with him. And we walked up. Superman, you all know Superman means so much to me as a character. And I grew up watching his show, which I think Lois and Clark was a good show, especially for the time. Has it aged well? I don't know. I'm getting ready to start actually rewatching the series here pretty soon. And I'll tell you
never got into it. I don't know why. I
you know what? And when after talking with Dan Jurgens,
too networky. It's like I like Smallville, but that just didn't do it for me.
I just interviewed Dan Jurgens, a few weeks ago, right? And we were talking about that show actually a little bit because it was doing a lot at the same time that was happening in the comics was happening on there because there was a mandate for the comics and the show to work together. So as they were like pushing Superman and Clark together to get married, they were pushing them to get married on the show and vice versa.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
and so there'd be some stuff that would happen like in unison. And I actually dug that because that was at the height of my collecting comics, right? So like I really dug that. But long story short, we walked up. Landon and Logan were really little at the time. Isaac was still pretty little himself. And it was right before Batman v Superman came out, right? So this was just a few years ago. And he looked at Logan, who was wearing a Batman tank top, and started joking with him about, how they were going to have to fight and everything. And then when he found out that Landon's middle name was Jor-El, he loved that. And he made Landon feel so important and special because his name was Jor-El, and that was Superman's dad's name, that like I just stood there as a proud dad, like watching my son who had never even seen Dean Cain as Superman, just knowing that he had played Superman, just beaming with pride because somebody who had played Superman was recognizing his name. And then he talked to my wife, but then him and I had this beautiful exchange between the two of us where I explained to him my love of Superman, and he really understood what it means to be Superman. Okay. He really did.
That's cool.
And then it came time to take a picture, and he says, okay, let's all go take a picture. And my boys walking up there, because the lady had said that only 3 of us could be in the picture. My boys had told me and Tiffany, hey, Mom, Dad, you know what? You watched him as Superman. We didn't. So you go ahead and be in the picture since it's going to cost double, because we weren't going to spend $90 for a picture, like that. And so Tiffany and I went back behind there. He looked at us all and he says, what, the kids aren't going to be in the picture? And I said, well, the sign says that, it's double for more than 3. And he stopped and he says, hold on just a second. And he walked over to the lady and he said, don't ever do that again. Because she was rude to us actually in telling us that. She's like, no, you can't have all 5 of you in the picture. And he said, don't ever do that again. And then he walked back and he proceeded to take shot after shot after shot with us. Funny shots, goofy shots, serious shots. You remember the promo art, where him and Terry Hatcher, and he had, the S on his, on his shoulder there. Like he saw that I had this. And so like he posed with me with this. and like, I'm just saying it made a great moment. Now look, are some of his politics maybe? Look, this show isn't about that, right? And we get that. But I will say this. Like I said, I have family members who have some really whacked out views on a lot of different things on both ends of the aisle and all those things. When we're talking about movies and TV shows, I really believe we have to separate that stuff, guys. We really have to separate this stuff. And I know Jacob. Yeah. And Jacob, I know that you didn't mean this like in a negative way. I'm not trying to call you out, Jacob, because I love you, Jacob. All I'm saying is I really think that we should try to maybe level some of that stuff out. And I know it's hard to do when you see somebody maybe who, has completely different views on something than you do. But remember that they're playing characters. But again, that was my experience with him. And when it came down to like how he treated me and my family, I had a great experience. I know though some people have bad experiences with people. Look, I met LeVar Burton and had a bad experience. So if I could have a bad experience with LeVar Burton,
yeah, He's a sweetheart, which is crazy.
Yeah,
Okay,
anything
that
can
I
happen.
need to
okay?
hear. I need to hear that story.
He
You
came
never know what
across.
someone's going through on any
Listen,
given day.
and that's the thing. That's the thing. Is you never know what somebody's going through on any given day. We waited a half an hour for LeVar Burton. LeVar Burton was my childhood, growing up with Reading Rainbow, all that stuff. And I want to get my next guest in, so I'm not going to take too long of this. But we waited because he was out at lunch. We got in there.
Morty. I was thinking of somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's in Reading Rainbow. We get up there. It wasn't like the line was full, right, of people. We get up there. He looks at us. Tiffany starts sharing with him about how, like, when she was a little girl, she loved Reading Rainbow and watched Star Trek when she was a little girl, and talked about how she used to put her banana clip together. She had a gold banana clip, and she put a rubber band around it and used to play like she was Geordie back then, you know. And I went up to him and I actually tried to address him for, like, because he does so much for literacy, you know, and everything in schools and everything else. And I said to him, I said, I loved you on Reading Rainbow and I loved you on Star Trek, obviously, because I'm a big nerd. I said, but I just really appreciate, man, all the things that you do for school kids and literacy and everything. And he literally looked at us and just went, oh, so we're going to take a picture? What are we doing? Wow. And I went, please don't do this to me, please. Because I had a similar experience right after I met Dean Cain. I met John Schneider, and I love John Schneider. And he did the same thing. So again, it's not a thing on them. And I would never sit there and say that they're jerks. I'm just saying you never know what's going on personally in somebody's life. And so don't just say that they're bums or jerks or whatever, because everybody's got good days and bad days. And
it's funny you said about the hair thing, because I used to do the same exact thing with my grandmom's, like, to look like Geordie. Like the thing you're talking about, I know exactly what it is. The thing that, like, folds in half like a Pac-Man mouth. And when you put it up to your eyes, it pretty much looks like the Geordie thing, you know, like it's like the, cause it's got the teeth, you know, like.
Yeah. And hey, Jacob, know this, man. No, you know, like, I'm not telling you not to have that opinion about him. Okay. Like, seriously, like, if you don't like Dean Cain, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And look, we can all still have I still have my opinions about people. Right. Mm-hmm. You know, I was just saying for just this, and I saw that comment because I'm not saying that you're necessarily doing this, but I know a lot of people who literally they just don't like people who think differently than them, you know. And it sounds though like you like Lois and Clark, so it sounds like you're able to make that distinction, and that's just what I want others to do. Jacob,
separates the art from the artist.
Is to be able to do that and have that. Now, real quick, H Bars with a $2 super chat says Titans will have Beetlejuice Superman. I don't know what that means. I mean, we already got Beetlejuice Batman, so
maybe Alec Baldwin as Superman.
You know what, Jacob, Brandon Routh would be good again, but I think that if they do ever bring Superman in, it will be a completely different actor. Or Monkey Jeebus, you are nailing it today. Gerard Christopher from Superboy would be awesome given the Superboy storyline, because that guy deserved a chance to play Superman. And didn't get it because he had already played Superboy. He's
probably too old now, though. I mean,
he looks great.
Clark Kent ages, though. Oh, really?
Yeah, but he looks great. Yeah. He actually looks like. I mean, he looked good back then. So yeah. Yes, and I said family. Yes, I said family. All right, now because I just wanted to get all that out of the way, because you know what, we're about to have an interesting conversation here regarding that last little bit that William went on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's a guy I love, contrary to popular belief. I love this guy. I love being on his channel. He loves being on my channel. And he is always welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Jarbo.
Hi.
Hi, buddy. What's up, man?
Yeah.
I should be in bed, but I listened to William talk, and I was like, he's so wrong.
Yeah, you have the same buddy,
so
the rest of us are just going to go over here and eat our popcorn.
No,
and just
funny enough, I was eating popcorn. I was eating. I was eating popcorn.
Or the Jarbo Wrongometer with me today.
Because even you said the other night that it broke because I'm always right, and so that's how this works.
Yeah, no, it broke because you were wrong at such a rate that it can't keep up.
Please.
In regards to what though? What was he wrong about?
That's the thing. He doesn't ever say what it is.
You were there.
Oh, sweet God, no, not again. I can't.
I don't have the energy. The blood pressure.
Sort of God, this has the same road I'm thinking is. I
No,
can't.
I'm
not
just
going
asking a
into
question. I was curious.
This what was you were right 2 out of 3 though. So you did give the meter a rest. You were right about the Campia thing and the Patty Jenkins thing. I agree with you 100% on that one. That one.
Campia. I stand by my statement. Campia just needs to retire. He has been like whiff after whiff all week with his takes on everything. It's just
What
like
was it that he said this week? I mean, I was on vacation. I saw it, and I can't remember what it was because I didn't really watch it.
He said that Patty Jenkins was right about saying that streaming movies look like fake movies.
They're not real movies, yeah.
Well, look. So I would say this. I would say not all streaming movies look like fake movies. There are some that do, for sure. But like I think if you're going to say all movies, that's
Give that $10 million back then.
Yeah,
I got the sentiment, but it was a miswording, definitely. Like,
well, because I'm like, you got your $10 million, you got your pound of flesh. What are you talking about? Like, your movie sucked either way, whether it was on streaming or if it would have been exclusively the theaters. Wonder Woman 84 wouldn't have been. It might have actually been marginally worse if they didn't spend all that time re-editing the movie before it finally came out, because they had delayed it so many times. Because that's kind of Warner Brothers' MO at this point. But yeah, no, and then he also said that the X-Men don't need to be in the MCU.
Oh, yeah.
And then he also said that Sony doesn't need Marvel, and that Marvel doesn't need Sony.
His take was
I've already fought that war.
Well, no. The reason why that take's even worse is because he said that because the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer is the biggest trailer of all time, that basically means that Sony doesn't need Marvel, which is like...
No, that's not how he worded it. That was a little bit different.
I think we've had that discussion a lot here on the channel, right? And honestly, I see both sides of that very, very easily, because I do see it that because of what they've built with Spider-Man in the MCU, because Sony has allowed their character to be in that. It sounds weird, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Because they've allowed their character to be in there, it's done more good for Sony than Marvel, or Disney, because honestly, you could really make a point that, the MCU didn't have to have Spider-Man, but when they did, it was icing on the cake for something that people already enjoyed a lot. And it did make it a lot better. And we're enjoying it. That being said, basically they did put in all of the grunt work for Sony, where like a lot of those people should, if Sony ever did take their character back and try to put him back into their universe, with their Venom and their Morbius and their Kraven and whatever, they're going to reap the benefits of all of that. And honestly, people are going to want to see the continuing adventures of Tom Holland, as long as they keep Tom Holland and they know that it's that Spider-Man. Like, now, I mean, if they took their character back and just did a different Spider-Man versus all those people, then I think you would lose the whole point of that, right? And then they would kind of forfeiture all that goodwill. But if they did, I think people would still go see those movies, and I think that it would make them still a lot of money. I think you can make an argument for that.
Well, here's the thing with that though. So go back to Amazing Spider-Man 2. All right, $200 million budget, $700 some million take home, was still considered a flop by Sony, because the expectations were high. They thought they were going to be able to ride off of the Marvel success and kind of tie it in with that. There's a reason why Feige reached out to Amy Pascal after Amazing Spider-Man 2 barely came in. I still think Guardians actually pulled in more money. And
and I get that, but also like I get them trying to tie in with that, but it's different than now having actually had a Spider-Man that's actually been in the MCU.
Wait, I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Say that again.
You're breaking up a little bit. Right. Okay, yeah. So I agree with what you're saying, Matt, that like they tried to tie in, like at the same kind of time frame. Like, here's a Spider-Man, and you're loving the MCU, so you'll like our stuff too. And that I get that why that's a failure. But at the same time, you're talking about a Spider-Man that's actually been in the MCU now. That's a little bit of a different story, don't you think?
Well, see, the thing is, originally they wanted to put Andrew Garfield in the MCU. That was the initial pitch. Mm-hmm. And then when that fell apart, And then Sony basically had given up on Spider-Man because they were also in the process. They had Drew Goddard hired to write and direct the Sinister Six movie because they had set up the Sinister Six in Amazing Spider-Man 2. And then that's kind of, and they also had they had set up Black Cat because Felicia Hardy had popped up for that one scene, played by Felicity Jones.
What was it? Silver and Black.
Well, no, that came later. But
Okay.
And then and then the Sony email leak happened, and once that information got out there, it was all bets were off. Like I said back in 2014 when this information broke, I'm like, there's no way this isn't going to happen at this point because Sony, there's going to be so much fan demand from both sides that they're going to have to work a deal. And lo and behold, they worked the deal, but they chose Tom Holland. They chose to reboot it, and we're all better off as a result, Spider-Man fans wise, I think. The biggest problem, though, is Sony has proven with 2 franchises that they don't know how to run it on their own.
Well, I agree.
No, that's your opinion. But do you think the guys that are in these corner offices are thinking about that?
I think they are now. I think they are now.
Their egos, they got there because they bet on themselves and their egos. You are not going to tell any studio head that, because you screwed up here a couple years ago, here, that you are not going to be able to go forward with something. They wouldn't have their jobs if they were that.
Here's the thing with that, though, William. They have to make a movie every 5 years or they lose the rights to Spider-Man and it goes back to Marvel. So they're bound to make another Spider-Man movie. So they'll just keep rebooting it and further delineating the brand and running it into the ground.
Why would they need to reboot it? You have
because
Tom
that's
Holland on track. All you need to do is basically keep going with you hire the same director. I mean, Sony has money to hire directors too. All you need to do, and this is what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to get the best of both worlds. And I think I discussed this with you, RJ, on somewhere, is that they're going to continue to use Spider-Man in the MCU where they need to. Even though I don't think where their story is going on a cosmic and metaphysical level, I think they're going in a different direction. But if they need them, they'll have use of those characters, and Sony will allow that because it doesn't hurt Sony. But when it comes to the solo movies being produced, that's where I think Sony is going to start telling they're using the infrastructure that they've hoarded from Marvel. They were the smart pimps. They're going to use the grunt work that Marvel did to go forward with their character. If that means hiring just about every person down to the gaffer that they used on there, but still telling their stories with their universe, with the characters that they built, that's what they're going to do. But at the same time, if you want to have Morbius and Blade or any of the characters, they'll make a side deal for that because that doesn't hurt anybody. But
you're what you're overlooking though is the rights deal in regards to like the story rights here for this Spider-Man universe are tied to Sony and Marvel. So if they pull Tom Holland out, they can't pull Zendaya, they can't pull Ned, they can't pull anybody.
Marissa Tomei. They're not going to pull out anybody. But what I'm saying is the production and the storytelling element,
but also
the solo movies, is going to come from Sony. Even though we're allowed to use these characters in Marvel.
But what you're also saying, though, doesn't make a lot of sense because a lot of this is tied into the producers on the movie were predominantly Marvel. This is a Marvel Studios production that is being distributed by Columbia Pictures and Sony. That is the whole difference there. It's a Marvel show. Marvel's running it. So if the crew, the team that makes it a reality, that makes it as good is Marvel, you pull Spider-Man out, you lose those people as well.
The worst.
What?
No, it wouldn't. They're going to be just fine.
No, Zendaya's a big draw, dude.
We will continue
Zendaya's
to live.
a big draw for those movies. She's a big star. Losing her is
I'm just saying. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
I would.
Me either.
I would.
I'd
2 years ago, fans were getting ready to burn Sony to the ground because their arrogance screwed that whole thing up.
I'd rather see them just keep Holland with the MCU and have Garfield come back with Venom and everything on the Sony side. Like,
wouldn't that be
real quick? H parts with the $5 super chat says, I can't buy Tyler Hoechlin as Superman. He just looks odd in the suit. Henry Cavill is Superman and everything he does. Look, I love Henry Cavill. H parts, I agree. Look, you know what? Tyler Hoechlin's not bad. The suit's bad. The suit that they have him, it's all ruffled up. It's all bunched up in every way. The suit looks ridiculously stupid to me. But I never thought there'd be a day where I would say that I wished for that original suit. I never thought that there would be a day, DL, where I said I wish that they went back to the original suit that they had him on in Supergirl. But I swear to God, there's some days I look at this new one that bunches up and looks really weird and all kind of way over muscly, and I'm just like,
Supergirl one was less costumey.
Yeah, man,
it does. It feels a little Halloween costumey.
Anyways, I appreciate H Bart's $5 super chat. So I just wanted to put that out there. So all right,
Can I say up front? Can I say?
Go ahead.
I would say up front for people bitching and complaining about Zendaya in the Spider-Man movies, she is much better than Kirsten Dunst, and that's all I got to say.
I knew he was going to say that. I was just waiting on it.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I didn't like Kirsten Dunst either. I love this. Mark Lear says Enosh in his faded soups tee is a better suit than Tyler has to wear.
Woo! No, but like just to further that point though, the reason fans were so outraged when the deal initially fell apart is because people have an emotional connection to this version of Spider-Man in the MCU. You remove that MCU connection, the emotional stuff that's been set up with this relationship with Tony Stark and those other characters in the MCU, you take away something that makes that version of the character special. Sure, you have the same actor, but it's like if it's not in the same world, the same storytelling, then what's the point? People are going to lose interest
because you're going to move on from them eventually. They're going to start telling different stories no matter what.
No, and I agree. I think the next trilogy is going to be more standalone anyway. But again, if you don't have that emotional connection, then people are going to care.
Here's what I think. I almost got to flip, but I think the MCU is moving in a direction where I don't think it's going to center around Spider-Man as much as Sony's undercarriage of what they built that they're building will. I don't think they're gonna harm them at all. The only thing that could really screw this up is if they made a crappy movie. But if you're in the corner seat, you're not going out to fail any more than somebody who shoots a 3 is thinking they're gonna miss. They're still gonna have that confidence to shoot that 3.
You're saying they don't have the mentality of failure. They think that they can do a good job and that they are confident in themselves because that's how they have to advocate.
Don't pick up the weapon. Don't put on our uniform if you're not confident that you're gonna come back the next day and you're gonna do the best to save the people around you. If you don't have that kind of confidence, stay home. And that's what these guys are. But what they've done, I think, is smart because they're going to take this. You're not going to unsee Tom Holland and all the success that he's had with the MCU. And I think the general fan, I'm not talking about the 1%ers, the hardcore geeks like you, I, and all that. I'm talking about the people who say, damn, that's the Spider-Man I've just been watching for the last 5 years. He's in a new movie and he's fighting Hobgoblin. I'm going to go see it. The only way they screw that up.
Nah, I disagree.
You don't have to have 5,000 Avengers in the movie. You don't have to have Uncle Tony in every damn movie. I mean,
see, William. Here's a problem, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I think I need to frame it like this. You're a boomer, and so you're looking at it like you're looking at it from the perspective that the general audience hasn't been watching the last 13 years, and Feige has turned this into FOMO, right? It is, look at this weekend. We have a new movie. $90 million is what they're estimating. Originally, it was like 40 million. Now it's 90 million because the movie's got good word of mouth and it's Marvel and there's a fear of missing out and it's must-see TV. And this is a new character, right? Spider-Man, biggest trailer of all time. Like, you cannot think to yourself,
they're not going to lose that benefit. And first of all, I'm not a boomer. I'm Generation X, but that is
you got some boomer takes, dog. Like, I love you, but you got some boomer takes. Like, that's a bit boomery. It's a bit,
most
campy
people here
level.
are probably boomers. Okay,
but I got
to you, RJ, you're like 12.
Yeah, you could be my grandkid. But here's where it is going to have to play out. This is where assumption. Either one of our assumptions, there's no way to tell until the deal is either extended or expires. I think they are setting themselves up. Whether you guys agree with the merits of it, that's something entirely. I think they are setting themselves up to do exactly what I said they're doing. Now, you can agree about the quality and whether it's going to be successful or not. That's a different conversation altogether. What I'm saying, I think their ego is saying we can do this based off of different factors. Now, once again, whether you think it's going to be an amazing Spider-Man 2 or something, that's a different conversation altogether. Whether I think these guys are going to pull the trigger and restructure this deal to where they're the ones telling the stories on the solo run, I think they're going
Who's
to do
calling? That. Sony. They want their character back.
That's where I'm at with that. And like I said, there's really Anything else beyond that is speculation until a deal is signed or not signed.
Well, but again, what I'm saying here is that the level of storytelling that they've had for Marvel and the way that they've set it up and the fact that like these movies continuously make money, they continuously grow with the fans. Like look at all the shows this year for Marvel. They've done very well on TV. They've done well in theaters during a pandemic.
How does that have any bearing on what Sony could do with Spider-Man?
Because Sony, if you pull Spider-Man out of the MCU, that is going to be a massive disconnect. And I mean, like, if you don't connect, this is why Sony needs Marvel, because they have to have those touch points. There's a reason why Michael Keaton popped up in the Morbius trailer. There's a reason why Michael Mando was there too. Those are characters from Sony and Marvel joint production, meaning that a deal was made to put those characters in that movie. So they're building towards something.
If they have a disagreement, they're going to be just fine.
They're not. They're not. Fans won't allow it.
Not some bum on the street.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, they are.
The Rongometer. I'm gonna actually build it.
Build it. Bring it and watch it break from me being right all the time.
I'm gonna have to recalibrate it while I'm here. I'm gonna be like, hey, stop, Matt. Give me a couple seconds.
Why? Because it wasn't formulated right the first time, so it's now rigging the system. That's not right.
No, because you're reaching new levels. You're reaching. You're like a Kryptonian getting closer to the sun.
Hold on. Listen, no. Hold on. I'm a big Marvel nut. So is RJ. RJ, back me up here, man. Like, you know that Sony can't handle this crap on their own. Like, not right now, not anymore.
That's what you.
Oh, wait a second.
I gotta go.
That was kind of weird.
I disagree with you on this. Love and respect your show. We'll continue to support you. I disagree with you on this to the point where I've added more gray hairs to this generation.
William, make a video on this. Make a video, William.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks for having me on. And if anybody wants to watch AEW tomorrow, just message me.
Yeah, no, totally. If you guys want to do a watch party, let's do it.
Wrestling's for virgins.
Oh, dear God.
I'm done.
Hey.
See y'all later.
You know, Matt, I was about to say I agree with you. If RJ's not going to agree with you, I will. But then you said
I was waiting.
Exactly.
No, like, listen. Me and William have this bet for a reason. We've been talking about this for probably like months on end at this point. I disagree with him on it. You know, he's changed his stance a little bit to where he thinks that they're gonna still have him be in team up movies, but the solo films will be more Sony directed, and that's fine.
I did notice that.
Yeah.
If you believe Doomcock's rumors, that's great. I don't.
No, like, stuff's changed. My opinion is that, again, they want the best of both worlds. Because if the Venomverse stuff feels like it's adjacently connected to the MCU, it creates a feeling of FOMO, like Matt's saying, where people who aren't even really necessarily going to watch a Venom, they're going to want to see it because, there might be like, who the hell would care about Morbius if they didn't have the Spider-Man Homecoming connection with Michael Keaton? That was the big moment of that trailer. That's what got people talking, getting people excited. Right. That connection. Nobody would care about Morbius otherwise. It'd be like, it's this. Who the hell's Morbius? Right?
I think
you see the Spider-Man references.
Underestimating the Jared Leto star power there a little bit. I mean,
I don't think so. To be honest,
Jared Leto.
I mean, he basically instantly brings in the female race. You know.
Well, the little things bombed at the box office. And he was in that movie, so
that's why the first Suicide Squad still made as much as it did because so many girls are in love with Jared Leto. I feel like it's like.
Plus 30 Seconds to Mars isn't that good.
Yeah. Wait, were they the ones that did the opening track for the OC? Was that him?
Nah.
Right? The California? Was that him?
Definitely.
No, that's Jason Schwartzman. It was Jason Schwartzman's band. That's who it was.
I like 30 Seconds to Mars. I think they're pretty good.
Like I agree. I've been agreeing with like you, RJ, and you, Matt, like about the whole thing, but it just comes down to we will see. Like that's the only way.
It's all like
you never know.
The thing is, it's like this. These things are set up years in advance because they have to be, right? It's a lot of moving pieces and parts. Feige is already setting things up for Phase 5 and beyond. Like they already have things like they're being written, they're being produced. They're
Well, there was that Sony executive that said you'll understand our plans for the future of the character and beyond once you see No Way Home and Venom 2.
Yeah, well, that's gonna because they're gonna tie them together, and that's what fans want. That's what fans wanted with the first Venom.
Thing for Venom 3. You gotta have like how else do you end of the trilogy? You gotta have Spider-Man and Venom.
Yeah, and it's like, look, the first Venom. I'll just say it. I liked it a lot, actually. And
was
I
fun.
wanted there to be ties to Tom Holland and all that jazz. But at the same time, I thought it was good as a standalone. I'm not too convinced about this one just yet. The trailers, it looks fun, but it still hasn't really sold me yet. I'm still gonna go see it though. Like this first time, chance
I'm seeing an opening weekend. I have to. I'm excited for it. The exclusive trailer they showed in theaters and IMAX that showed a couple more different scenes. They're really setting up an interesting relationship between Cletus Cassidy and Eddie Brock. Like this rivalry between the two, even outside of the Venom symbiote stuff that I really like and think's interesting. It seems like it's gonna go a little bit darker, more violent too. So.
Yeah. Oh no, it's going to be super fascinating to see what they pull off with that. But I really do feel that that Sony does need Marvel, because outside of Ghostbusters, they're not really doing that much right now. It's like we were talking about this on my show the other night. It's like Sony sold off. So this year alone, animation wise, which is proven to do well during the pandemic, they sold off the Mitchells versus the Machines to Netflix, which is one of the best animated movies of the year.
It's a great movie.
It's a fantastic film. They sold off VO to Netflix, which is another good animated movie with Lin-Manuel Miranda that's targeting.
Transylvania too, right?
And then Transylvania 4
Right.
went to Amazon for $100 million. And that's the thing is look, yeah, no Adam Sandler, no Kevin James, fine. But it's still the fourth entry.
Money-making franchise.
It's a money-making franchise. So why that?
Tartakovsky.
Yeah, $100 million is a low ball. You know what I mean? So it's clearly Sony has said that they do not want to open up their own streaming service, that they're going to license their content out. They have the deal with Netflix, they have the deal with Disney Plus, and they're still doing things with Amazon. Like The Boys is a Sony television production. And honestly, Sony TV does really well.
Yeah.
Sony TV does great.
Doesn't Sony TV do Invincible?
I don't remember if it was.
I think it was.
Yeah, probably.
You mentioned it. I think I remember the symbol coming up in the beginning.
Yeah,
and plus, then Sony TV is working on that Silk show for Amazon Prime as well.
Yeah, so they clearly have a good deal going on with Amazon. So they're fine with where they are. But theatrically speaking, they don't have a franchise outside of, they had Bond that then went away. That went over to Universal. So they can't rely on that. They have Ghostbusters 2016 crashed and burned. This one they're hoping does well, but they keep pushing it back. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets pushed back to 2022.
Oh, please don't push it back.
They have a third Jumanji, I think. That's the only other thing that
third and fourth, apparently.
Yeah, well, and Jumanji again is a moneymaker. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's going to suffer from the diminishing returns without Jack Black in the third film because he's retired from acting. So yeah, Jack Black retired from acting a while ago.
I didn't need any sad news today.
He's making technically, I guess it's going to be voice acting for.
Yeah, voice acting is one thing, but he retired from acting.
I thought he was
going to
be in the Borderlands movie as Claptrap.
Yeah, but that's voice acting. That's a voice acting.
Oh,
doing voices is one thing, but
he retired.
That's what I read. So I mean, you got that, and then. Well, yeah, and then it's like, but again, Jumanji, the next level, did not outperform Welcome to the Jungle by almost $200 million, and it's like that's whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised if Black Adam does well, The Rock is going to stay over there. If Red Notice does really well, then I think The Rock is going to stay with Netflix because he goes where the money is. He goes where the money is and where he has the power. Jungle Cruise did very well for the pandemic. They're already doing Jungle Cruise 2. I mean, I don't necessarily see him going back to Jumanji for any period of time right now. It just doesn't make
him and Kevin moved on to DC, that superhero.
Oh, yeah. Super Pets, yeah.
And also Kevin has also moved over to Netflix as well. Yep. Doing the stuff over there. He had a TV show. I think he just did a new movie like Fatherhood or something.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on with everything. Real quick, Enosh, did you watch the Red Notice trailer?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, you're missing out.
It looks pretty good. Looks entertaining.
What is
Red Notice is the new Netflix movie with The Rock, Ryan Reynolds, and Gal Gadot.
Oh really? Okay. No, I have not seen it.
Yeah, it dropped live the other night while RJ and I were talking. And it looked really good.
Yeah, it looked pretty solid.
I'll have to check it out. I knew that they were doing something together, but I didn't know what it was. So yeah, I haven't been on vacation, so I haven't been able to see a lot.
But, they dropped it at midnight. Like Netflix dropped it at midnight Pacific, which just made no real sense.
And it made no sense. And to be honest, that was a marketing It was a marketing blunder because it never really trended the next day. Like, no, like people were talking about.
They
Little
didn't
Bit,
even
but
put
not
the
as
trailer
much.
on
because it's
YouTube
3 in the
for,
morning
like,
over here.
hours.
That's why.
Real quick, H Barts with the $5 super chat there. It says Matt Jarbo, I'm sorry, Matt.
You want me to read it?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Matt Jarb. I'm sorry. I got some beef.
Yeah,
jerky
you got some balls and you got some things in your mouth. I can.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do it.
No,
Let me get you that. I'm gonna make you get.
I got it. Like if we're really gonna go there, man. Like I don't know like how long you've been around, but I mean I can serve you up some balls. Okay, I got
have to sleep tonight, right?
What in the hell was that thing?
It's
well, I mean, I've whacked it to less.
And you just
For
hear
the
it.
love of.
Shit my pants. Right here?
Yeah. All right. Matt Jarbo.
No sleep.
Jat Marbo. Tat Iarbo. Sat Farbo. Bat Narbo. Cat Oarbo. Pat Darbo. Jarbo into the Jarboverse.
Yes.
Let's go out to the
Why are we still
lobby.
here?
What is happening?
Just to suffer.
All right, so we had that. I'm sorry, we had that, and then H Bart's also with a $2 super chat says Jack Black said that was fake news about retiring.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I have to look it up.
He says,
Sorry.
okay. He said, okay. I must have missed the update. He said, I'm not retiring. All right. Good.
Yay, he's not
Good.
retiring. Good.
Jack Black is one of my all-time favorite people.
And then here's an interesting
Thanks.
question, and I like this, and I'd like to get everybody's opinion about this. Says Jarbo, I was thinking, what are the chances of Universal making a Hulk movie? I thought about this tonight watching What If, actually, and we said we touch base a little bit about What If, but I by the way, I just watched the last 2 episodes of What If. I really like the Doctor Strange episode.
Yeah, like what do you think?
But
of,
I
yeah,
but
I
I
haven't seen
really
it yet.
like-
Haven't seen it yet.
Okay,
Haven't
that's
seen
fine.
it yet.
That's fine. We won't get into spoilers.
I
but
came
really-
here instead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. So we won't get into spoilers. But I even liked the episode last week that I just watched tonight for the first time because week behind. But like that idea of the Avengers, never becoming the Avengers, whatever. I really like that. But seeing the Hulk there in a different, kind of thing going on. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, Sims. But yeah, he says, I was thinking, what are the chances of Universal making a Hulk movie? Since now we have the multiverse and you can legitimately bring a Hulk that can be connected or not. I want a Hulk movie. What do you guys think of that? Jarbo,
I want a Hulk movie too.
Address you.
So here's the thing with this one, right? It's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate thing, like, because Universal has the first right of refusal. And so if Marvel's like, we want to do a Hulk movie, they can just sit there and go like, no, like whatever. But at the same time, like Universal would have to pay a licensing fee to Marvel. All they have are the film distribution rights to these characters. So they still have to
Have
pay a
you not
licensing
bought
fee.
them out yet on that?
Because I think they're gonna look. I think the She-Hulk, if She-Hulk does really well, which I think it will, that's gonna put pressure on Marvel to do something with the Hulk. And like, but the thing is, if they have She-Hulk and they've got the Hulk, they can have them together in a movie because it's considered a team-up film and it's not a Hulk solo film. So it's like if Universal is not wanting, because Universal's got Jurassic World, it's got Fast and Furious, it's got
couldn't they do something like Agents of Smash? Where it's like multiple Hulks in one movie. No,
that was a bad show.
I know it's a bad show. I'm just saying, like the general idea. You have multiple Hulk affiliated characters in one movie.
I want the Scar storyline told out, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be good for them to do, and I think it will eventually happen. But right now, they've kind of carved out this area with the Hulk, where he is more of a supporting character, and you know, kind of a lovable goof sidekick sort of thing, which I know
look,
is
they jumped around. Look, they actually did something with Hulk, but unfortunately, the way that they did it with the Hulk, they didn't actually flesh out what they did with him. That's been my biggest biggest issue with the Hulk. It's like literally we went from Hulk smash, Hulk, you know, flying off into the night somewhere where you're like, come on, big guy, let's talk him down. So all of a sudden the next one, well, you know, now he's like, yeah, I'm pretty cool, aren't I? Like I'm a surfer dude almost. Like I got this cool pad and I got all this stuff. And then and then in the next one you're like, no, I'm Professor Hulk. And there's no real like people are like, but yeah, it's comic accurate. Well, yeah.
Enosh. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Professor Hulk is 1,000 times more of a Chad than the one we got in Endgame. He is 1,000 times more of a Chad. Dude has a giant rocket.
Yeah,
launcher,
it's just the problem of having like off-screen development.
Yeah, and we we
that's
can't.
what I'm saying.
And there's something we can't say.
But I'll say though that I don't think that they did that well. The off-screen stuff. I don't think that they did that well in explaining how you got from point A to point B to point C. Because it was just like, oh, okay, so we show up in this movie and that's how he is.
Is Red Hulk and the Thunderbolts and all that.
I think the She-Hulk show is going to do a lot to like rebuild the reputation of Hulk and reset him a little bit to get him back into a place where fans are going to be more excited.
I think, and I don't want to say what it is, but those of us who know. RJ, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Austin, you know what I'm talking about.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
It's a spoiler for a movie that may or may not be out yet.
Shang-Chi?
Okay.
I don't know. But anyway,
we all saw Abomination, for God's sake. So,
well, yeah, you saw Abomination, which was dope. Give me more Emil Blonsky, 100%. And I think but I agree with RJ. I think I think they are setting up to like rebuild him, and that's going to be good because if they're going cosmic, they're going to need more Hulk, I think, for what they're going to be going.
Well, yeah, and She-Hulk's a big character too. That's a major thing that, you know, she's in the comics right now. Whether you love or hate the design and what they've done with the character, she's a member of the Avengers, right? Like Jennifer Walters is a pretty big character. Fans are going to be super excited to see that character.
Not only that, but I mean, Tatiana Maslany is a fantastic actress. Yeah. If you have not seen Orphan Black, those 5 seasons will blow your mind. And she plays multiple characters in that show. And so I want to see her. Like, I think that's going to be one that's going to hit the big screen and it's going to do really well. So, you know, there's all that stuff.
Hulk movie, like solo movie, but I mean, listen, when they announced She-Hulk, I was flabbergasted. I was shocked. Yeah. Like, I didn't think you could make a TV show because I thought Universal had the rights and you couldn't do a show like this. And there's like, nope, we're doing She-Hulk on Disney Plus. I'm like, cool.
It's possible they worked the deal for. It's possible they worked the deal for that, but at the same time, we're kind of in this weird place where we don't know. They don't talk about these deals, so we literally have no idea what's going on with anything.
Yeah, they don't say anything till it happens.
Yeah, but then again, Disney Plus.
Yeah, true. No, that's all right. I just want to get to these before they get too far. Benson's with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Benson's. Love you, man. And I've got actually coming up. Actually, Benson sent us the by the way, the Batman, the Thomas Wayne Batman, without the mask that we're going to be doing as a giveaway here shortly. So thank you, Benson. Says Manny, I can never get that name right. Pacquiao. Yeah. Russell Crowe and Jonah Hill on the same show. Matt having another break. I'm watching Shang, Crouching Tiger, Chi tonight, guys.
That's awesome. You're really gonna like that movie. I think.
That sounds offensive as shit.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, no,
God.
I mean, that's the thing is like there is a Crouching Tiger vibe in the movie that I thought was awesome,
which I love. It takes inspiration from like more grounded martial arts films and more of the fantastical Eastern cinema vibes.
Like Crouching Tiger. I'm just like out of context. That just sounds like really offensive. Out of context.
Well, we could make it really offensive.
Well, let's not. H Barts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Says, does Universal own Amadeus Cho, Asian Hulk? Also, Tim Roth was Abomination for like 2 seconds. LOL.
No, Amadeus Cho, please. I'm sorry. I just don't like that interpretation of the character. It goes against what Hulk is supposed to be. Like, it just infuriates me on that level. Like,
I mean, listen, they're going to bring in more.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I'm fine with
actually? Was this actually then? Maybe this is from like the Hulk.
No more.
Enosh.
No, it's from She-Hulk.
I'm begging you.
It's from She-Hulk.
How do you think she paid for law school?
Oh my god, I wasn't going to say that, but She-Hulk is.
Anyways, would you rather be smart and beautiful or dumb and ugly? Dumb and ugly. No, wait, smart and beautiful. Like, I didn't understand the question.
Jennifer Walters would be way more smarter than that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I want to say this because like this gets some people. I know some people that are against this, but like I really want her to be kind of like how she was in the '90s series, but a little less like a little bit more tame, not like too tame, if that makes sense. Like, because part of her character is that sex appeal. That's just how the character has been written.
That actually goes to H Bart's other comment here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bart's. Says, I wonder if She-Hulk will be old school look or new, almost full Hulk design.
From what I understand, they've described this show as an homage to like the 80s and 90s comics that Metaverse is talking about. She's going to be a fourth wall breaking character. That's something that comes from those early comics. So she was always more of a comedic character. She broke the fourth wall, especially in the covers. I mean, look at some of those She-Hulk covers. Yeah. She make jokes like, "Oh, what? You didn't pick up X-Men this week. You got my comic," and other jokes like that. Which that should be good. They're making this a legal comedy, which I think is a good style for the show. Again, diversifying your tones and your genres of storytelling, right? Which is cool. They're going to go with the more glam model look of She-Hulk, which I know some people might not like, but I think most people are going to like that. Especially over the more hulking monster design they've done in the more recent comics.
They figure it's less budget, too, if they're not doing all that CGI.
And the fandom menace will be right there to say thank you, because they don't.
No.
The women can have muscle.
You're still going to complain because you might not be showing enough skin, Enosh. You know how it's going to go.
That too.
Guys, you can see your shoulder. Here you can't see your shoulder. Clearly, it's woke SJW stuff.
I've already said that if
they don't believe that women.
If they go full hard against that kid who's playing Kamala, I'm gonna then join y'all's fight. I swear to God, they better not harass that kid. They
already are. They're already harassing Iman Vellani as Miss Marvel. They're already making fun of her.
And look, the
people made fun of the way she looks. They made fun of the costume. They're already going after her.
Do you know how many freaking comments I see, and then like videos that they make? I mean, look what that what's the guy, heel versus babyface, whatever. Like, we watched a whole video over there on
Geeks
channel, like with him talking about how Peggy Carter wasn't feminine enough in the What If cartoon, for God's sake. What are they going to do with She-Hulk? I mean, it's stupid.
I thought they still.
And this is where I said,
Carter like hot, even though she was like.
I did too, man. I'm like, that dude tried to say she was flat chested when she's standing there in a tank top. Like, I was like,
no,
what?
No, she is not.
Tiffany watched it with me, and Tiffany was like,
if you've ever seen Haley Atwell,
yeah,
you would know she is the opposite of flat chested. And I say that with the utmost respect.
I know, but that was the point that he was trying to make was that the cartoon wasn't as large chested as that.
It also has a certain animation style that it's trying to go for, like that's the other thing.
Well, that's the thing. These guys on my podcast, Hollywood After Dark. Oh yeah, Scooper, Mikey Sutton. Check that out. That's me. I wanted to show you that. Play the whole thing.
Oh, it's your TikTok. Okay.
Did you see Kathleen Kennedy would not be getting fired from Lucasfilm, and in fact, her contract would be extended. Of course, this triggered Doomcock to the point of where he was calling Mikey Sutton an SJW and things like that. But today, he posted a video where he basically admitted defeat. In their coping session, their insider Cameron Pasha had this to say about Kathleen Kennedy, and it's really weird.
She would be a suicide bomber right now. She'd go out there and blow herself up, blow everything up, right? Just got to let her fade away, keeping her face and dignity and her legacy and her awards without people, on Twitter and YouTube cheering her downfall. That's the last thing, because that will trigger her to go on to releasing the tapes and all the years of sexual harassment and stuff that I saw at Disney. You just don't want her doing those interviews, man. Just let her fade away like MacArthur into the sunset.
I guess this is what happens when a woman retains power in Hollywood. She becomes a suicide bomber. Anyway, guys, your thoughts. Let me know.
Matt, didn't you say that?
No, Matt, where's your dance though? You got to do a dance if you're.
I don't have it. I only had a minute. and I literally got it down to like 59 and a half seconds.
You got to do more so that you get the 3-minute thing, because I got the 3-minute thing, and I haven't even put out any content, man.
No. Well, I should say for YouTube Shorts.
So
that's
his
a
argument is
minute.
that they're not firing her to save face or something.
Yeah. Basically, they've been laying that narrative for a little bit from what I've seen. And it's more or less like they're like, okay, so like at first Mikey dropped that scoop, and then they're like, no, Mikey, but Cameron's like, no, Mikey's being manipulated. That's the whole thing. Lord. And then WDW Pro, who again is a fake scooper out of the Inside the Magic or like the forums or whatever over there. Doomcock's like, oh, I know this guy, and he says this, and it's like, all right, that guy has been, again, he runs his mouth and people believe it, but because it's confirmation bias. And then now they're like, oh, but he says it too. And so now Doomcock's like, no, they're like, I got the whole thing he put out today. Like the first like 8 minutes of that live stream is Doomcock like effectively crying behind the mask. It's really funny.
Exactly. Keep crying, you idiot.
It was just like, he doesn't want to believe it, but they're kind of like accepting it. And, then they go, oh, well, she's only going to be brought on for about 1 to 2 years to handle Indiana Jones, but she doesn't have any control over Star Wars. And again, it's like, where are you getting any of this? And then Cameron Pasha, like, I love listening to this guy talk because it's all word salad. And I like, he'll say something and like, I try to like fact check it, but I can't find what he's talking about.
Right.
And so it's like he mentioned, and thankfully, and I know that I saw that the Echo Base Network was here, and they were also in there too. But Cameron was on the stream with them last weekend, and I was like kind of hammering him with questions. And to their credit, they brought him up, which was nice of them to do. I was asking to get on the stream because I wanted to ask him directly why he's full of crap. But I understand they didn't want to have that kind of heat. Cool. But I mean, you can't listen to this guy in any capacity and think whatever he's saying is legit. Like I kind of want to, like, Monday night, if nothing's going on, I want to go through the first like 10 minutes of this podcast, right? Because it is like that one you saw that I did. I can send you like the 20-minute clip that I got of all that craziness from before. Please do. Like when Doomcock is live, that is what you want to cover. You know what I mean? Like his videos are one thing, but when he's live, it's so nuts. Like we're talking tarot cards, we're talking remote viewing, Black Mirrors.
I still haven't seen the tarot card thing. Like I heard about it, but
nutty.
I'm like,
it's insane. They're crazy over there. They're talking about like what tarot card reading and how the cards have told me that Kathleen Kennedy's future is in doubt.
Wait, you talking about Doomcock?
No, not Doomcock himself. One of the people on the live stream.
He brought on a guy who was like a witch.
Good God.
Like a witch, like that's what his thing was. That it was like
his helmet's not bad enough already. Like God,
it's just like okay. So here's the thing with that, right?
Real quick before you do that, Austin, you got to get going.
Yeah, I gotta get going and
all right, bro. Well, Austin, I just want to say thank you for being on, man. Glad it was your first time tonight. I'm so glad that you were here. Always welcome. And hey, tell everybody where they can find you, bro.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm over at Pop Culture Corner. You guys can find me there. I'm there usually every day, and I got a new show coming on Monday that Ill Life will be on, so check that out. Yeah, thank you so much for having me, man. This was a blast. I had so much fun. Definitely be back. So
absolutely, you're always welcome, man.
Austin, I want you on mine tomorrow, okay?
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to ask you yet, but yeah.
You already know. I'll be there. All
right, cool.
Man. We'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much. Peace.
All right, no problem. We'll see you, man. Peace. All right. So go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, it's just gonna say like it's like, okay, so Doomcock likes the occult, right?
Okay.
You can tell.
Really? Okay. Doesn't surprise me, but yeah.
No. I mean, if you really like, the thing is like the tarot stuff, astrology, remote viewing, that's occult.
Well, I'm surprised because he's always touting good Christian moral values.
Sure. I see why that's a problem.
but he does that show, The Exozone, with Gary, where they talk about like the supernatural stuff. Okay. And so here's the thing, if you go back and you really look into the Commandant, which I am under the opinion that it's him.
Oh, me too.
But the thing is, you have to
videos and stuff. Yeah, people comparing it. And...
But here's the thing with that though, right? He created a universe, basically, right? He created like this alt reality with this character. He has a secret base on Antarctica that they, you know, like all the Nazis, it's all Heinrich Himmler occult stuff. And it ties in a lot with what he has to say. Like when he's talking about all this, like out there witches, wizards, remote viewing, blah, 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 blah. All of that is the stuff that like Heinrich Himmler was into and the Third Reich was trying to push. Like the SS guys were trying to push that stuff, you know, and that was one of the angles of it. So it's like, you can tell that there's crossover. What I'm waiting for is that inevitable and eventual slip up, you know, where he mentions like the Vril. The Vril is like a big factor in his Commandant lore. And that's, I forget exactly what it's tied into, but it's like, that's kind of the whole point. Like his live streams are nuts. Like that's where you get the real Doomcock, and it's not like his fake scoops and stuff. That's what I think, honestly, God, like that's what 2 cents should be. It's like focusing on the live streams because of how weird it gets.
Oh, sure. Well, we might.
Well, if we're talking about recommendations like Enosh, I would love, you know, you talk about heel versus babyface. I would love if you guys would tackle some of the Marvel stuff or like even some DC stuff. But they were entirely going after like the What If show. Like some of heel versus babyface's videos have like literally driven me to anger because of how bad they are.
RJ legit got super triggered. Then Saggy almost committed a whole genocide.
Yeah, Saggy
See,
was
that
like,
seems like I wish we
crime.
could do more than like one a week. Like, you know, like Johnny and I are trying to work together like on that because you know, because sometimes it's hard for his schedule. But yeah, no, I totally hear you, man. There's stuff that I see like, well, and there's weeks like this week that's like he put out so many crazy stuff in his regular videos that I'm like that. I'm sorry, but that whole video about the Rocketeer.
Oh,
yeah.
Like,
if like,
oh boy, wow! You talk about not even trying to like hide it, like not trying to like
didn't you say
sugarcoat
something
it.
about like kids are gonna look up to this new version the same way and kind of implying because it's gonna be a black guy or something? Like, wasn't that the implication?
Well, he had a lot of implications in there, man. Like he was mad. He was mad over the girl one, the little girl one, you know, because he's like, it's like, you know, this little girl one, you know, the kids are gonna. Unfortunately, this will be the first thing that they see, you know, is this little girl, and it has nothing to do with this. And then like the idea that they have for bringing the Rocketeer back, the Return of the Rocketeer, as being a former Tuskegee airman, right? Like that makes total sense,
and it's
like,
awesome.
And it's
like
still going to probably
that's
connect to the original. They're probably going to bring back the original actor and all that stuff. Like,
well,
it's not
and
really
that's
gonna
things
ignore
like
the
they're not
past.
trying to replace necessarily. They're trying to show a different version, and so like he should be happy that they're not trying to replace what he says he loves so much, you know. But like he's going on, and like the only thing he's mad about is the guy's black, and I'm just like, wow.
That's
really?
By the way, he's not even confirmed. Well, they haven't even confirmed that David Oyelowo was playing him. I know that's going to be a black character, but it's like, what does it matter?
He should play him.
He should. I'm just saying,
He should,
like,
because that guy's awesome. So
no, he is. He is.
Like,
Yeah,
not like we're talking about Clark Kent or anything, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Like, why go full mask off like that? It's where it's so blatantly bad, it makes you look bad. But like, why do that? Because it's just like
for the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
Like that, you know, like I don't understand. Like for the
Weird
Rocketeer,
hill to die on, but
look, yeah, exactly. Like I like the Rocketeer too, but
I love the Rocketeer. It's a great movie.
But to for him to like lose it that bad about the Rocketeer, like, but honestly, you know, Doomcock has seemed like he's been on the ropes now for the last little while. I mean, you know, with whatever happened, you know, between him and the rest of the fandom menacers that he's, you know, been with, and you know, that's an ongoing thing. And no matter how much they try to act like that they've kissed and made up, you know that there's still like you don't have the people saying the stuff that was. What's the one girl's name? I always forget her name, Matt, with the short hair, and she's kind of, I mean, she's crazy.
Jesse Milestone.
Jessie Milestone. I always want to call her.
Yeah, she's great.
Jessie Milestone is like so far out there. And the thing is after she said the things that she said about Doomcock on Mr. H reviews, when they had Signor on there. I don't even know why Signor was on there. Like somehow he was in the chat or something like that, and they ended up getting him a link, and like that didn't make any sense at all because Mr. H had never even done anything with him or so. I don't know. I would have. They were talking about it though. I was out painting my lawn furniture when I was listening to it, but like Jessie Milestone went on and on about how like flat out that Doomcock had stolen like ideas that she just said were like theories of hers. And then the next week she would watch Doomcock and he was saying was his spies reporting that this was fact. And she said it flat out. She's like, this is what it is. And, then you had Jeremy, basically coming out and saying, nope, as we, shared the drop many times, and I know it's one of your favorite drops, Matt. It's one of mine as well. Oh, yeah. But I mean, it's like all this stuff, like all these people had this thing. So we know that it's not just they can all act like they kissed and made up and like, oh, we're so happy now. And but look what just happened in Vegas. Look what just happened in Vegas.
Yeah, but Jesse was stupid for going there and thinking that it was going to be like all.
No, I agree. Yeah. But I'm just saying it's not like they try to portray like they're all friends again, like everything's good. And then we see something like that, right? That like just happened. Okay. And so the reality is that a lot of them, I believe, are on the ropes about a lot of stuff. And then, Matt, we talked about like whoever he's talking about, punching down on these small little sad channels that are jealous of our success. Okay. All right. So you want to act like anybody who challenges your stupid takes on something is just a sad little channel, when in reality it's
I feel like a
people
lot
just
of their
it's people
audience has
pushing.
to be younger kids.
Well,
like, it has to be. Like,
I got a lot of pushback this last week.
That's an understatement, Matt. You know what's happening. I follow you on Twitter, damn it. I see every interaction.
That was an interesting experience this week, which is like it just magically died down too. It's really funny because no one cared. Yeah, it was really great.
Wait until the One Piece controversy comes back up.
I ain't touching the One Piece controversy, but
I'll touch it.
Calling
the One Piece controversy. Wait, I want to.
They're making it. They're making it.
The one what?
One Piece. It's because the controversy with the Cowboy Bebop Netflix adaptation, right? About the
I heard about it.
Faye Valentine. They're complaining about the costume, and they're trying to like, you got that Star Wars girl talking about the actress being insecure about her body and talking about her nose job and this and that. It's just like, oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
So what's the One Piece controversy?
Yeah. What is that?
So okay, so the same production company that's making Cowboy Bebop the live action show is also doing One Piece. And that's kind of the whole thing is like, I'm like, oh great, here we go again. People are just going to get mad about it.
One Piece is a large roster of female characters. It's a really good manga. It's a great series. It's like, it actually is like, so One Piece is so popular. It's actually bigger than Batman in terms of sales. No joke. Like it's like
it's one of the
huge.
longest running.
It's been a cultural milestone for like Japan and the world for like over like 20 plus years, right? So it's a big deal. It's getting a live action adaptation on Netflix, but there's like, how it's going to be with the female characters and the costumes. They're going to be like, oh, it's censorship. Like SJW.
Why doesn't she have bigger titties? I want the bigger titties.
To be fair, what they have the females wearing in the manga and the anime, it's a little outrageous.
Well, no, of course, but that's Eshiro Oda. That's him. That's him. That's his artistic vision.
Do you know
that's what he likes drawing?
Do you guys want to hear one of the funniest things about that I got this week? Was I said that the costume Faye wore in the cartoon could not be replicated in the exact dimensions for the show without it being like, without the boobies popping out if there's ever an action scene, because the jiggle physics in Cowboy Bebop aren't realistic. Because it's an animated property. But then someone's like, well, they did it in The Fifth Element and they showed Lilu. And I kind of sat back in my chair and I went like, the breast size of Mila Jovovich, while nice and perky and pert, and I've been a fan since 97 when I first saw him. You know what? Like, again, that is not the same as having larger breasts. And two, when she got into the action sequences where she was actually fighting people, she was wearing a top. The white strap outfit was something that she only really
didn't they
wore.
also bring up the wrestling, like there's women in wrestling who wear vests or something?
Yeah, they're just like, well, they show skin and cleavage and this, and I'm like, yeah, but it's packed tight, the cleavage is up, it's snug, it's secure, it's protected. Faye Valentine is like, there's an image of her holding a gun in between her breasts, and they're like, they're lifted and they're separated, and she's not wearing really a bra. There's a suspender strap that goes underneath that people were trying to claim was, I mean, the takes I heard this week.
She didn't even do that much combat in the anime, if I remember correctly.
And I think for the show, they're probably going to be upping it a bit more, because. Fun. So I think that's what they're going to do, is like, they're going to have her actually be more physically combative. But then somebody also sent me like some fan films, and like, oh, but they did it in this fan film, and like it was an atrocious performance, and the actress was like about 4 sizes bigger than Faye. And that's not anything against the actress. She just did not have that specific body type. And then they're trying to say, but look, they did it. I'm like, all she did is walk up and walk away.
You gotta love the takes too, or these same shows were like, fans, or like these companies hate the fans. I saw a Young Rippa thumbnail. It's like, these people hate you. Stop supporting them. They hate you. They hate your guts. They want to see you angry, and they want to see you. They want to destroy everything you love. I'm like, it's not that serious.
It's like, it's just an anime, you guys. Like, go. I don't know.
Didn't you watch the Rocketeer one? They're destroying all of our myths and actual culture because a black man might be.
That really isn't translatable.
Okay, first of all, that's racist.
It's a very niche kind of art style and everything. It's not translatable really accurately to the big screen.
Oh, you're talking about like how it's written?
No, I'm talking like the art style and everything of anime.
Oh,
it's not the same as like Batman and Superman. It's not translatable the same.
No,
way.
It's not. And listen, like Cowboy Bebop and One Piece are gonna have more issues when it comes to the writing and condensing those, especially in the case of One Piece. How do you condense a long spanning
over 900 episodes?
Well, no, they're just doing the East Blue Saga, right, which encompasses like 4 different story arcs in like a 13 episode anime. 13 episode live action adaptation. That's going to be more of a challenge than anything else, right? Plus, you have to, like, Cowboy Bebop, it's like probably like what, 26 episodes, probably only adapt like the first 13. It's like they got more issues with the writing and the characterization of the characters than anything else.
I'd say
okay.
The closest live action thing that I've seen that's come close to anime is probably like what Zach did with Sucker Punch.
Or Alita Battle Angel.
Alita Battle Angel was Alita Battle Angel is a fantastic movie.
Yeah,
more people should show some love in that because it's really good.
Well, the problem though is it got drug into the culture war. I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't add to that because I did.
Yeah, I know that movie because they tried to pit Alita versus Captain Marvel at the time. They tried to use it as a culture war thing, which is a shame because it's a good movie. It didn't deserve that.
No, it's a better movie than Captain Marvel.
Oh no, it is. It is. I agree.
Yeah, I think that deserved $1 billion.
I think that these live action things are going to flop, not because of costume design, though, but I think, like you said, because of writing. How are they going to condense these types of stories into such short format? But I've also of the opinion, like, I would have liked. I'm not on their side, man. I just think like.
No, I get it.
I would have liked a mesh of the old and new, like an homage to like some of what was before, but not like, God forbid, like the actual like thing, like, because I even said like, yeah, no, that's not combat effective, like. That's the
I don't want to see boobs jiggling around during an action sequence. Like, no, that's.
I mean, look, here's the thing: you can do it, but I believe it would take away from like the seriousness of the live action, because in anime you have much more freedom, much more freedom.
Yeah,
and because the thing is that when it comes to live action, there is still that suspension of disbelief that cannot go too far. And that is the biggest problem. This is one of the reasons why I'm and this is maybe my hot take or cold take or whatever, but I don't like live action adaptations of animation. I think it's pointless.
I am exactly where you are, and that's another reason why I think they'll flop is that Hollywood needs to stop with this. They need to stop.
No, they do. I get it. Like when it comes to the production of doing a live action adaptation, but it's like at the same time, look at what Netflix has done, like Castlevania. They did Dota. Yes. They've done a bunch of other, video game. They're doing like the Blood Dragon, which is going to be so cool.
Blood Dragon, Cyberpunk, Sonic, Cuphead. Like Netflix is going to make a
not only, but dude, effing Sam Fisher, dude.
Yeah,
Sam Fisher.
Even
right?
with
Splinter
all the
Cell.
Going on with Ubisoft, like they're going to make a fortune off of Sam Fisher.
I can't wait. Please, I just want Michael freaking Ironside to voice him. Like that's all I want. The man's still alive. Let him work. They brought back Ed Asner for Doug days before he died. You know,
damn it.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like they can do a lot with it and make it work out. But it's also, when you have all the fans that outrage, and that's their grift, that's their job. It becomes difficult to combat.
Well, look at how they treated Shang-Chi. For months on end, these same people are saying it's gonna flop. It's gonna flop. Simu Liu's the new Brie Larson. The movie's woke. Gary Nerdaughter was like, MCU. The movie's more about his sister, which is a blatant lie, by the way.
That dude,
he blatantly lied to his audience, telling them the movie's something that it wasn't.
Another man was hitting the balls.
Yeah, nobody's fact checking him on it.
Well, you know what? They're all going to be singing a sad tune once we get the next Star Wars trilogy, because I have it on good fact that I know what the next Star Wars trilogy is going to be. And I usually only talk about this stuff during 2 cents, but I'm telling you guys, the prequel trilogy is coming. The prequel trilogy is coming. All Brie, all time. Brie playing every character, even into that Chewbacca costume.
They missed a few characters with this this mock-up.
I'm just saying. Well, these are the characters that are going to be in this film, though. See, that's what you got to understand. It's not every character.
Here's the thing, but on a serious note with this, I do think that eventually Brie Larson is going to make her way into into Star Wars as
I just hope so.
Well, as either she's going to lead the Light of the Jedi, the High Republic, if they do a High Republic movie, she might lead the High Republic. But additionally, I could see her as if they do an adaptation of the Phasma novel. She can play like a younger Captain Phasma, because they were trying with with Resistance and the book to kind of give you more with Captain Phasma. But they screwed that character so bad.
She's really just the new Boba Fett, isn't she? Like
Boba Fett had a legacy
now.
Yeah,
I don't want her in Star Wars. Keep her away, please.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
No, I don't.
It's gonna happen.
She's gonna be in. They're gonna put her in Star Wars. I'm sorry, but they will. It's inevitability. When you expand as far as Star Wars does, you keep looking to talent. They're gonna keep expanding to the point where
that's implying that Brie Larson is talent.
No.
Yes. Watch Room.
Yeah.
Watch Short Term 12.
For Brie as an actress, it depends on how the writing is and who the director is, because like Matt just said, and like I'm about to say, like Kong Skull Island, she actually acts really decent in that.
Yeah, she was good in Kong. She was good in Kong Skull Island.
But in Captain Marvel, it's just she's a piece of driftwood.
Because they didn't have good directors behind that camera. That's why I'm excited for the sequel, because you have a very strong directing talent in Nia DaCosta. And I think Nia DaCosta is going to elevate that character up and get a better performance out of her.
Well, here's the thing. I'm actually more excited about Teyonah Parris, about Monica Rambeau in the Marvels.
That's going to be awesome. And some of those Phantom Menace people were chiming her better than Brie, so I can't wait to see how this turns out.
Yeah, I loved her in WandaVision, so I am like super stoked to see what they do with that character. But here, if you bring up the image I brought up real quick. So this is Light of the Jedi. This was the first of the High Republic novels.
Yeah.
Blonde, blue-eyed Jedi woman. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, no, that's basically her.
Well, there's only one of those in Hollywood.
Star Wars yeah, that's true. That is true. There's only the one. There's only the one. Everything else is fake or a lie. But the reason why this is interesting, though, is because look, I've been long saying it for a while that they are trying to. If they won't go further into the future with the prequels, if they are with the sequel trilogy, they're not going to go further than where they are right now. They're going to go back to the High Republic. They're establishing it look at the Acolyte. The Acolyte takes place at the end of the High Republic, and so it's like, at least that's what I recall it saying.
Yeah,
so
end of the High Republic.
So they're going to go back to the High Republic because the reason why is they need to build a lead into China, so China can get in on that to make fans out of those 1.4, 1.5 billion people. It's all a marketing ploy to get into China effectively. And they've been doing this since 2018 or 2019, I think.
You could argue that Star Wars Visions is a strong play to also play in Asian markets as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that comes out when? That's pretty soon, right?
October. Yeah, October.
Oh, I can't wait for that. I'm not even an anime fan. That looks good.
Why don't they ever go back further to like Knights of the Old Republic?
Well, so that's kind of that's what I think. I think the High Republic is a middle ground. So Knights of the Old Republic or the Old Republic are all tied into the licensing rights with EA because they own BioWare, and I'm pretty sure
they own Revan. Or they don't own Revan, but Revan's kind of like a big part of that.
Yeah, and they did tie in Revan into the Rise of Skywalker art book. So
They've
they
also.
confirmed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. I was just saying, like, they've also been pushing Revan with his lightsaber being released as a collectible, and like his figure, and him being in the mobile game.
Yeah, they're pushing Revan a lot
after
lately.
XR Kun though, because they took that video game from the Dark Lords of the Sith and the Knights of Freedom and that entire storyline, because that comes afterwards. So they could go all the way back to XR Kun and him being entrapped on Yavin 4, and then the 4,000 years before that. The stories that they told in the mid 90s were compelling. That Dark Horse put out with the Timothy Zahn books. I mean,
yeah,
those were great.
Can I just say something? Like, and I don't think that maybe we say it enough because we say it a lot over on when we do the 2 Cents of Nonsense show. So all the stuff that's negative about Bree and the Acolyte and all that stuff, yeah, like you guys do realize that it's based in absolute just hearsay, like to. I mean,
I just saw the comment. Oh wow,
you know what I mean?
Wait,
like here's the deal. That's like saying something's gonna fail, and you I mean to just say just because Leslie Headland says
you might not like her as a person, but give her a chance at least.
You may not like it, but and like I get it. We get frustrated with things like when we find out stuff about something ahead of time. But I think so far everything that's come out about the Acolyte sounds very, very interesting, and that's coming from somebody who absolutely does not. Besides XR Kun, besides the stuff about what's his name? You just mentioned him. It's getting late. No, Revan. I mean, I got Revan's, lightsaber. I got all that stuff.
It's a really
besides
cool
those,
lightsaber.
Yeah. Besides those two, like I'll be honest with you, I've never even been too much of a Knights of the Old Republic guy. I didn't play the game. Okay, so I understand that there are people who did, but again, I will just say, yeah, Darth Bane. I like the stuff with Darth Bane.
I just like the lore.
There are certain characters that like. Yeah, I'll read them. Absolutely, man.
I'll send you the stuff that takes place before the games. I'll send you the Freedom Night Uprising.
I'd absolutely read them.
There's a rumor that Aspire is doing a remaster of KOTOR.
Yeah,
it's a heavy rumor at this point.
Yeah.
It's a very heavy rumor.
Well, I mean, they ported KOTOR over to mobile.
Yeah.
How weird is that? Like, you can download it for $5 and play it on your phone. Like I even saw one night Anna, that Star Wars girl, was playing KOTOR through StreamYard. She was.
I love Gary because this is a joke, and I know it's a joke. Gary, he says she is starring in the Acolyte. Mike Zero told me so. Hey, Nash, hope you're doing well, brother. I love you too, man.
Let me ask you guys this: would you rather get a KOTOR adaptation or KOTOR 3?
When you say KOTOR adaptation, you mean like a film or a show?
I mean, like, it'd have to be a TV show.
Well,
I think.
when you say adaptation, do you mean I get the same characters like Karth, Revan, Bastila?
Well, I would love to see that, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. To be honest,
I would go further back and use characters that are not under that license.
Because I want to see Bastila, Karth, Revan. I want to see those characters in live action. If I don't get that, then I'd rather just get KOTOR 3.
Yeah.
Have you read the stories I'm talking about, RJ?
Which ones?
On YouTube, the actual Knights of the Old Republic. So you guys are talking about the game that came after the original story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I love the game. That's my introduction. My introduction was to the video game.
Please read. I'll send them to YouTube. Freedom Night Uprising, Knights of the Old Republic, Dark Lords of the Sith Ward, and Redemption. Look up characters like Ulic Qualdama. The first time you ever see a dual-bladed lightsaber is when XR Khan makes it in Dark Lords of the Sith.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so please read those. I know a lot of people only know of Knights of the Old Republic because of the game, but please, if you get a chance, read those stories that precede that. The ones that Timothy's on. I have them in comic form. I have them in graphic novel form, trade paperback. And it's a very compelling story. And what it does is it makes you relatable to the Sith as a race and the alchemy and the true Sith Lords that are created, and who Freedon Nat is. Yavin 4 is mentioned in there. The Masazi temples, the actual Mandalorian race of the Mandalorians that comes about. There's a lot of it in there, and they took the game because Darth Revan worked for Exar Kun, and he's fleeing. He's one of the survivors left after the big defeat that entrapped Exar Kun, and so that's where you see that character. They created that character for the game, but it stems from an entire history. The Emperor's Teacher system. There's a whole bunch of stuff that if you're into that storyline, I think would be great if you were able to take a look at that. And that's what I would like to see a movie out of. I mean, I'll take the video game being an adaptation of one. I'll take that because I love the fact that it's 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, and it's so unconnected from the characters that have been driven into my skull my entire life.
You just want to see something different,
Well, I want to see something different and historic in a way. Like when you look, you see huts. Like there's a hut Jedi in there. That's and you see.
Wait, hold on.
There's a hut Jedi.
There's a hut Jedi
in the story. Yes.
What?
Oh my god! I didn't know I wanted that.
How does that work? You just slip it around with a lightsaber?
I didn't know I wanted this until I heard it.
There's all kinds of stuff there. And there's a person who's completely blind that only sees through the Force. Exar Kun.
Oh, that's cool.
If you think that the Emperor or Palpatine was powerful compared to a real Sith Lord, the Emperor is a joke.
Really?
No, I do know that much. Yeah, there's Sith Lords before Palpatine that were 1,000 times more powerful than him.
Were actually real. And Exar Kun escaped from the fleet, uses the Force to make a sun go nova and wipes out a galaxy.
Yeah. RJ, look up some of the.
No, that is no way.
And it's not cheesy. It's great.
That's a hard sell to a lot of people.
If you the way I'm saying it, yes.
Yeah, no, dude. Anybody who's read any kind of look, I haven't even read that stuff, man. But I am up on Sith Lords, and if you pick up an exhaustive not even an exhaustive one, but just anything about the history of the Sith, or there's all kinds of little just books that talk about each Sith Lord and what they did and everything. I didn't even read all that stuff as it came out and everything. As far as that stuff back then, for Knights of the Old Republic stuff, but I'm aware of those Sith Lords. I have figures of those Sith Lords. You learn the background of those Sith Lords, and everybody knows that. Basically, Palpatine was always a wannabe Sith Lord, even compared with Plagueis. Even if you read the book Plagueis, he came in, he won up Plagueis in the Plagueis book, but it wasn't because he was better than Plagueis. It was because he took advantage and caught Plagueis off guard and whittled him down. But it wasn't that he was better than Plagueis. He was never. The Emperor was never better than him. Yes, he was conniving. He was conniving, and he took advantage of situations. But he was never.
If he was that powerful, he wouldn't have needed 6 movie plans.
Exactly. Yeah, he was never that way.
Trained either.
Well, is it just?
So, and I think most people who actually hear that story, they can understand that story very, very easily. That Palpatine was not, because Palpatine was always because a lot of people have always considered that Vader could even take out Palpatine if given the right opportunity.
Well, wasn't that the whole point of Starkiller in the Force Unleashed games?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, because remember, there was the opening. I think it was the first cinematic trailer for the game.
Yeah,
it showed Starkiller pulling a Star Destroyer down.
That was
space.
huge at the time. Yeah,
and I remember even back then going, I was like, "That's cool," but also totally unbevelievable.
I want to see that in a movie, though. I want to see that.
No, bro.
Okay, hold on. There comes. But here's the thing. It's non. How do I describe this? It almost because in the prequel trilogy, in the original trilogy, and even in the sequel trilogy, the Jedi they have powers, Force abilities, but they are still limited in their approach because they still have. You can't do everything in anything. It has to be these are supposed to be knights. That was kind of what Lucas had described during when Luke was fighting, or when the lightsabers were everything was going on in the original trilogy. He was you guys are supposed to be like knights. These are supposed to have weight behind them. These are supposed to be your blades. They have weight. And so he was approaching it from more of in my interpretation, more of a medieval approach. And so it's cool to have the mysticism and all that stuff, but it's if you can literally pull a moon out of orbit or pull a Star Destroyer down, it just starts to become too much. How can anyone even match you at that point in time?
It's just some of that. It's I always looked at Starkiller as the character that's when you're kids, you always like, oh, what if they use the Force to pull down, like a Star Destroyer or something. That's the type of character that he is. I never it's just that's just how I see him as a character. But I've always seen like the Jedi and stuff as like more samurai than knight, I guess, or like a mixture of the two.
Yeah. Well, they were. I mean, obviously, because the influence from from Kurosawa.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, look, you don't want all powerful beings. You don't want them to become basically gods, because you still have to identify with them. So there has to be weakness. So it's like you're telling me that someone who can pull the Star Destroyer out of the sky, can can die in a video game. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be able to take blaster damage. Like they can't just heal themselves with midichlorians and stuff.
Well, if you look at the Star Wars universe from the point of the movies and everything we've seen from that point backwards, that is 100% correct. But the story that they tell you in Freedon Nad, and it's a warning. It's an actual warning, because Exar Khan becomes so powerful, he can do the things I said, but he also, along with that, opens himself up to weaknesses that ends up in his downfall. He had to become one with the dark side of the Force to the point where he could do that. But there's things that, and I won't spoil it for you, that happen that leave him open to him getting absolutely defeated. There is more raw power, and he has that raw power, but there are things, and there's another character in there that's very familiar, Yulik Qualjama. Same thing with him. There is raw power for them to do these things that are in the book, but there are things that are their downfall, and that allow for them to be defeated, because the raw power, the raw power can't be controlled in the way. That's why when you see the Jedi's thousands of years later, they're more disciplined, they're more refined. Even the Sith, the phony Sith, because there hasn't been a true Sith Lord for thousands of years. We haven't seen a true Sith Lord in any of these movies. They haven't, if you look at it in the context. And the way that and it's just the state of the universe and the galaxy where they're at, and the way the Jedi are looked upon, it's just so different than what we see in the movies, because by the time we see them in the movies for the first time, for me, when I see episode 4, the Jedi are extinct and we go from all that. But we're going from an age in Freedom now where there's 25,000 Jedi minimum. It's a way of life, and the Sith are a race. They're a race of alchemists that were basically interbred with the Dark Jedi, and that's what all the dark magic comes from. And there's things that they cut out of Attack of the Clones with the Jedi holocron. They were supposed to explain that, but they cut that out. But it's just a different point of view of Star Wars, and I would really love to see them go back and tell that. Like I said, I'll take the Darth Revan stuff. I'll take that. But it puts us in an era where I think is a much more wide open. Like I said, the problem I have with Star Wars is that it's like making the universe smaller. We've been in this time frame in my entire life to where I know these characters, and it's like you walk out the neighborhood and you see somebody instead of walking into a big city where there's thousands of other people. And that's what Star Wars has become to me. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller because we stay in the same familiar, safe zone.
So that's where, and I see your point on that one, but then again, Star Wars with time is linear, and Star Wars with time has to be linear. What I think they're going to do is I think they are going to adapt the old Republic, but it's going to merge into the High Republic.
Yeah,
I think
that's cool.
I think that's when they're going to do it, because
best of both worlds.
Because the thing is, like I said, is in the fall of 20.
Can you really do that though? Because the High Republic is right before the
200 years.
200 years.
200 years.
But in the greater scheme of things, it's right before the events that we know in the episodes. In the Old Republic is literally
4,000 years.
4,000 years. Like, you can't just bridge that. You can't just, like, I get what you're saying, Matt, but it's also like knowing Star Wars. Like, you can't just say, well, it's going to do that. Like, they're either going to have to do what they've done with everything that's come after, Return of the Jedi and the sequels, and just like say, look, we're going to have to make our own, which I could see them absolutely doing. If you're or making all that, a lot of that stuff canon, or making a new canon, because I don't think that you can just go from the High Republic, and just because they have Republic in it, like High Republic and Old Republic are two completely different. I mean, you still have 4,000 years.
Well, you have 3 wars in between.
That's what I'm saying. You still have so much story in between those, and it's not like they happen very close together. I mean, 200 years is nothing compared to 4,000 years.
Well, yeah. So, but the reason why I say that is because look, eventually they're going to want to move past the sequel trilogy and go forward, because again, they're not going to go. The High Republic going back 200 years is about as far back as they're going to go, and they're doing that in order to create a timeline of properties of books and movies and whatever, probably even video games.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Right. And they're doing that as a way to get new audience of people, i.e. China, into it, so they can then lead into the prequel trilogy, the OT, and then the sequel trilogy, right? They need to create that through line, but they can build up storylines. 200 years is a couple generations. It allows them to move through everything. 4,000 years doing a time jump that far ahead is kind of confusing, because there's a lot of stuff that like won't be able to be referenced down the road. You know what I mean?
Well, I get that, but all I will say is they did it once. They did it once, and they did it very successfully, because people who are into look, I may not have been one of the people who were like die hard into the Old Republic, but the people who did dive into the Old Republic full on, like I know things about the Sith Lords and about the history, because I've educated myself on the history of it. I don't know all the particulars, like you know, with William said, like I haven't read all the comics and I haven't read all the books from the time, but I'm aware of the general history of it, because I want to be aware of general history of Star Wars. But they already did this once. This was already a major thing, so it's not like they can't be major thing.
That was 18 years ago.
They'll probably take the greatest hits from the KOTOR universe and just mix it with what they're trying to do.
And isn't that what they're doing with Legends right now? They're going back and taking like the greatest hits from the EU,
Thrawn.
and they're Thrawn and other elements that have come in. You know, I mean, look, I wouldn't be surprised if the next thing that they adapt is Shadow of the Empire, considering the fact that it was a massive publishing event in the 1990s, books, comics, games, a new John Williams soundtrack, everything. Adapting that would then also go a longer way to get people like us who grew up in the 90s and like playing those games and reading those books and whatnot, to get us onto that front. I would argue that is probably a higher likelihood, that because right now they're playing in the prequel era, you know, with everything. Giving us the in-between of Empire and Jedi is going to be another realm they're going to explore, probably before going back 4,000 years.
I just wish they would take the lead, because like I said, I've been, like I said, I'm not a boomer, thanks, but I've seen these movies, and I've seen these characters to the point where I still love Star Wars, but like I said, you're beating me over the head with the same characters over and over again, and then when you've done beating me on that side of my head, you're just going to recast those characters and beat me on the other side of my head. Now, I understand that that's a safe place, but I would just, there's just so much to see.
But look, I'll agree, but I don't think. But look, I'm somewhere in the middle though with this, okay? Because I'll just say this. I don't see them, William, moving away from their main cast of characters anytime soon. The future of Star Wars right now, what you're going to see the most of is going to be the Thrawn saga. That's exactly what they're setting up with post Return of the Jedi stuff. If you read expanded universe stuff at all, you know that all that took place. Yeah. Well, I know. And so as being someone who read it, and anybody watching who read it, you know, all that stuff took place 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi. That was the timeline. That's what it said.
No. I'm saying, like, I know that's like the general consensus of this.
But that's not. No, dude, it's not a consensus. It's what the book said. The book said that it flat out took. Consensus means like, well, we all agree that it did. No, the books say that the Thrawn trilogy starts 5 years after Return of the Jedi. That is the timeline. I apologize.
I used the wrong word, but like
okay,
I know.
Okay, no problem. Yeah,
I know the all-around, like I know about Thrawn. Like I never read the EU stuff, but I know about Thrawn, and I know
if you read anything, read the Thrawn trilogy: Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. And then there's a few other things that I could definitely take you to and say, hey, you got these are like must for like the legend stuff.
I'm always up for more Star Wars.
Absolutely, but because that's some of the best Star Wars you'll ever read. But that's what I'm saying.
And Dark Empire.
Yeah. Well, Dark Empire, yeah, but that Dark Empire takes place just shortly, actually, after Return of the Jedi. But here's the thing: that's what I'm saying. It is by no. Can I just can it? Oh, well, I can't because that's a different subject. What Benson's is saying there. So I just want to get this out. It is by no mistake at all that the Mandalorian is set 5 years after Return of the Jedi. It's been said. It's in the timeline. That's when it takes place.
Oh, and you know Thrawn's around because he's mentioned. So.
Exactly. Thrawn is around because he's mentioned. Now they got things like the Bad Batch setting up Mount Tantus and Wayland at the end of the Bad Batch, where they take all the cloning technology from Camino and they take all of it and the people working on it and they drop it off at Mount Tantus and on the planet Wayland, which is where Thrawn goes to get the technology he needs and get Joruus C'baoth, who is a cloned Jedi Master, who he brings on to help him throughout the Thrawn trilogy as we know it. Okay, so none of that is by coincidence. People are like, I didn't like the Bad Batch. I didn't like the Bad Batch. The Bad Batch is there to tell you a cool story. Okay, that's fine, but then people are missing what the Bad Batch is actually doing. The Bad Batch is there to tell you a cool story for those people. It's a transition show. It's a show for people who loved the Clone Wars, okay, and are transitioning over through. It's a through show, but in there are so many secret little hidden things that are going to come back up in the Mandalorian, the Book of Boba Fett, and whatever else they do. But they've already said that through Ahsoka, through all these shows, they're going to tell these stories. Also, some of the best Star Wars, it starts off slow, but I swear to God, if you watch Rebels through and through, it's got some of the best stuff about the Force, how the Force works, the realistic stuff. They are not, and I cannot stress this enough, they are not going to eliminate the sequel trilogy. That is the furthest thing from the truth.
No.
Do not believe that. Anybody who tells you that, Doomcock, Mike Zero, half the Phantom Menace, you're liars or you're wishful thinking, because they're never going to do that. What they're doing right now is setting up for everyone how the events of the 30 plus years between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens happened. How did the First Order rise to power? You're going to see Thrawn rise to power, and then I guarantee you're probably going to see either something like he died, you're going to see this Thrawn saga take place. It's going to be amazing and awesome, but in its place will come the First Order taking over. And that will be reestablishing the Empire part of it. And I'm just telling you, like,
they don't even need the recon. Regardless, they got so much story to tell in between.
So that is the focus, the major focus of Star Wars here coming up. Now, yes, they're going to do stuff like, because they're already doing the stuff with the High Republic stuff or whatever. And I wouldn't doubt that they're going to do some stuff in the High Republic stuff, like Matt said, that will somehow support, because it's only 200 years previous. But I don't know how even 200 years previous to the Force or to the Phantom Menace, that you're going to throw so much stuff out there that's going to be in supportive of what comes afterwards. It's going to be a thing. It's going to definitely be there, and they're definitely committed to it. But that's where you're going to introduce new characters, stuff like that. For the next foreseeable future, you ain't getting post Rise of Skywalker right now. Unfortunately, like, I would love to see him move on. I would love to see new characters. I would love to see all that, but that's not what we're going to get. We're going to see more and more of these characters that showed up. I guarantee you at some point, Mara Jade will come back. Mara Jade is too big of a character that has never been realized in live action.
God, yes.
It's too much of a character. If you're bringing Thrawn back, if you brought Boba Fett back, if you're bringing all these other characters, I guarantee you they will not leave Mara Jade on the table.
At least with those characters, it's not the same ones. They're old characters that have been around in the EU for a while, but I haven't seen them on live action. Luke,
no, Han,
Chewie, that's a big difference.
It's
I want
interesting.
4,000 years back, but if you're gonna, right now, I'll take
4,000 years back or 4,000 years forward. Please, just get away from the Skywalker saga, please.
But that's not going to happen, DL. I'm just telling you right now, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen. They've got too much story. They've got 30 years to fill with Luke Skywalker. So either, and they've already confirmed that Luke is coming back.
Can't they walk and chew gum at the same time? They can't do this at the same time. I mean, it's.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's a little but look what's out there. They got 10 new properties. I know, but they got 10 new properties out, and what of them deals so far with things that aren't set in that world?
Yeah, and that's one of the things. You're talking about Visions, right?
Well, no, I'm saying what within those 10 properties that they announced, right, has anything to do with something outside of the Skywalkers?
Pretty much just the acolyte.
Well,
That
I think
we know of.
the Al was
That we know of,
That we
right?
know of, yeah.
Exactly, Matt. That we know of, just because we haven't seen it yet, right? So it could literally be setting up somehow the rise of Anakin Skywalker.
So let me. So here's the thing. I know. I get William's point. I see what he's trying to say. But look, man, if we would have had more Luke Skywalker adventures post 1983, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Exactly.
People have always wanted there to be a continuation with the main three characters, and because of the passage of time, we haven't really been able to get that. But they can do it now in a way. Look, that Luke Skywalker cameo at the end of Mando season 2, that was a test to see how he'd respond. Grown men were brought to their knees crying. They know for a fact they can cast somebody as Luke that's going to play the part pretty well and tell those adventures. And that's what fans are going to want to see.
Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, Sebastian Stan, exactly.
I hope so.
Please,
I hope
God.
so. I hope so for sure. I hope so.
Because they're doing that. Look, they're doing a Lando show, which is gonna take place sometime after Return of the Jedi. They're doing a Kira comic right now. I think the Kira comic is meant to reintroduce the character as a way to bring Amelia Clark's character back into the fray after Secret Wars is over. Because I think once she's in the House of Mouse with that, she's going to end up going over to do Star Wars again. And I do think they're going to find a way to bring back in Han Solo to give us more Alden Ehrenreich, which I am on board with because that movie was actually really good.
Absolutely, and people are discovering it every day.
I have to go back and rewatch it.
I don't hate it. I liked it. I thought
I'll fight you over Solo.
I thought Solo.
Me
was
too.
the right movie
I just watched Solo last week while I was getting ready to go on vacation. Solo's a really good movie.
My second favorite after Rogue One.
I just have to rewatch it.
Rogue One's my favorite out.
Okay, real quick. This has been a great discussion. I want to do a couple of things though because it is almost 4:30 my time, and I got to get up at 6:30. So I'm right back on my regular schedule. See, right back to work. But Benson's here with a £2 super chat. Thank you, Benson's. I did not forget my brother. He says, "Any of you watch Star Wars Underworld? Why was it canned?"
It never got
made. Yeah, it never got made.
They did a proof of concept of it that I thought was pretty good for what they were trying to do at the time, but
there's 100 episodes apparently written.
Yeah, Lucas Star Wars Underworld. It was meant to take place before New Hope, I think, or the Empire was in power.
It sounds like it was meant to take place somewhere between A New Hope and Empire or something like that because it had to do with the underworld of the Star Wars universe. Boba Fett was going to play a key role in it. There were going to be all kinds of bounty hunters. It's what a lot of people thought The Mandalorian was going to be before all of a sudden Baby Yoda showed up and we were all like, well, that's not what this show is about at all. Because
it sounds like 1313 to me, and that makes me sad.
That's what it was. That's what it was. And so George Lucas says that there's 100 episodes of it that were written, but they never actually filmed any of it, and it unfortunately it kind of was one of those things that got lost with the introduction of Disney.
Yeah. Same with Star Wars, Star Detours. Did you ever hear about that? That was
the cartoon. Yeah.
The cartoon. Yeah.
But that one was done.
They did. 30 episodes, 36 episodes are complete or something.
Yeah.
And they just released it on Disney Plus.
Well, here's the thing with that is I think they are eventually, because they did renew the trademark a while back, and there was some rumblings around May 4th this year, but I don't think they wanted to interfere with Bad Batch. So
maybe
sorry,
next year.
pardon me. Maybe Disney Plus Day. They'll put it out because they are putting a bit more edgier content on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
You know, so it's like, I mean, look at What If. What If is TV 14. I mean, you've got, it's, you know, not that it's like bloody or whatever, but
Well, episode 3, you got the scene where, you know, Hulk, you know, blows
Yeah, but
up.
that's green. That's green blood. That doesn't count.
It's still green blood. I mean,
He's still like that green
hey,
ketchup back from the early 2000s.
everybody else getting shot though, shot or arrowed, man. Like,
so they definitely kept a bunch of people in that episode.
Yeah. I would love to see. I would have loved to have seen Benson's. I would have loved to have seen Underworld, and I definitely would love to see Detours because Detours looked like it was going to be something fun. First of all, so last two subjects here before we kind of bring things to a close. Did anybody see the trailer? I know earlier we talked about Titans and how much we're loving Titans. Did anybody see the trailer for the upcoming the latest trailer for the upcoming series or season of Doom Patrol?
I did. Yeah.
What did
I
you
watched
think?
it, but I haven't seen the show.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I haven't fully seen it either.
What do you guys?
The thing is that the first 4 episodes of this new season are going to be the continuation of season 2, because season 2 got cut off because of COVID. So I feel like it's probably gonna weirdly feel like 2 separate entities. I bet you. Like I feel like that first chunk of 4 episodes is going to be the end of season 2, and then they're probably going to go into a new storyline by episode 5 or something.
Well, Tiffany kind of
they've even come out and said publicly that like that's exactly what it like.
Yeah, Tiffany kind of looked at me and said, "What the f was that?"
Tiffany
just looked. Yeah, Tiffany just looked at me and said, "What the f was that, man? Time travel and weird stuff." And I'm sorry, but
very like
dollar store cyborg. Dollar store cyborg.
That costume is terrible, though. Like it really is.
It is, yeah. It's
horrible,
bad.
really bad.
And everyone's like, yeah.
He's not bad, but the costume.
He's not bad as an actor. He's not bad as an actor, but honestly, what they give Cyborg to do in that show is stupid.
Well, it's accurate with the vertical version of the comic.
I know, but I'm just saying that version of the comic is stupid, though. Too,
yeah.
So.
Well, to be honest with you, so Doom Patrol.
I'm sorry. Did I say something that wasn't true?
I know.
You're
right, but here's the thing.
I'm sorry. Oh, maybe you would like to go back to Marvel discussion.
Okay, let's go see this latest piece of Marvel shit you kids are jizzing over.
Yeah. I hate that job. But no, it's really hard seeing Justice League, especially Zack Snyder's Justice League, and going back and seeing the vertical version of it for me because he's in the comic, and especially in the 90s during the height of he's minimized. He plays a role, but he's not like you see him in Justice League. He is literally the heart of the movie. So it's really hard for me who recognizes that version of Cyborg that they're portraying to see Ray Fisher's and then see that. It's hard, but I love that series. That series. Other than Titans, it's slightly behind for me in Titans. It's probably a close. And I love the portrayal of the characters. I love Crazy Jane. I did not think I would think they would be able to portray that character properly on screen. And they've come very well. I love that show. And I'm excited for I think they should keep that show until the actors don't want to do it no more.
I don't like the show as much as I like Titans, to be honest with you. I think the Titans is much better. It's more satisfying. Doom Patrol, I like Doom Patrol. I like Doom Patrol season 2 more than I like Doom Patrol season 1. Season 1 was weird. Season 1 was weird, and I'm a little concerned that they may be going back in that kind of. I mean, it's always been a weird show.
Season 1, I thought season 1. I thought season 1 was better, but then again, I feel like season 2 isn't finished yet, and that might be why.
It was all new to me.
So I'm excited to see that story get finished and see what they have planned for season 3. Also, like that show can surprise you so much. It's like it's a really good show.
What about you, RJ?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. You know, they're introducing some of the characters, the Brotherhood of Evil stuff, and that's always been a pleasure. I'm excited to see those characters realized and stuff. So I'm looking forward to watching it. You know, I like those 2 shows, like Titans and Doom Patrol. So getting more of that, I'm up for. You know,
what about you, DL?
I still need to watch Doom Patrol, so not
Okay.
much to say.
Metaverse, have you seen that? Have you seen Doom Patrol yet?
So here's the thing: I saw the first episode, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I can't wait to watch the rest of this." And then I just like, for some reason, never finished it. But I did like what I saw. I will always support Brandon Fraser because that dude needs more work. He looks like he's a cool dude to hang out with, and
He's great in that role.
Yeah, he's so
really
fantastic in that role.
I think it might be the best role he's ever played. Honestly,
I agree with that as well.
I can agree with
I'll
that.
give him that. I'm just kind of glad that we don't have to actually see him on screen.
Oh, come on.
Wait,
oh wow.
Wait, what?
And look, it's weird. You can't look. I'm not saying anything about his weight or whatever, but like it's a little off-putting if you haven't seen Brandon Fraser in a while to actually like that first episode when he's like with that girl, and you're just like,
that was a shocking scene. I ain't gonna lie.
Like what? Who is that? Like who the heck is that guy?
He's healthy husky. That's what it's called.
Hey.
He's healthy husky.
It doesn't.
It's what divorce does to you.
He's well insulated.
That's true too. I look. I've been there. I've seen stuff. Matt, have you watched Doom Patrol?
I saw the first episode like when it came out. I liked it, but it was just like it was on DC Universe at the time, and I just kind of forgot about it. So I need to check it out on HBO Max.
Wait, what's his name? I forget the actor's name, but the guy that plays,
Timothy Dalton?
No one or whatever. And in the first season, the villain.
Oh,
Alan Tudyk.
Oh, dude, he was incredible. And
I love him.
That's Alan Tudyk. He's always incredible.
Yeah, he's good in just about anything.
You know what I miss? I miss that show, that other DC show that he was in.
The non-power, the one that's the comedy.
Yeah.
Yes. Working for Bruce Wayne or Bruce Wayne's.
Yeah, he's Bruce Wayne's cousin or something.
Powerless.
Powerless.
That was good. That was funny.
Yeah, it had potential, definitely.
That was such a good show. I don't know what the heck they were thinking about, man.
It should have been on. It should have been on like a streaming service or a cable show. Or,
yeah,
it being on NBC was like I think one of the worst things they could do.
That was a death sentence.
Yeah, it was a fun show.
Like a few episodes, right?
They did a whole season. And they. I remember reading something where they basically said that they saved their production budget, their VFX budget, for the season finale, and it was like, it was a solid show. But I like that Ron Funches, who was in that show, went on to go do King Shark.
Yes. I am happy that he found. I am happy that he did go on to do that. Okay, so the last thing I had that happened while I was gone that I did want to talk about is this. Oh God,
I love everything about
me and
this.
Jarbo had an interesting conversation about this on his stream.
Well, let me just say about this. I love this.
I love it too.
This right here makes me so happy. I don't care if it was like a couple of seconds long. This right here, it's so good. It's so good and satisfying, and I love it. And I don't care if nobody else loves it.
I just love Christopher Lloyd, man.
I love the fact they got freaking Christopher Lloyd. They got the Christopher Lloyd. Doc himself. Now the burp was off. It was
Yeah, it was off.
That was off. I'm not going to act like it was perfectly executed, but I'm just going to say the fact. I don't know what this even means. I don't know this means.
Please let there be a live action episode. Oh, please.
I think it's just a promo for the show. I'm pretty sure.
It might be.
Yeah, I think it was a promo for the season finale of season 5. Like some funny
But I swear to God, if they do anything with this at all,
I'm going to be happy.
I will be happy because just seeing this right here. I feel like I'm in like one of those things that like when you go to like an amusement park, you're like,
this should be your
we
somebody
live in
take
the
a
best
screenshot.
timeline.
I would love to see Christopher Reeve like really play that role. It would be great. Or not Christopher Reeve, Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, Christopher Reeve.
Lord have mercy.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get a thought of like what Christopher Reeve would like. Never mind.
Don't do that.
It would be like a
Enosh.
vulgar return to like his taxi form or something. Like playing that part. It would be great.
Oh my gosh, though, guys.
I remember when Rick and Morty was first like announced on Adult Swim, and when I saw as soon as I saw the character designs and I heard the names, I'm like, oh my god, this is just like an adult version of Doc and Marty.
Yeah,
Back to the Future.
Right, it
and
was based
so
on
now,
him. Like,
so now it's come full circle.
I can't look at Rick and Morty the same way after the other night. Seeing the origins of where it came from.
I showed RJ last night the very first episode of what Rick and Morty is based on, the Adventures of Doc and Marty.
And why would you do that to him?
I didn't know,
because I forgot how. I actually like after the stream was over, I went and I clipped out like 3.5 minutes. So it's like just the beginning, and then it's the end where there's no nudity. And then because like RJ was like, oh my god,
Like showing him like the origins of where regular show comes from. Like you just like it's that's so much.
The boy has to learn sometimes.
Oh god,
I was cracking up though. You should have kept the reaction in, man.
Yeah, but I didn't want to get. I couldn't get the blur to work the way I wanted it to. So I just decided to cut it, and at least at the beginning and the end of it. Have you ever seen that, by the way, Enosh? Have you ever seen the Adventures of Doc and Marty?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude.
Shit.
It's only like 4 minutes long. Like once we log off, we should watch it. You don't want to watch it on air. You might hurt your channel.
Yeah, you'll get demonetized.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying it would be worse than, say,
any clip you pull up? Yes.
Yes.
No.
Any clip you pull up.
It's worse.
Yes.
It's worse.
Yes.
Really?
You want to go through the list? Because we're just gonna keep saying yes.
Ugh, I hate these big ass prices.
Yes.
Yeah, it's worse than gas.
Hypocritic cocksucker Mark Hamill. That
Okay, so first off, I want to punch that dude for saying that. Second of all, yes.
Okay, but is it worse than this?
His testicle sack is now so large, he has to wear a huge hoodie upside down instead of trousers.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
It is worse than that. Yeah,
I think it is.
that's pretty bad. I mean, the guy effectively has he's got a hoodie for a sack pouch.
Okay, but just bear with me.
I want it in my stomach. I want it in me, not on me.
Whoa.
It's not that bad in there. It's it's constricting.
Yeah, it's definitely worse than saggy.
Yeah. Oh, by a country.
Ravage me, you rambunctious steed. What is?
I'm trying to keep a straight face here, and I just couldn't. I'm like sitting here like, no, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh.
Ravage me, you rambunctious steed. I know what I was riffing on, like where that comes from, but I forget what I said that in reference to.
I don't remember. I just remember I was on there with you when you said it.
Oh, it's a John Oliver joke. He was saying that to Adam Driver all last season on Last Week Tonight. So, yeah,
but what about RJ himself?
Well, you can't go wrong with a good cream pie. I wasn't wrong.
That's technically how RJ was made.
Isn't that how we're all made, though?
Folks.
Yeah, we're all made by a cream pie, RJ. All of us.
You come in my face, I'm gonna fight you.
That's not how a cream pie happens.
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
That's more on point.
I'm coming hard. You come.
Yes.
Poor William.
It's crazy how many of them are wrestling things. Like,
right?
It's
sorry, I got a person in my throat there.
This show can really screw up your mind.
I get my hands on you, I'm gonna eat your ass like a pot of collard greens, baby.
that is how the cream pie begins.
Oh no!
Like I dread saying this, but like how Matt's going into detail about this is just like it's almost like a sex ed course, but I don't think I want to be in that classroom.
Darbo's classroom.
It's so funny that the rest.
Teacher, when are we actually going to use any of this?
You?
Never.
forgot you had that clip.
He played it twice before, didn't he?
That's the Cyanide and Happiness guys, right?
Oh, yeah, they're fantastic.
I met them when I was at VidCon in 2019. A friend of mine knew them, and we were in line with them for a little while. Nice guys. I made them laugh. I didn't know that was them until after, and then I'm like, wait, I was making the Cyanide and Happiness guys laugh. Whoa, like that's pretty cool.
What a moment.
That's how children are made.
There's like,
It's like a lot of different tentacles and like massive stomach.
Oh god.
Pound it.
We reached that point of the show.
It's
4 hours and 20 minutes in, folks. Why the hell?
When the impersonators would come in, like Kanye would come in, Bill Clinton wouldn't.
Does your butthole itch? Does it just ache? Do you walk around all day wishing you had a different butthole? Well, now you can. Available at Walmart for a limited time only are scratchless, scentless buttholes. Don't be self-conscious about your hole anymore. Go to Walmart, get a new butthole, and start your new life today.
the fact that that's the official like woman that does the ads for Walmart. Like I can't.
Is she talking about hemorrhoids?
Maybe.
Because, like, I mean, an
I
itchy
love you, Mary.
butthole.
Oh yeah, no.
You know, I mean, like, I'm just wondering, is it like, yeah, is it
Either
just
that
like
or
you forgot to
anal
wipe, so it's a little itchy, or do you have a piece of your intestine coming out your asshole?
What?
Mary says, yes, it's official.
Yeah.
I'm never sleeping again.
Well, she also said it's after dark, so
Man.
Be the anal waxing, so they have that.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine how itchy your butthole would get after that. Yeah. What about the people who were like sun bleaching their buttholes a couple years ago? That was like a wellness thing.
I remember that.
It's like, have you guys bleached your butthole yet? It's a great way to like cure cancer.
Or cause it.
That isn't a real sentence. Is that why they were doing it?
No, it was like a wellness thing. It was like,
oh my God.
You know, it was like what, vitamin D injections in your ass?
What?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
No, the sun gives you vitamin.
Okay, keep telling yourself that, Dawson.
Well, I'm just saying, sun provides vitamin D. If you're showing your butthole to the sun, you're getting vitamin D in your butt.
And getting arrested.
Big old shot of vitamin D.
I don't think I'm.
Every word of what you just said was wrong.
I'm gonna disagree.
My uncle's favorite line from that entire movie is that right there. Like, everything you just said was wrong.
It was wrong.
But no, I look, I don't know what that's leading to, if it's leading to anything with the Rick and Morty thing, but it was something, that promo that got my attention. I mean,
Yeah, Rick and Morty's everywhere, man. They're in Fortnite. You got Christopher Lloyd. It's big.
They're in Space Jam.
Space Jam.
Were they really like?
Yes, they were.
I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about that because like that I feel like is like too much overexposure.
Well, here's the thing. If you notice with Space Jam and New Legacy, everything they went to practically was all like R-rated stuff.
Game of Thrones is in there, and that's not
Game of Thrones, Matrix, Rick and Morty,
the most PG R-rated movie.
Mad Max, Fury Road, rated R. I mean, they kept going to like these R-rated worlds. So that's kind of weird to
They
me.
go to Mad Max. Is it really?
Yeah.
You're trying to throw a bone to the adults, I guess.
Well, there's White Walkers in there. I mean,
If you want to bone the adults, you have Game of Thrones. There's a lot of boning of siblings even in the first episode of that show. I mean, they start it right off.
God.
Like they really, I mean, honest to God, someone should recut that just with the line, "Hey, step bro, what are you doing?" Or whatever. Yeah.
No, please no.
Oh no,
Sorry,
no.
Vince.
It's what are you doing, step bro?
Oh my God.
I'm surprised the Cersei and Jamie thing didn't ever
Parents
turn
are
into
at home.
It never turned into a me. Well, it was all over 2010, man. Like
it is 20.
everyone is.
Oh Lord.
Wait, what?
Everyone is. Jesus.
Midnight's Edge does
When it really
sound like
needs
a
to be
lubrication.
This show may be damaging my mental health. I don't know, man.
I'm just going to tell you this, William. It's no worse thing. It's no worse than the Delta variant right now. All right, let's just be fair on that one. You're fine.
Am I though? Am I really? Like
I can't.
No.
That chair, that stupid plug chair. I when I hear anything similar to that music, I'm looking for that damn butt plug chair. I hate you for that.
Wait, hold on. That's a clip right there. What is this? 4 hours or 25 minutes in it. William goes, I'm looking for that butt plug chair.
Yeah, it's playing right after you play the
Somewhere William's like, where is it? Where's the butt plug chair?
There, I just sent you the timestamp in the chat.
Yeah. Is it worse than the actual drop itself? Damn.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got two drops. You got the William drop and you got the I Love the Thing drop earlier. So there you go.
Yes, I can't. I didn't get the timestamp on that one, but I'll
1,000
find
of them for what? Dawson? How many does Dawson have? Like 20, 30?
425.
Oh,
William.
this is a bad
Yeah.
habit.
Here, bring up the image that I shared.
Oh no.
It's the new logo.
Oh jeez.
Oh yeah. I was about to say that's hilarious. That's funny as shit.
Is this a
Wow.
plunger?
You just need like the
Yeah, I need like a someone to like remix me the Pornhub theme or something. Like, I don't know.
Well,
Like
how
I
about the
can't.
thing?
He doesn't have
It's
time
just-
when
it's
he's
like
on
that
there.
little
himself.
Does it have a
pick drum
theme? I
part.
mean,
Yes.
usually I have it on silent and I'm watching it in the corner.
Yeah, I'm not really watching for the stories.
I mean, generally I skip ads, so.
Well, it's funny. There's actually a famous YouTube video you can look up where someone was like performing in their high school gymnasium.
Yes,
with
I
a
saw
band,
that,
yeah.
and they did the
It's like a little like 10-second drum roll. Thing.
Yeah.
The couch to the girl with the job interview.
I'm looking that up. Hold on. Now I want to see that.
Oh my god.
All right. From February 2020. Let's see.
This show needs a 7-second delay, man.
Okay. Like everybody knew about it. That's funny.
Yeah, it's funny how everyone knew about it.
I don't know. I mean, honest to God, I couldn't tell you. If you're like, I'm sure I've heard it, but it's like
it's cultural. What is it? Mitosis or whatever. You just hear it. So
yeah, I hear it so often I just forget it exists. Maybe that's not the right way to phrase that.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Did you ever see that clip that was floating around last year of the Rugrats porno? And it was the intro. It was the intro to the Rugrats. Hold on. It was the intro to the Rugrats porno. Hold on. And at one point, one of the actors looks dead in the camera and he's like, "We are adults that are just playing a role. We do not think of ourselves as being children." And like he had to qualify like their defense before
when you have your
this
legal
thing-
defense inside your movie.
I'm sorry, you did not qualify your defense.
Like, I'll find it for you guys. Hold on. There's no nudity. There's no nudity in it.
I'm still good. I'm still good.
Please don't show that to him.
I don't need to see that. That's something I don't need to see. Okay, so this has been fun.
Oh, sorry. It's called Tugrats.
Our game.
Congrats.
Listen. I'm just gonna say this to the audience that's here. Hollywood After Dark. If you
Soy Dora. Can you say puedes hacerme un sandwich? That means can you make me a sandwich in
Congrats.
Yeah.
Help us all.
I didn't realize it was called Tugrats. That's actually a really awesome name for a band.
Benson's with a 2-pound super chat. Feeling a little inspired by that. After that, I just lost 3 minutes. Star Wars Underworld episode 1 is on YouTube. I think that might be the I don't know if it's episode 1. Isn't it the it's like the test footage thing. I think I might have heard that they cobbled something together of it, but it's more like I think the test footage. I don't know. I'd have to actually go back and watch. But thank you, Benzis, for the £2 super chat. All right, RJ, tell everybody where they can find you, my good friend.
Yeah, if you want to follow me, what I'm doing is Resident Justice on Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. Pretty easy to find. I'll probably be doing a Shang-Chi spoiler discussion this weekend, sometime maybe tomorrow or Monday. I haven't decided yet, so be on the lookout for that.
DL, tell them where they can find you, sir.
Y'all can find me on the YouTubes at DL Vince, talking about movies and shows and everything in nerd and geek culture. Started posting James Bond reviews, and the Bad Batch review should be up in a matter of hours. For those of you who really enjoyed the Bad Batch, watch it with caution, because I don't have a lot of favorable things to say about it, but yeah, go ahead tune into that when it comes out. And more Disney reviews will be coming out with my girlfriend as well. So you want to hear my takes on things.
All right, William, where can people find you, sir?
Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. You're bound to run into me.
And if you're in Vegas, go visit the Sci-Fi Center. And also, if you need any kind of comic book anything, reach out to William. William's your man. Metaverse, where can people find you, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at the most meta, and you can also find me on all podcasting platforms of your choice. Just look up Talking Meta. That's the name of my podcast. And also, I'm still working out all the kinks because StreamYard is a new foreign object to me. But tomorrow I'm going to actually try to do my.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's working on all the kinks, not out the kinks.
Yeah. No, it's a foreign. I'm new to all this crap, but yeah, I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow around 9:30, and I am posting a link in the chat. That did not go through. Okay, cool. I posted the URL for my YouTube channel because I know there's so many metaverses out there. But yeah, if y'all want to subscribe, I'm going to be talking about a lot of stuff that's gaming related. So yeah, look forward to that.
All right. Matt, would you like to tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
Watching Tugrats.
Jesus.
You're lying. You're not actually watching that right now.
Don't make him prove it.
Like I honestly hope you're not.
I was actually trying to find like the part where he says like we're just adults, but I found the full thing, and I was all like, for a second, I'm like, hold on, wait, how far does this go? And I'm like, okay, not far enough.
I'm
oh wow.
I feel like Jack Nicholson in I can't even remember the movie.
Well, folks, it's the end of the world as we know it. Here's your countdown.
you people.
Look, I'm not actually watching it.
Okay. All right. Is this like? Hold on.
That's a freaking Morty Ball.
Hold on, Benson. He doesn't know about that yet.
Oh, God.
We're gonna show him as soon as the stream's over.
All right. So that being said, Ill Life, dude, welcome to your first stream with us here at the lounge, man. So glad. First of many, I'm sure. Again, welcome to the lounge. I mean, you've been a part of the lounge for a long time, but welcome to actually being on the panel, man. And you're always welcome here. And also tell people where they can find you, sir.
Find me YouTube, Vero, Instagram, Twitter, and all at Ill Life. You can find me tomorrow night doing my show Snyder Ave and every Sunday. And you can find my music on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, all that stuff. And I'll be on Austin Lean's first show Monday, Lean on Me, doing a 3-song set too, performing my music for everybody that's a fan of my music also. So
yep. Love it.
Thanks, man.
Love it, man. Love it. All right. Benson says you can find William an officer and a gentleman.
Dude. I wish I was Lou Gossett Jr., dude.
That's another drop. I wish I was Lou Gossett Jr. All right. All right. So, guys, this was our return stream after being gone for a week. I hope that you all have had a good week, but we are now back. And tomorrow, don't forget to join me and Dawson for the Sunday podcast. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun there. I've got a lot of editing to do for a lot of different videos about our Chicago trip that we want to share with you all. And then, of course, also tomorrow night should be it'll either be an episode of 2 Cents on Nonsense, hopefully, or, we'll be back here. Everyone who's I love all.
Wow.
What?
Back
Oh God.
Yeah, you were like,
Wow, Enoch is looking like an older Ryan Kennel right now.
Okay, yeah, just for that, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yvonne here says,
Oh,
it's worse than Matt streams. I can change that.
Oh no.
Wait. Yes.
Wait.
Here's the thing. On Monday night, when we do Next Hollywood After Dark, we will watch the Tugrats trailer. It's safe for work. But we'll watch the trailer.
Oh God.
okay, folks. Well, hey, thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. Make sure to follow us on social media. Also, if you have not already, please subscribe to the channel. We need all the help we can get. We're in the middle right now, actually, of a real back and forth between YouTube. I had 15 people actually sub to the channel while I was gone this week, like that I watched sub to the channel, and they just never showed up. And it's an issue. And so, so we're dealing with that right now. But hey, I'm glad that you're all here. So just make sure that you're still subscribed to the channel, because we have had some people, like even RJ, has watched literally in real time while he was unsubscribed from the channel. So, yeah. So, yeah. And apparently it happened to William too. So, do all you can, please. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. That's all I ask. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you to my panelists. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who gave super chats. Thank you to our newest members. And I'm just grateful to have you guys here. And I'm grateful to have you guys to come home too. All right. So, but yeah, follow us on social media. And until next time, I leave you with a couple of, shall we say, supportive words and supportive things. Wrong. It was the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up. I went to the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Hold on a second here. We'll take that off there. All right. I didn't mean to go to that actually. All right. But it's 5 a.m. But I leave you with these words.
Understand this. Yeah. Nobody likes a quitter. Nobody said life was easy. So if you get knocked down, take the standing 8 count, get back up, and fight again. And you're a macho maniac. Dig it.
So do that. Oh, never let them get you down. Always make sure to get right back up and keep trying again, because you'll make it eventually. All right. So I leave you with this right here.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
We'll see you guys next time. Stay nerdy.